we running out of time. We gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip, but you can save our ship. So step up, we need a hero. We running out of time, we gotta find someone to set the clock back to zero. We headed straight for the iceberg at a fast clip. Somebody save our ship. We need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero.
Spark to the fire, I'm bringing the fire. Nothing's gonna hold me back from burning so bright. I only keep getting higher, I see it inside. Blame it on the way I thrive when pressure's applied. Bringing the new. I got away with persevering. Watch and see. See it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. Need that sparkle in my life. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. Need that sparkle in my night. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. Need that sparkle in my life. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes. You're the star you like to shine. I can see it in your eyes. They're the star you like to shine. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it in your eyes.
It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew? You end up becoming the boss, but I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Hard road, talking setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew? You end up becoming the boss, but I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Elevate are your June golden ticket winner. We will see them at DreamHack Atlanta in the World Championships.
Super Barbarians take out the mortar. They will get locked onto by the wizard tower. Can he get up towards that storage as well? Looks like Banal is not too sure. He's only got a couple of seconds left, but they get to the storage and he gets it. 3 stars for Elevate. Wait a second, there's the spiky ball, Itsu. 96%. Super Barbarians move in. No way are they going to get this. 12 seconds, and they've done it. The perfect war. Elevate, take a bow, and move yourselves across to the grand finals.
I don't think he felt that was going well at all, but the patience of that queen ability was huge, and it's gonna be our first 3-star for the war. And Max, beautiful Invis, Bernal looks to have it, and Elevate responds to Dima's 3-star with a triple of their own, and they still have a glimmer of hope.
Even if he gets past the 94%,
Spiky
that
ball.
would force a 3-star to
He's
only
done
Bash,
it.
but it's not even needed. It's the 3-star for Elevate Bash, and they finally get their golden ticket.
Elevate with the clutch, come from behind victory. Elevate are going to be your June monthly qualifier golden ticket winners.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the longest running, largest prizing, biggest, best Clash of Clans show in the Superverse. My name's Woody, and it's my distinct pleasure to be back again hosting your show today. And let's go ahead and introduce the rest of the lineup. Right to my left is going to be Itsu. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you, Woody. I mean, I'm super excited for the matches because this is the first time ever that we have 2 golden ticket teams in the top 8. So this is going to leave room for many different crazy combinations. So I cannot wait to see how the bracket is going to shape up. But first off, Carbon, welcome back.
Thank you so much. It's great to be back. And like you said, 2 golden ticket teams have made it to this stage, and they are actually playing in the very first match. Cannot wait for that. And we're going to see them later at the end of this year. And we're going to have to find out who's going to be getting an additional golden ticket during the end of this weekend here, Bash.
Oh yeah, we got tons of Clash action for you guys in our monthly qualifier for a golden ticket. But I wanted to quickly take a sidestep here and talk about something that's been running alongside our World Championships. It's the Town Hall Cups. We're actually on our last month of the Town Hall Cups, and our finals for the Legends Cup will be next weekend. This is a great way for Town Hall 9, Town Hall 12, and Town Hall 15 players to get exposed to Clash of Clans esports and maybe get seen by some of these top teams. Not only that, guys, there's tons of beautiful prize pools on the line here. At Town Hall 9, we have $3,350. Town Hall 12 giving away $5,000. And finally, at Town Hall 15, $8,250 are on the line.
Incredible opportunities for the up-and-coming amateurs in the lower Town Hall leagues, but let's take a look at the main event now at the max Town Hall level. The 2025 roadmap is now on your screen. 3 golden tickets have been awarded from our previous seasons of monthly combat. This, your July season, will award another golden ticket at the end of this weekend, and 1 more golden ticket in August is up for grabs. The points leaderboard will offer 1 additional golden ticket to the team with the most points from monthly competition that hasn't already earned a golden ticket. Our Chinese qualifier has just wrapped up, and we now have a regional champion that has won a golden ticket out there. And finally, the last chance qualifier will be the final opportunity to score that 8th and final golden ticket to the World Championship Finals, where the bulk of our $1 million prize pool for this year will be awarded. Let's toss it off to Itsu and discuss today's format.
Yeah, let's break down how this entire weekend works, because we had so far already 2 stages where 8 teams qualified to this weekend. On this weekend, we have a double elimination bracket, and all of those 8 teams are ranked within based on their performance so far. Every single match is going to be played in a 5 vs 5 clan war, and all of those clan wars are played in hard mode to really make sure that those pros are having a challenge. So let's take a second look at what exactly hard mode is.
Well, hard mode is hard for these pro players because defenses deal 20% more damage. defending heroes' damage and health are increased by 20%, but when you're attacking, your heroes' damage and health are decreased by 10%, and additionally, your equipments are affected. Common equipments are only maxed out at level 15, while the epic equipments are maxed out at level 21. And you can be playing in hard mode yourself if you want to try it out. Put up a friendly challenge and tick that box that says hard mode, and you can see how difficult it is that these players are playing at. But they are competing for a huge prize pool here, Bash.
Oh man, there is a lot of money on the line this weekend just for making it this far. Teams will earn $1,000. We'll actually be sending home 2 teams today. They'll walk away with $1,000. So if you make it through till tomorrow, you're guaranteed $2,000 at 5th and 6th place. 4th place taking home $4,000. 3rd place $6,000. And 2nd place, our runner-up, will take home $8,000. But of course, our champion of this month's qualifier will take home the huge sum of $15,000.
Right, you are, Bash, and that is a lot of coin to claim. And don't forget that even the 8th place team at the World Championship is going to go home with $20,000, up to possibly $300K. That golden ticket is so incredibly valuable. But let's hop now and talk about the teams that are in the competition today. 2 of them already have golden tickets, but let me give a little bit of breathing room for all 8 of them. We have Elevate, Tribe Gaming, Navi, Only Bads, Electros JP, Milliceme MG, All Exceed, and Dizzy X Stamina. Our first match of the day has 2 of these golden ticket winners, and I can already see the sparks flying. Itsu, tell us about the leaderboard as it stands.
Exactly, because we're going to take a look at the stats for those teams coming into this weekend. As I said earlier, those teams had to fight already through the 1st and 2nd stage of this monthly qualifier, and those are the stats of the 2nd stage. We can clearly tell Elevate is not falling off whatsoever since they have won the golden ticket last month. They are leading the chart with a 13 stars average and a 60% 3-star rate, which is super impressive. But you might note as well, between rank 2 with Navi and rank number 8 with Dizzy, the difference of the average stars isn't too high, which means we're going to be in for a treat on this weekend because we're going to see a lot of close matches, and I cannot wait for those to happen. But I think we should take a look at how those teams are going to be seated within the bracket and what the matches are looking like.
And with the very first match, Elevate versus Dizzy X Stamina. This is 2 golden ticket teams that is going to be the first one to lead it off this weekend. Then we're going to be going into Only Bads versus Electros JP, Tribe Gaming versus All Exceed, and then Navi versus Milliceme MG. These are the first 4 matches of 8 total matches here today, and 2 teams will be getting sent home, and we will not be able to see them throughout this weekend. But we did make our predictions of who we think is going to be winning these matches, Bash.
Oh yeah, and it looks like here in the first matchup, Woody's on an island all alone taking Dizzy, while us other 3 casters are taking Elevate. In the second matchup, I'm looking forward to this one. It looks to be a barn burner. We're kind of split. Carbon and I taking Electros. Only Bads with Itsu and Woody split right down the middle. And then in match 3 and match 4, I think we all went with fan favorites, Tribe Gaming and Navi, who are looking to finally get that golden ticket. Could this be their month? I mean, they definitely want to get there, but also you can't fall short with the points leaderboard. So these are definitely our predictions. But what do you guys think at home?
This is going to be a thrilling matchup ahead, and I am pleased to take Dizzy all alone. I will stand and hold their flag planted in the ground. This is the top leaderboard team, the first to win a golden ticket, and they've just taken a little bit of breathing room, letting Elevate have some time in the sun. But you can make your own predictions as well if you join us at event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. That link is at the bottom of your screen and also available in the description. If you go there, you can earn prizes of your own to boost up your own base and get those big burly heroes ready for combat. But speaking of combat, our first war is almost underway. Let's toss it off to our first caster pair and send it first to Itsu to tell us about what we have ahead.
Well, we have an incredible match ahead because we have Elevate versus Dizzy X Stamina. And those stats are already telling a lot, but I think what tells the most is just the fact that both of those teams are golden ticket holders, which means they have the chance to not just increase their prize pool, but as well knock out other teams, which they do not want to make sure that they're getting far in this competition, Corbin.
Yeah, these two teams are going to be doing their absolute best to make it as easy as possible for them to try to win it all in the World Finals, which will be in DreamHack Atlanta. And that's where these players are going to be trying to win that entire prize pool. But we're going to be taking a look at the first roster of the team that won the golden ticket last month, and that was Elevate. And their roster includes Celinho, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Max, who's been on an impressive run. And Elevate, like we saw from these stats before, they are so strong, coming in with such a high hit rate, and then also the defensive side. So we're going to really have to be keeping our eye on this team, as they're probably the one's #1 favorite coming through this weekend, maybe to try to win it yet again. Granted, you can't win 2 gold tickets. They're going for the prize money, but we did sit down with Pato to learn more about Elevate.
A nossa estratégia é a mesma do mês passado, onde a gente conseguiu ser campeão. Treinamos bastante em relação ao ataque e também em relação à defesa. Acredito que a gente vai chegar bem sólido para essa final mensal. O ponto mais forte da nossa equipe, acredito que seja a defesa, porque a gente trabalha bastante tanto em montar bases quanto em ajustar armadilhas. Temos também o Ghost como base builder, ele ajuda muito o nosso time. E para manter um conjunto bem forte, eu acho que é trabalhar todos juntos, né? Todos os jogadores ajudam, tanto na parte de construir quanto na parte de testar as bases também. Para se ajustar ao novo meta, tem que ter bastante treino, e a nossa equipe pratica bastante em guerras chamadas FW, né? O nosso manager, ele ajuda nesse sentido de buscar novas estratégias, e todo jogador, né, a gente fica em call, treinando bastante e testando qual vai ser o meta atual. O nosso manager é o Velame, ele ajuda bastante em relação aos treinos, porque ele organiza os horários. Então, tudo que é extra-jogo, ele que cuida, né? Então, ele seleciona os horários ali que vai ter as partidas, o horário do treinamento, e ajuda também dando algumas dicas, mostrando o que as outras equipes estão fazendo, e com certeza isso é essencial para a gente conseguir um desempenho melhor. Eu acho que continua a mesma mentalidade de vitória do Golden Ticket. Mesmo tendo vencido o mês passado, a gente seguiu trabalhando tanto no ataque quanto na defesa, para continuar sólido e chegar para vencer essa final mensal. A adição do Max na equipe com certeza foi essencial para a gente conseguir essas novas vitórias. Ele é um jogador incrível, muito inteligente, mesmo tendo a barreira do idioma, o Clash of Clans proporciona isso, e ele tem uma função que é muito boa na nossa equipe, que é abrir as guerras, né, o inicial ali. Tanto eu quanto ele tem essa facilidade, então era o que faltava na nossa equipe, e com certeza foi uma grande edição nesse ano de 2025.
I think it is just incredibly scary knowing that they are the team with the highest hit rate, but they think that their strong suit is their defense. And this as well shows in this example at Max defense over the last qualifiers, because in May, he has received only 1 3-star out of overall 34 defenses. In June, it was only 1 triple out of 33 attacks on the bases he used. And in July, it was 1 out of 32. That is just showcasing how good Elevate's defense is. And this gives us a really good opportunity to shout out their base building team, and as well the players behind the scenes who are working and as well testing those bases with Ghost, Celinho, and Achilles. But this really shows how good and scary this team is, Carbon.
Yeah, it's an impressive run that Max has been doing. And then he's also been leading off for their team, which is an incredible thing to do. And it's a lot of pressure. And he's been bringing the 3 stars as well, helping really elevate to the next level, getting that golden ticket. And we will be seeing this team in the World Finals. And that is a nice thing. They're coming in as a little bit more relaxed, right? You don't have to be as stressed, so they're a little bit more carefree, but they still want to keep winning. One, to be able to eliminate other teams from potentially getting a golden ticket and facing them in the World Finals, and two, where they could be earning more of that prize money.
Yeah, and especially from that interview, which we have just heard from Pato, to me, this really sounds they do not want to stop. Like we have seen with the Dizzy, for example, they are doing one step back when it comes down to the time investment on their defensive side. We have seen it over the last couple of months that the defense was not as sharp as in the first month where they qualified, which is, I mean, it's an obvious thing. But it seems like for Elevate, they are not really doing that. They're still having incredible stats on offense and defense. And this really makes it interesting then, I guess, because there's other factors of like burnout and such, because being on this level is a lot of time commitment. Like staying that sharp on offense, trying to be ahead of the meta as well is a lot of time commitment. And the question is if they can keep it up. And they have to face exactly this other team, which has won the first golden ticket, which is Dizzy X Stamina. And it seems like that their biggest job so far is just changing their names every single qualifier. And don't worry, guys, it is the exact same team, but they're just changing the names, Corbin.
Yeah, they just want to keep doing it. I mean, hey, they have the ability to. Why not? They're having some fun, and they're looking to try to earn some more money. And then they keep changing the names, continue to make it to each one of the monthly finals. And their job is to be able to try to eliminate future teams that they could be playing. But, of course, they're able to sit down with Dizzy X Stamina as well.
La stratégie est, malgré qu'on ait déjà le ticket d'or, la stratégie est toujours de faire le mieux possible. Après, on met moins d'investissement sur le jeu que si jamais on n'était pas qualifié, mais on fait quand même de notre mieux, comme chaque mois. Je pense que le point le plus fort de mon équipe est la cohésion et l'ambiance. On a notre capitaine, par exemple, qui parle beaucoup, il met souvent l'ambiance dans l'équipe. À côté de ça, on a des joueurs qui sont un peu plus calmes, plus posés et qui nous rappellent à l'ordre quand il faut faire les bonnes choses. Alors pour s'adapter à une nouvelle mise à jour, notre équipe fait beaucoup de défis dès que possible sur le jeu. Donc dès qu'un joueur trouve des solutions pour s'adapter rapidement, il le communique avec les autres. Nous fonctionnons pareil pour défendre avec les nouvelles défenses. Et également, nous investissons un petit peu sur le jeu pour avoir la défense au niveau maximum le plus rapidement possible afin d'avoir des tests concrets en avance ou du moins ne pas prendre de retard sur les autres équipes. La qualification n'était pas vraiment différente. Depuis que nous avons eu la chance de se qualifier dès le premier mois, ce qui nous a permis d'être plus serein, de nous relâcher un petit peu pour les mois suivants. Donc nous avons déjà connu le deuxième mois où nous sommes passés de justesse. Et tant mieux, pour nous c'est que du bonus. Donc malgré que nous sommes qualifiés, on continue à jouer sérieusement. On met juste un petit peu moins d'efforts dans notre défense, dans la construction des bases. C'est peut-être pour ça que nous nous qualifions plus de justesse par rapport à en début d'année. En effet, nous avons affronté Nidge, notre ancien coéquipier. Cependant, nous nous entendons encore très bien avec Nidge et nous entendons même avec un autre joueur de l'équipe de Nidge qui est Demo. C'est un joueur qui pouvait nous aider de temps en temps l'an dernier par exemple. Donc j'ai envie de dire c'est l'équipe contre laquelle nous sommes le moins malheureux de perdre en fin de compte. Donc bon, ça aurait été mieux de gagner forcément, mais ce n'est pas trop dérangeant non plus.
So you can clearly see and hear as well from the interview that, well, their approach after winning their first golden ticket is more laid back, more chill. You could say that they are more on a vacation, just taking everything in they possibly can when it comes to the prize money, because even though they have accomplished the first golden ticket, they have achieved to qualify into the top 8 every single month so far, which is a really, really impressive achievement.
But it is something to keep in mind. Last year, Synchronic, they won the very first golden ticket, and they went on really more of a true vacation because they couldn't compete in future qualifiers and future monthly finals. But this year, you can. So they're continuing to continue the consistency, keeping it up, and they're making it into these monthly finals, which means that they are still getting the practice in and still earning more of that prize money. Synchronic, though, they did win that golden ticket. So just because you're taking it easy, you're a little bit on a vacation mode, doesn't mean you are going to not have as good of a chance of getting that world, or I would say that becoming a world champion and winning the first place, because that is what Synchronic ended up doing last year. So we're seeing now as they are preparing for this match. And again, both these teams here already have golden tickets. One will be sent down to the lower bracket. The other one will continue the run through the upper bracket. And we will be sending 2 teams home today, as this is the first match of 8 total matches for today.
Yeah, and I feel like this is not really any good news for the other teams, because this means one of those incredible stacked rosters is going to be in the lower bracket and is going to wait for you there. So if you're losing in the upper bracket, I mean, it's not going to be any easier down there. But let's take a look at the community prediction of what you guys think was going to win. And this is 50. Nah, this is scripted. What? 50-50? I think we have never had a 50-50 vote from the community. That's crazy.
Wow, I guess they don't know which golden ticket team to select here. Granted, we saw, as you broke down the stats from these 2 teams at the very beginning of the show, Elevate is 10% above everybody, but then even an additional 10% above Dizzy. And that is the big thing that stands out to me. And that's where I made my prediction for Elevate. And every single one of us except Woody did pick Elevate. He did go Dizzy. So I guess at least one of us casters will be correct.
That's the good news. That's the good news. I could now leak what you predicted yesterday, but we will not talk about that because we're getting ready with the first attack, right? So we're going to have Scarex attacking first.
Okay, it was tough to make a decision, but then I saw the stats and I was like, oh, Elevate. Such a high performance that they've been delivering. Their 3-star hit rates, their defenses, seeing what Max has been doing on the defensive side as well. I mean, I was swayed to Elevate, so I mean, I could easily be wrong. But let's see. Oh, we're starting off with the dragons and the dark crown for the minion prince, and we are going to see that royal champion charging her way through the town hall with rocket loops coming to the bottom side, and we have the ice block as well.
The ice block to really make sure that you can have some tanks in front of those dragons. This is what those what this lava hound is for. But right now, the royal champ is not going where she's supposed to. She's getting out the monolith, which is amazing value. But still, he has to be really, really careful now to get out of those core defenses, because getting them out is really crucial. One more invisibility spell, the monolith, and as well the multi-gear tower is going down. But after that, he's not going to get any further value. Where's he going to start? He's going to enter at least one of those power spitters. And we have to take a look at the Lava Hound in combination with that Icebox spell.
Yeah, that Lava Hound will be able to provide some nice tanking as we do see that Siege Barrack straight to the bottom side. P.E.K.K.A.'s coming out for a free part of the Siege Barracks, as we have the King going down at the bottom to move into the enemy Royal Champion, as well as the Dragons are now down. And there is that Ice Block onto the Lava Hound to really tank the air defense, the enemy Queen, that damage as he continues to push his way through. But that Minion Prince is going to get larger, stronger as he moves through, taking advantage of that Dark Crown.
Yeah, but you have to remember, this means there's no defensive tool on this Minion Prince. If he's going to catch Black Mines, or if he's getting targeted from pretty much anything, that hero can go down really quick. But so far, things are looking good. The super minions at the bottom side are taking down more and more defense. The king is actually inside the base, and he still has that minion prince ability. There it goes, and it's completely slowing down all of the defense on the back end.
Yeah, that was a really nice ability for the minion prince with a dark orb. As the dragons try to continue their way through, we do have the Giga Bomb waiting. And remember, look at that crafted defense. It's not attacking these dragons here. So it is just going to be a defense that you can take down pretty easily. But, only one of the dragons triggers the Giga Bomb, which saves a ton of HP as these other dragons continue their way through the top side. But we do have an air defense on the back side. Minion Prince does have the Phoenix, so he can come back to life if he dies off. Multi-arch tower is a little bit of a pain, but now time is ticking here.
Time is ticking indeed. 30 seconds left. Yes, one archer on the bottom side already working, which could be a game changer later on. The Minion Prince right now is pretty much two-shotting most of those defenses and buildings in general. Another Black Man, though, is taking another dragon out. And this gets close, especially with this air defense on the back end.
Yeah, the air defense is going to pick some of these dragons off, but only 10 seconds left. We need that archer to be a wizard or something to be able to take that down a little bit quicker. And the Minion Prince will stay alive here, but time is not on his side. 96% 2-star there to lead it off for Dizzy X Stanima. Nice effort there, but hey, not a 3-star, and that is what Elevate is hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen their offensive stats are looking incredible. So as long as they're getting defenses, and even if it's a high percentage defense, I think they're quite happy with that. And now it's up to Elevate if they can deliver their first attack. Because defense is one thing, but you have to make good use of them. And this is now the job of Pato. He is going first. We have seen this many times that for Elevate, either Max or Pato are going first, depending on who is having the plan first. Because, well, you're not having that much time to plan out your attacks.
No, don't have too much time, as we are going to see the Hog Riders coming in with that RC charge to the top side. Does have that recall spell as well paired in. Finding the tornado trap, getting spun around. Trying to take advantage of that Spirit Fox timing to get as much value as possible. We do have a Giga Bomb to the left side. Royal Champion is finding quite a bit of giant bombs and small bombs with one more invis left. Can he trigger the Giga Bomb? No, he won't get any further. Pulls that Royal Champion back now.
And he's going in with that log launcher to take down that fire spitter, so he can enter from the far right side with his Hog Riders, making sure that the push is as strong as possible. The Ice Golem going first, trying to tank as many defense as possible, and even freezing up this defending Queen. And he has his own Archer Queen on the side to really push everything further inside and keep everything together, because as long as things are staying together, this is where the healers are happy, because they can heal everything at the same time.
Yeah, he's moving his way towards that town hall as he pairs in that poison right over the defending clan castle of Ice Golems and the Furnace. Pops the Warden ability through some red air bombs, protecting these healers, and the Queen and King are going to make their way through the bottom side as the Hog Riders have a perfect path right through the core and a nice overgrowth to prevent that monolith from firing onto his troops as it continues through the core.
Yeah, the push is going strong. The Fire Spirit is trying his best to somehow stop this. Yes, one more wall break. He could use that to get the King or the Queen into the next compartment. For now, he can just let those heroes walk. The back end, though, is going to wake up soon, and there is no second overgrowth. He's trying to protect the Royal Champion, but that hero now is without any further protection because there's no more spells left.
Yeah, he did pop the RC ability, which had the Rocket Spear. The Invis was used, but the Monolith remains up here as he needs to continue his way through. Queen, King have ability. I wonder, did the King have the Spiky Ball, which can... Yes, it does. Okay, so the Spiky Ball is there, so he could try to time it. If he waits long enough, it could well, actually won't be as much damage, because there's some poison spell. I'm thinking about the normal moves, because I know the King Spiky Ball will take that down with ease in just one shot, but, double spring traps there as the Queen will continue, but time is not on his side here. There is the Spiky Ball. Okay, it goes across, and it doesn't one-shot the spell tower in hard mode. It does damage it quite a bit. Only 20 seconds here.
20 seconds. This is now the Queen ability, spawning those clones, spawning the action figure quite late. I feel like if he would have spawned that earlier, maybe the action figure could have dealt some more damage and maybe he would have gotten way more percent, or way more, but like a couple more percentage points. But this now means it's a 95% 2-star, and this is the early lead for Dizzy X Stamina. It's not by a large margin, it's only one building, but still, there is the small lead for Dizzy after the first set of attacks. And we're not seeing the 3-star, which we're expecting from Elevate.
Yeah, not getting that 3-star there, but as long as you have the lead and the advantage, that is what you're hoping for. You just got to win the war. Doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you get the victory to continue to advance. Because remember, these wars, the stars percentage does not stack upon itself. It's all about you just win it, and that is it. As we are seeing Invis' start, Fireball probably coming off, yes, indeed, for this section towards that top side to help remove this area as 17 rocket loons will come in.
Okay, I am surprised that we see this base now from Elevate, because this was one of the bases of Only Bats from last month. The base which actually Bash liked a lot, and well, this means this base is 1 month old. I don't know if they have trapped anything specific, maybe like changed some traps to beta entry, but I'm surprised because this base is everywhere. If you're playing on Tower 17 in Legends or in Clan Wars, you will have faced this base most likely at some point. Everyone has copied it because it was not tripled once over the last qualifier. So let's see if Dizzy have, well, practiced versus this base a lot, and if they know how to 3-star now, because what in charge so far is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, and we do have the CC that got pulled out of the defensive flank. Galzo Poison was on in the furnace. It is now gone. Warden is continuing his charge through this top side, as we have Yeti Mites from the Town Hall. They took that down, continue to move off to the left. They are now removed. But these air skellies, quite annoying, but slowly taking them down as the Ice Golem and the Rocket Loon will move up to this Grand Warden, but he will basically one-shot each one of them, taking out pretty quickly, and not wasting any time now with that Queen and King to the far left side, while that Warden needs to solo to the top side.
This is a lot of base still left, with 1 minute and 20 seconds left now for him. He's using that giant gauntlet to really push that King into the next compartment. The Yak maybe is going to open another compartment so the King can get some more value in there. And the Royal Champion still has not been deployed just yet, with a lot of rocket loons left to be deployed as well. There goes some more earthquakes. He's going to try to set up the Royal Champion for the core, and there we go. We have as well the Rocket Spear in there. The Poison Tower is getting one shot. 50 seconds now left at this stage.
And he's taking his time to pick this base off, and I love the value of the Royal Champion. Going into solo the core, there's no threat to her, and he also has the Phoenix on that RC, and look at this base, absolutely crushed, taking it down, and that is the problem of rerunning a base that was doing so well, but last month, meaning now all these teams have had plenty of time to practice and to see it in Legends League. Granted, Legends is not in hard mode, but still, they get ideas of how to take it down, and we are seeing our very first triple here today, getting that 3-star. Now, Elevate, they're going to have to answer with a 3-star of their own.
Yeah, they have to answer now to stay close, because remember, there's going to be a 1 building lead either way. Even if we're seeing a 3-star of Elevate now, there is still going to be the lead for Dizzy. So they have to make sure that they're staying close, otherwise this match could get out of hands really quickly for them. And Max is that second attacker. He has one of the highest hit rates in general over all of those different qualifiers he has played in. So now he has to show this in this attack. He's going in with the Hog Riders as well, going in with ground, and bringing that Archer Queen with the Angry Jelly to create an early funnel.
Yeah, it does have the recall, so he can pull this Queen and the Warden back after getting this initial value. So notice he has the Warden moving in with the Queen because of the Rage Gem on that Warden. So it's going to speed up this Queen faster, and that Angry Jelly is allowing the Queen to target defenses after defenses to move through. And look at her go, reaching that Poison Spell Tower and then pulling everything back after this top side was funneled.
What a great plan, what a great opening, really thinking out of the box again for him. This is really what makes him I would say kind of unique because most other players are more sticking to the original and normal Root Rider combination, but he really always brings in this twist where he's mixing up the Warden equipment. Sometimes he's going with the Warden Walk instead of the Royal Champion shorts. This time around he's going to have an opening with the Queen and the Angry Jelly, so really, really nice to see and watch here. The question though now is this going to be enough power for him, because those healers right now are stuck on the Archer Queen and not really following those Root Riders.
Did remove the Town Hall, though, so as he continues right on through, we do have the overgrowth of the backside onto the Spitter, so it's not hitting his Root Riders as he's pushing his way into the core. But the King ability did go up, but notice he still has the Grand Warden ability, the Eternal
The healers.
Tome. Oh, wait, he's moving through. Can he continue? But the healers, though, they have not moved into the middle for the roots.
They're not switching. What are they doing? The Queen is full. Okay, now I can understand, because now the Queen's getting attacked by the front tower. But for like 30 seconds, the healers were not healing the troops, which actually lost hit points. He's using now the Warden ability, which at this point might be a little bit late. He has to protect that Royal Champion. The Queen at the top side is going into her ability, and there's a lot of base left. He was betrayed by his healers. But hey, it's Max. Maybe he can still recover.
I mean, he does have 2 Super Barbs, which can be a distraction to the right side. He's still moving through with 1 wall break. The Giant, though, is now getting hit from the Ricochet Cannon, skipping to this Queen. There's the wall break now to the backside. With this 1 Super Barb can be clutch. And to help provide the distraction, I think he's got it. The Giant is now tanking the Ricochet Cannon. The RC is continuing his way through, and he's moving. The Queen is working. 30 seconds left, and a 3-star is exactly what they need to do. And Max does what he does best of bringing 3 stars after 3 stars.
This is just the definition of being built different. I mean, the Queen literally, the game literally says, nope, you won't 3-star this attack. The healer is being stuck on the Queen for no reason, not switching whatsoever. And he's just, well, Uno reverse card. I still 3-star. I don't mind whatsoever. And he's getting that 3-star in. And this means Elevate is now only 1 building away, like with the first attack, but those 2 teams are keeping it really close. Overall, 4 total attacks into this match.
And that's what we want. 2 golden ticket teams facing off. This is potentially a preview of a match that we could see in the World Championship later this year out in DreamHack Atlanta. And this is what these teams are fighting for. They are trying to earn their prize money since they've already got their golden tickets, as they want to continue to move their way through, as this is the first match of this weekend, as we are seeing that Royal Champion come through with dragons and pairing in that Dark Crown on that Minion Princess. He pops that RC ability, pasting her way right through this Town Hall and continuing now into that multi-arch tower.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we see so many Dark Crowns, because I feel like the equipment, it's somewhat getting not outperformed, but it's really close compared to the Henchman Puppet with the effects, while the Henchman Puppet has the extra safety. So I'm surprised that we're seeing so many Dark Crowns in use, but it really feels like that for Dizzy in their tests. The Dark Crown has really performed quite solid. So this is why we're seeing this equipment a lot. Let's see if it's going to have a major impact on the attack itself, or if it can 3-star because of that equipment.
Oh my, that 1 archer, you don't realize how important that 1 archer he dropped to the bottom side moved the Ice Golem just out of the Royal Champion's Electro Boots and did not freeze her. Because if she was frozen, she would not have been able to continue to get that value of the multi on the backside. So a very smart play of that 1 little archer to move the Ice Golem out of the way, as he now pushes these dragons to the left and doesn't have to worry about those 2 Infernos.
This means a lot in that core is gone. And oh, there we have... Yep, this is exactly what I mean. Perfect example why the Dark Crown should not be used. Because he's not having a defensive tool, and he lost the Minion Prince before he could even stack up, get those bonus percentage. And I am really surprised that those pros are taking this super risky equipment, which even if it's getting stacked up, it has only barely more value than the Henchman Puppet. So yeah, surprised to say the least, and this really shows that we have now the dragons without the power of that hero on the back end. Question though is, can it still somehow work? Because I mean, the Black Knights were still tanked.
Yeah, he does have 1 Invis spell left, trying to use it here Maybe on the dragons, which one? Okay, well, the minion prince did have that phoenix, which obviously is gone now, as he has to continue to push through, but we have an air expo and an air defense with a scatter shot on the backside. Unfortunately, he won't be able to take that down. Only one dragon and the Grand Warden. Of course, this king is going to be taking a lot of damage. There is the Giga Bomb, which he'll have to face on approach as he gets into the section. But he probably won't even be able to get there, as this Warden's going to get picked off. Has a little bit of cleanup to the right side, trying to get as much percentage as possible. But it is only the 2-star, meaning that Elevate, if they then triple with their answer, they will take a 1-star lead.
Yep, that is a possible outcome. But again, we have said that in the first attack as well, that Elevate are known for their 3 stars. They have a 60% hit rate coming into this third stage. But if they can't really show this today, they might not get the win here. So for that, they have to show up and really get that next attack in. And we're going to wait. I mean, we're going to most likely want to see another Root Rider attack, because this really seems to be the name of the game for them. Leo is up next indeed. And I would, expect the same combination again. I mean, it's exactly that. We're seeing the classic. We have the Archqueen, the King, and as well the Warden with the Royal Champion, starting things off with the Royal Champion and her invisibility spells, the same as the Fox.
Yeah, as that RC is going to charge her way in towards the multi, going invisible here. Does have the rocket sphere with these boots. So now question is, will he activate the RC ability? Probably not. He's going to wait on the RC ability, would be my guess, until after he uses the recall, so he can use it sometime later in the attack.
Yep, there we go with the recall, making sure the pathing is set up. And there we go with as well the Root Riders, the same as that Ice Golem. Having more power because of the Rage Gem on the Warden, he's going to use that Troop Thrower to have some more wall breaks. Troops in general getting thrown into the mix, because anything distracting those powerful defenses is something positive for the attacker. He wants to make sure that everything stays together. This is why we see the overgrowth in the core now, because with that, all of those Root Riders are going to stay on this little compartment lane around the Town Hall, and are going from defense to defense.
As he's moving his way through, waiting for that overgrowth to come back or wear off, so he can then move his way into the middle of the space, because he's still hanging on to this Grand Warden ability. There it is. Now he should path in, and oh my, look at these giant bombs and the tornado trap. Pairs in that Eternal Tome now, as he's powering his way right to the core into that enemy Queen. He does have to push through the Crusher Mortar, but he's got the Super Barbs to help take that down as they make their way into the dead zone, as the King is also still moving his way to the right side, and the Royal Champion will be able to be used as well with her ability.
You might have to use that Royal Champion ability really soon, because she's under a lot of danger, in a lot of danger here. Has to turn her invisible now, but this means she, can't attack the defending King right in the beginning, because that was turned invisible as well. A couple of Rocket Spears are getting invested now, but he still has 2 out of those hero abilities left, which means King, Spiky Ball, and as well the Archer Queen ability to make sure the action figure is having a huge impact on this backend.
Yeah, that was a nice Ice Golem freeze right there, so he can continue his way through with that King ability. It will skip across with the Spiky Ball, triggers the Giga Bomb, but it's okay as he continues through this defensive minion Prince. Oh, the Royal Champion went down, and that defensive minion Prince just won't die.
Oh no. Finally, it's gone, but at this stage, it has already dealt so much damage. One minion might save the day, taking down one of those merged cannons on the back end. We have another Black Mine hitting, but this is now going to be a really, really hard finish. The Super Barb might be the MVP as well, clutching those beatings which are out of range, and he's celebrating because that action figure is actually getting him that 3-star with the remaining cleanup troops. And Elevate are back in the lead now.
They are up by 1 star, and that one Super Barb sailing onto it, like you said, it got that 3-star. He would have time failed if he didn't have the Super Barbarian to take out the topside buildings because of time. The Queen would have had to go through the walls and just would not have been able to take it, and would have been a tie war. But saving onto that troop, and I like that back end Ice Golem, acted like a free spell to help freeze things up and allow you to move through, but That's one thing about a defensive minion prince. It is nasty to try to face in the end of an attack, but we are now seeing the next attack coming in from Dizzy X Stamina as a Royal Champ is going to be charging very similar attack to what we just saw from Elevate, as it is the Root Riders with some Super Barbs.
That is correct. You see. Oh, wait a second. One moment. He's having to save the Royal Champion. She has lost her ability already, and recalling her right now.
Oh.
Both, which means Fox and as well the Royal Champion on super low hit points. And the pathing now for the Root Riders is not optimal, because this means that you have the Expo alive, and this could open compartments you do not want to open up here. The poison onto the furnace on defense. But this is just so much damage on the troops early on. The healers are frozen up.
What I also noticed was he doesn't have the Eternal Tome. Notice here, he's got the Healing Tome, healing things up, and the Rage Gem. But unfortunately, things have completely split. And that's where the Royal Champion was supposed to get her value. The Royal Champion was supposed to clear this compartment and not allow the Root Riders to do exactly what they did. And if you don't get that value from the RC, the funnel's not set, which then your troops start diverging and not going exactly where you want. And unfortunately, this attack is going to be falling short, and the percentage is going to be lower, as he does pair in that overgrowth now. But as his heroes are making their way around, he's trying to get as much percentage as possible and hope that he can get some defense against Elevate.
Yeah, he has to somehow increase the percentage as much as possible. He still has 2 hero abilities to hopefully get it a little bit higher. But I think at this stage, there's not many ways of coming back from this when it comes down to the attack itself. 3 stars are off the table, that's for sure. And there's not that many buildings on the back end which he could one-shot. With that spiky ball, he only damaged buildings, but they're getting repaired back up again with those builder huts. And this is going to be a, well, maybe 80% 2-star. This is not what Dizzy X Stamina needed whatsoever in this attack.
No, unfortunately, this did not go the way he planned, and all stemmed from the Royal Champion value. If you don't get the value from the RC, especially when you're doing an investment like an RC charge in the Invis, you're just not going to be able to recover from that, as the Queen does help get towards the 83. Sneezy's trying to get at least one more building. No, probably will not be able to get that, as it finishes with an 83% 2-star, and Elevate already have a star lead, even if they were to 2-star themselves. So a 3-star here will give them that 2-star advantage.
And that will be a really big step, because you always have as well to consider which team is actually winning on a tie, which means if the stars are tied up. And if those 2 teams would have tied stars after those attacks, we see still a clear advantage percentage-wise for Elevate. So it feels like that would have been even further than those 2 stars up if Bernal can 3-star now. And this would get out of hand really, really quickly, because having those percentage on a, well, least level when it comes down to those attacks is really crucial. Well, let's see what Bernal can do here. He is getting the Royal Champion into that tunnel compartment right away, having as well the Earthquake, which he's not using just yet. Instead, keeping that Royal Champion onto the Town Hall and make sure that he takes out even another building.
Yeah, with the Invis to route the RC right into the Monolith. The double Invis, actually. Oh, going right on past it. So the boots. Oh, my. Wait, what kind of value? Oh, this value from the RC so far is so nice, but she might backtrack to the mold. Where's she going to go? She's going to go up? Okay, that's exactly where you wanted her to go. That is so much value there.
It kind of feels like that Bernal is playing those controllable hero events where he's just literally selecting the targets of the Royal Champ. That was crazy good how he manipulated the pathing champion with the Invis spell, perfectly pushing her into the core. And just take a look at that. Half the base, or like the key defense at least, are gone, and not having to worry about the core is such a big advantage, because we have just seen from the attacker of Dizzy X Stamina that if the pathing is not set up, that's already the pretty much number 1 thing you would fail, like number 1 reason why you would fail. But on this one, those troops are going to stay together, and they should be looking really good.
Yeah, with this pathing right through the left side up to the top, does have the Warden ability, but he doesn't have the Eternal Tome. He's got the Healing Tome to move in with the Rage Gem. We do have, I believe, one storage that's still at the bottom side of the base. So he could save a wizard or drop a Super Barb down there. But he still has to power through the Giga Bomb. But he's got the King and Queen ability. Finally now pops the King as he needs to continue his way through this top side as the Giga Bomb goes off. There's not too much left of this base, but these Root Riders are kind of slowly getting picked off here. But he needs to get through this backside walls as 5 Super Barbs are left.
1 or 2 Root Riders alive so he could get through those compartments would be so crucial. I think the last Root Rider, though, just went down. So the action figure, the Giant has to take those walls out. The Queen, though, going around the outside compartments. And we have the Rage Gem of that Warden. That is such a game changer because this means you can enter those compartments way quicker if you have to go through those walls. 25 seconds, and the last Inferno Tower is hiding behind another wall.
Oh, that wall is going to be a huge problem here. Unfortunately, this Queen, though, is very low health. She's going down to the multi-archer tower. Only 14 seconds left. The Giant, oh, needs to get raged up, and he does. That's going to help, but unfortunately, time is not on his side, as this Giant won't be able to eventually get through that final set of walls, and it is only the 2-star, which means Dizzy Axtanima is staying in this one, only down by a star after that as we go into the final set of attacks.
Yes, but as we mentioned before this attack, it is technically only 1 star, but it pretty much is 2-star lead because the percentage is so in favor of Elevate that on a tie, things are not looking that good for Dizzy. So what we'd need to see now, if Dizzy wants to win, they would need to get a 3-star first, then Elevate has to have a, well, not that high percentage attack or even a 1-star attack to give them the chance. But let's get things ready. We're seeing throwers, which I'm quite excited about, but we're seeing actually the Minion Prince with it together, which is surprising. But I mean, I'm all up for it. Let's go.
I'm taking some notes as well. It's a Fireball throwers, Earthquakes right through the core, damages the Queen as well in the process. And the healers onto this Warden to help set up that funnel. But the Flame Flinger taking so much damage from that one Archer tower.
Wow, okay, that was kind of cool. He knows, okay, the Flame Flinger is going to this direction, but we all know X-Bows are actually outranging the Flame Flinger. So he turns the Wizard Tower invisible to directly target the X-Bow, take it out, and now the Flame Flinger could take down all of this right part of the base. The only downside is, though, that the Flame Flinger already took so much damage, which means he's not getting the crazy value he was anticipating. But still, let's see how strong those throwers can actually be, because I feel like they're so powerful right now that you just have to get them into the right position.
Yeah, as he continues his way through this left side, and I still find it crazy not having the Archer Queen in an attack. That's wild, as these throwers are going to be able to reach the Town Hall from the walls. Doesn't have to break in. They'll just reach over, grab that value, continue his way to the left, and still hanging on to the King and the Minion Prince. But like you mentioned, the Flame Flinger is now gone. It was supposed to continue to get the value into that multi, but it did not get it because it took so much damage from that Arch Tower.
Now we have the Minion Prince on the back end with the Metal Pants together, supposed to take down all of those defenses back there. And I can totally see what the plan was. I would just like to see, or would have liked to see, how all of this shaped up if that Flame Flinger would have not been taking damage early on, because those throwers are just circling the outside right now. It's not like a regular thrower smash like you would see on YouTube or something. No, those throwers are only supposed to pretty much walk around the outside, reach into the base, and then it's a surgical approach. But on this one, just did not work out. With 48 seconds, I don't think that he can make it all the way. The plan was so cool. But really, this one placement of the Arch Tower did mess things up quite a bit.
And that damage that he took, unfortunately, was the problem. As the Royal Champion, she did go down to the Monolith earlier, but he's trying to get as much value as possible, but he knows he needs a 3-star to put some pressure onto Elevate, as this only puts Dizzy Axtanima to 11 stars. Elevate you get a 2-star, and that is enough. Do not have to get a 3-star or even the high percentage. 50% too, and you will be winning this match, staying in the upper bracket, as this is the first match, and there are 7 more matches here today.
That's right. Plenty of more Clash is going to come our way. This just being the first attack, like first match here. But this attack, I would have loved to see really how it could have like happened when this flame finger is not being deployed in there. I think this was one of the coolest and most creative plans which we have seen in a long time. Yeah. It's really unfortunate that we see it going down because of this one misplacement of the siege. But we're going to see one more attack for Elevate. Seleno is going to be the last attacker. He's going to be the finisher for his team. And as long as he's getting 2 stars, he is going to win this match for them. It's going to keep them in the upper bracket. It's going to push Dizzy into the lower bracket run.
As we are seeing now, Seleno coming with Dragons, a safe approach, especially sending the Royal Champion in towards that Town Hall. As he goes invisible. Okay, I mean, wow. Invest all the invises. Why not? He's like, I don't need a 3 stars. I'm just getting that Town Hall down. Don't mind me. And then the Dragons will move in.
How many invisibility cells would you like to invest? Yes, all of them. Making sure that town is going down, as you said, because the 2-star is the win condition for them right now. He doesn't really care about the triple rate right now for him or for his team. All he needs to do is just play it as safe as possible. And with having the 1st star in already and doing plenty of more damage to the base right now, if he would get that poison tower, that would be amazing. And with that being said, exactly that was achieved. Now only 25% more, and he is good to go.
Yeah, with the Dragons moving through, does have the King to the outside of the base, and even has a blimp to use at a different section. Probably maybe to the far right side as the Ice Hound dies, freezes up this section, can pop the Warden Eternal Tome to help through the core. There's that Furnace, I think, went down. There's the Warden ability to help protect as he continues his way through the middle. He's about to reach the 50%, and there will be the victory. Drops a Siege Barracks instead, and there it is. The 2 stars confirmed, and they are locking up the win to advance in the upper bracket. Taking down Dizzy X Danimo, sending them to the lower bracket. And hey, 2 stars, they're winning the war here.
That's right, but can he even push all the way through? I mean, he's just a minion prince with that Phoenix on him, and I think it's right now completely stacked up with the Dark Crown, since we're seeing that again on that hero. We have as well... No, I think there's too much base left. I mean, we have Yeti still coming in from the Siege Barracks, but I had hope for a little bit that this attack could still 3-star, but then I saw, okay, the King going down, the Dragons going down. At this stage, it feels like the Minion Prince, even though it's in Phoenix form, is the only thing which has a chance of somehow turning things around.
Yeah, that Phoenix is taking the damage. Unfortunately, not able to survive there. Warden does pick off the air defense. 30 seconds left. I believe that Spitter was very low health. Finding his Seeking Air Mine. And the Yeti that is still moving his way through the bottom side. But it's okay. All he needed was the 2-star. And even that Sneezy getting some extra value. But of course, the enemy queen still standing, still being there, will prevent this from getting a 3-star.
Yeah, defense is in, but it's a victory for Elevate. They're going to continue their road in the upper bracket, while Dizzy is now going to wait in the lower bracket for our next match, because they're going to find out who their opponent is going to be later today. So they're still going to have to play another match today, and now they have the chance in that lower bracket to knock out their competition, not just in this qualifier, but as well moving forward in the World's Finals. And as well for them, just increasing the prize money. For Elevate, they have that second life still left because they are still in that upper bracket. As well, take a look at those stats. 97.8 average destruction. Really impressive showing from Elevate. And it's going to be not fun, whoever is going to have to face them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, they've been on such an impressive run, especially from the last month, and they are not stepping off the gas, continuing that golden ticket push. They're trying to earn a second golden ticket. You know, even though it won't matter, you won't be able to take home 2 golden tickets. You'll be able to take home the prize money that comes along with it. And for those that are curious, if we had a situation where a golden ticket team were to win it, then the golden ticket for this month would go to the highest remaining team that did not already currently have a golden ticket. So Dizzy, they're in the lower bracket. The only way that they make it back is they got to have an impressive lower bracket run here, Itsu. And there it is, Elevate, advancing in the upper bracket. The next match that we're going to be going into right after this is Only Bads versus Electros JP.
Yeah, and that's going to be another great match as well. Prediction-wise, from us cast, it was like 50-50 spread. But if you're following the lower bracket, like in this entire bracket, there is the case that actually the third place team could win a golden ticket. Because if Elevate is going to push all the way to the grand finals with the upper bracket, and Dizzy is going to make it to the lower bracket final, is going to win there, is going to make it to the grand finals as well, we could possibly see a third place team with the golden ticket. So there is some crazy things which could happen over this weekend, and I'm all up for it because this means so many different options. And on top of that, to make things even more exciting, in the background, all of those teams are collecting points as well for the leaderboard. So this is having an impact as well. But I think we should take a step back and actually look at the MVP for this last match, because we had, I mean, come on, that was obvious. Max getting the voting in 66% for this match.
Can we give an LVP to Max's healers? You know, Max coming in, like coming in and still delivering a 3-star, even though his healers did not want to be the MVPs. They did their absolute best to try to prevent Max from getting the triple, but no, he still pulled through and got it done. So Elevate getting the victory here in this match, and a great performance for them. And like you've mentioned, them being in the upper bracket, they're going to continue their run. And hey, they have that second life.
That's right, and that can have a lot of impact moving forward, because you're going to keep it as they're moving into the grand finals, and the other team from the lower bracket would need to force the bracket reset. So keeping that is having a really big impact on the opportunity to push your seeding within that tournament higher and higher. Remember, you're going to fight for a lot of prize money, even if, like Elevate or Dizzy, you have already your golden tickets won in one of those other qualifiers.
Yeah, it's been such an impressive performance from Elevate. Even though Dizzy's in the lower bracket, they're going to be still a very tough team to eliminate and take down. We're Only Bads, and we have Electros JP coming up next. But we'll be right back after this short little break. And welcome back here as we are getting ready for match number 2. I have to welcome the one and only Clash Bashing to the desk. And Bash, what was your thoughts on Elevate's performance there?
Man, Elevate have looked pretty unstoppable for the past couple months now. I mean, even the month where they didn't win the golden ticket, they had such a strong performance. It definitely looked like they're in like that driver's seat position moving forward right now. But I mean, both those teams have golden tickets. Let's move on to a matchup where no one has a golden ticket, Carbon.
Yeah, neither of these teams have one, between Only Bads and Electros JP. We saw both these teams have been doing good leading up to this stage, but Only Bads percentage 96.6, quite a bit higher with the 3-star rate, with the stars as well. But Bash, you and me, we both picked Electros JP in this match, huh? Why did we do that?
Well, I mean, for me personally, it felt like a coin flip. Although, like, last month, I was really impressed with Only Bads. I just think, I don't know. Honestly, it was legit a coin flip situation for me. So that's why I went with Electros. Maybe I like the little dragon logo, but I don't know. It's hard to say what's going on in my head. I definitely think this matchup is a matchup that can go either way, where both of these teams are very hungry and looking to make an impact with, I mean, time's literally running out for a chance to get a golden ticket. So this could definitely be a month where we see a team like Only Bads or Electros JP step up and try to grab that golden ticket.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Only Bads lineup, as we have Demo, Andy, Dima, Sean, and Ninja. These players coming from many different teams, forming this one, and they are a team that you have to keep your eye out on because they are so good, but they are looking to turn the tide. They've come so close many times, but have come so short. But this is their time. They're going to try to take advantage of it and try to get a golden ticket this month so they could compete in the World Championship later this year. Of course, like other teams, we were able to sit down with Only Bads as well, so let's hear from them.
We plan on winning the whole team and just getting the golden ticket here so we don't have to worry about points. I think the strongest thing is that we all help each other and are confident during the war, so it plays a big role in making sure we're able to get 3 stars on the board at any point in the war. So if the meta changes like we recently had with the crafted defenses, we just play a lot and see what's working well and then make the best bases accordingly, and same thing on offense. So we have 2 coaches and they really help out when it comes to practicing, and they make sure that we're in a good headspace going into the weekend. So obviously it was a really close war. I'd say it was a complete robbery because we had a 98 and a 99 on defense, but I think we definitely needed it more than they did, and they'd probably agree with that as well. So we're going to take that momentum and make sure we win this weekend. So obviously it was my first year playing on Worlds last year, but the outcome wasn't the best. So this year we really want to change that and push for a higher rank with this new team.
Some great words there from Ninja, but kind of like what you mentioned, Carbon, these players are from all over, a bunch of different teams now merged in to form Only Bads, and they are hungry. They made that strong run last month and made it to the finals, but they came up against the juggernauts of Elevate. So we definitely know that they're capable of making a run here in our monthly qualifier.
Yeah, they're looking to try to continue that momentum from the previous month. Can they write it out here in this one? They definitely can. We both picked it though, Electros JP, and from seeing those stats, could I get changed and swayed to picking the Only Bads? You know, I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with my prediction. I'm going to stick with it there. I'm not going to be flipping to the other side, but still, it's going to be a fantastic match there. And like we saw from what Ninja said, performance that he had last year in the World Championship was not the best. He's learned from it, and he's going to take that and try to capitalize on getting the opportunity of trying to just get back, right? Just getting that golden ticket opens up the door to all that prize money that even a last place comes with, because $15,000 are getting a golden ticket now. And then we heard from Woody, like 20,000 at least coming in with last place in the World Championship. So it's a huge prize pool and a lot is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the better you perform, obviously, the more money you make, but also there's a lot of pride on the line for a lot of these players, as you saw, like from their previous teams where they've had some strong runs. Ninja spoke about how he was playing in Worlds last year, wanting to improve. But I think like the more you play and the more you get experience, like the better you're gonna be. Like you're able to handle the pressure. You're not gonna be as nervous. You're able to, you know, kind of lead your team, keep their nerves calm, keep them ready and the momentum where it needs to be. And we saw that last month from these guys. I thought they were very well composed. Just like when you run up against Elevate, who I think are playing maybe the best out of any team in the Clash of Clans world right now, it is just so hard to stop them as we get ready here for this matchup. They're getting their final preparations in there. You saw all getting their heads straight, getting the comms going. Only Bad's looking to make an impact here in war number 1.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned, they are going to go up against who we picked, Electros JP.
Yeah, Electros JP is gonna be a team you have to plan for and take out because they are so strong as well. They've been performing so well as we have Chihuahua, Sahara, Watto, STK, and NYU. As look at the percentages, just like many of these other teams here, very high percent. But all it takes is one war where you mess up and then you can cost your team a upper bracket run, getting sent to the lower bracket. And we know once you get to that lower bracket, anything is possible, and you lose that match, you are out. And of course, we sat down with Electros JP, so let's hear what they had to say.
結構守りの方を重視して戦略を立ててきたなと思っていて、新しいベースビルダーを何人か雇ったりして守りの方に結構注力してきました。で、ベーステストをしていくうちに自分たちの攻めの質っていうのもどんどん向上していって、守りを固めた結果攻めも良くなったっていう感じですね。チームの一番の強みはやっぱり結構団結力だと思ってます。で、その団結力を維持するためには結構みんなで意見を出し合ってどういう戦略がいいかなとかどういう配置がいいかなっていうのを議論して、次の世界大会どうやって突破しようかっていうところを積極的に議論したことが結構ポイントだったかなと思います。そうですね、新しい防衛施設のクラフトタワーが出て、結構クラッシュモルタルであったりフックタワーであったりが強いなっていうことでチームの中で研究していって、でその中でも攻めの方もオーバーグロー2枚使ったルートライダーだったりとか、あとレイジジェムとヒールトームを使った編成だったりっていうのが強いぞっていうところで、そういう戦術だったりをベーステストの時に試してみたりっていうところで攻めの質も上がっていったかなと思います。そうですね、チーム内のスケジュール調整であったりとかはチームメンバーのサハラさんが引き受けていて、結構そのキャプテンっていうところで言うとやっぱりワドさんが一番チームのキャプテンとしてチームを引っ張ってきてくれてるなっていう印象があります。そうですね、森尾さんはタウンホール15とか14の頃にすごい上手なプレイヤーで、ただタウンホール16の時はあまり競技シーンに出ていなかったかなっていうところで、タウンホール17になった時に、メンバーの一人がクラッシュオブクランをやめてしまうっていうところで森尾さんに声をかけようっていうのがチーム方針で決まりましたね。でその後でもチームの中でも結構森尾さんはヒットレートの高いプレイヤーで結構頼りにしてるプレイヤーですね。そうですね、一昨年行った世界大会が本当に楽しくて結構忘れられない経験になってるので、今年こそはっていう気持ちがありますね。去年もラストチャンス予選に進んだんですけど、ラストチャンス予選で負けてしまってっていう感じなので、今年こそは絶対にアトランタに行きたいです。
You heard it right there from Chihuahua that team unity is key, but you see from Pulse to Power Morio joining them, they have 18 3-star tags in the qualifiers, the highest in the stage 2, and they are formerly known as Pulse, now coming together to play as Electros JP. I mean, I think they are definitely one of our underdogs, if not the underdog here in our qualifier this month.
Well, we heard from him that he wants to make it back. He has experience on the big stage. He knows what it's like, and he wants that chance to prove that they have what it takes to win a world championship. Well, that journey starts here today. They've made it to this stage, the monthly finals. You got to continue that run. I mentioned it. You can't have an off war. You have to perform, focus on these wars, and continue to pull in those 3 stars. One mistake, one fail can cost you the match, and send you to the lower bracket, ending your chances and ending your run. As we are just under 2 minutes away from the very first attack of match number 2 of total of 8 matches today. We've already had the first one. We saw Elevate getting the victory, sending Dizzy X Anima to the lower bracket. So the winner of this match will have to take on Elevate, who already has a golden ticket, has been doing so well. We're taking a look at the predictions from the community, and I think it was only Bad that was the leader there. 64% there, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, not a staggering, overwhelming favorite, but definitely a significant favorite there, as us casters were split right down the middle. So interesting to see. I think that's a fair and valid vote, especially after last month, the way Only Bads did come in and perform. But remember, guys, also, you guys can go ahead, get your predictions and go over to the event side. You'll get some rewards, event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans to get that moving as we prepare for our first attack. STK will be going up against Dima's base, so we'll have to see if Electros can shake off any nerves, any pressure here, and get on the board early. But going up against Dima's base, I mean, he is one of the tough base builders here for Only Bads.
I mean, he's been a base builder for Navi as well. He's a professional builder and an attacker as well. That is a deadly combination, because many players are just to get to the stage, they're really good attackers, all of them. But a lot of them, they don't build bases. To have players that are able to do both, that is an asset for your team and is so valuable. But we are seeing now STK coming in with the Royal Champion, charging in, and it's going to be the Root Riders, the classic approach that we're seeing from many teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I think this would definitely be the most favorite army in the meta right now. Gotta keep an eye on that Spirit Fox, taking a lot of damage early from all the giant bombs going up. Spirit Fox is one shot away from going away. You want the Spirit Fox to stay up as long as possible to get as much value. Oh, now the Royal Champion is going to ability, throwing those rocket spears, but STK opting to keep that Royal Champion in there and get the value that he was looking for here initially. Gonna go ahead and take care of that Headhunter, but that does eat up a rocket spear with no recall.
Wow.
Or there goes recall. I was gonna say, I didn't know that he was ever gonna recall that RC. It looked like he was letting her go down.
The unfortunate thing is he invested a few of those rocket spear shots onto the Headhunter, and the Rocket Loon didn't go to any of the defenses, but we are now seeing the King and Queen to the left as the Root Riders are now pathing their way through. Hopefully this Royal Champion could be getting the boost in HP, remember, from the boots, as he is pathing this RC to the left side where the Root Riders are going as well, because the Overgrowth straight away in the core. So he's just going to move his way through the left. The Warden ability will be very helpful as he's going to push through towards that Gigabomb.
Speaking of the Warden ability, goes off right there. It's going to help get that Royal Champion back up to full health, or at least maybe 3/4 health. There's also a heal spell in there that just got deployed. Gigabomb's actually going to take more health from the RC. I think the RC just went down in the middle of the base. Overgrowth wears off, so Town Hall is now accessible. Queen's going to go ahead and step in and take that out. Still got one Invis, King and Queen ability, but a lot of base and a long way to go on this one still. I don't know. It's looking tough for STK.
Oh, he's got to push his way to the Town Hall. Unfortunately, Ice Golem on the defensive side slowed him down, so the Town Hall got a few extra shots off. But the Queen's taking a lot of damage in this middle. He's going to be forced to ability here soon. King's going still towards the top side. We have a handful of stuff on the defense. The Root Riders are all gone here, Bash.
Yeah, they got 8 alive. Those 2 fire spitters down there just really destroying all of these troops in there. And really, it kind of got off to a shaky start with that Royal Champion charge. Not quite going the way that STK was hoping for. Giant now able to do a little bit of work. Queen's beating on the walls, but man, those fire spitters have to be the MVP of this attack. He's going to look to try to just get as much percent as possible. And it will push up into the 80%, but definitely not the start they were hoping for.
Not the start at all, as we do have a handful of Tassas that were on the backside. 1 Super Barb left. And unfortunately, everything in the core went down so quickly, as the Overgrowth was paired in with the Root Riders, but unfortunately just didn't work in his favor. 87% 2-star there for STK and Electros JP. Now Only Bad, they're going to look to bring in that 3-star to take that advantage.
Honestly, though, for the way that attack went and some of the issues STK had at the beginning of that attack, I think an 87% is just fine. It's one of those numbers where it's like, It's not too low. It's not incredibly high. It's just right there in the middle. It's one of those attacks where when things don't go your way, you're kind of happy with that one, in my opinion. Next up, we're going to have Sean stepping up to the bat for Only Bads, going up against News Base from Electros JP. Remember, 87% is the mark as we're going to come in with more roots. But keep an eye, we got an Angry Jelly on the Queen here, Carbon.
Yeah, it's just like the approach that Max did, where the Queen with the Angry Jelly and the Grand Warden under the Rage Gem. Going to be able to benefit from this push into the defensive Queen. The Ricochet Cannon, the Scatter, taking out the air defense as well. So much value, and then pull back all of the heroes with the healers.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking forward to in this war is, do they whip out that base? My favorite base, as you mentioned earlier, we saw Elevate running that base. Last month, it defended every single time, but I think, like Itsu was saying, teams have had enough time to kind of warm up to that base. So I'm really interested to see what Only Bads brings to the table as far as defensive base goes. But he's going to go ahead, recall the Queen, recall the Warden, got a great value out of there. I mean, a really safe approach in there compared to like the Royal Champion charge where you can get a little bit of risk, you can get a little bit of baited with Teslas and stuff popping up. I think the Queen charge is just a little bit of a safer approach. But if anything goes wrong on that, man, that can definitely go sideways. But everything went to plan. Sean is now sending everything right into the middle of this base with the overgrowth on the town hall.
Yeah, as we have the troop launcher launching the troops out in front as he tries to continue these routes to the top side. The overgrowth will disappear here soon. There it is. Now he should be able to path his way towards the town hall. Pops the Warden ability to help protect everything as the overgrowth on the backside of this base. As the town hall should be going down soon here with one balloon there. And there we go. The Royal Champion helps secure it as the King, he's on the far left side, still has his ability with one overgrowth still to use.
Plus he has that passive from the Snake Bracelet where he's going to spawn up those snakes. So those snakes are just going to come out and they can deal out damage. They can tank. They just provide so much support. Royal Champion and Queen look really strong in the middle. So has another overgrowth. There goes that last overgrowth. Queen still has ability, King has ability, still some super Barbarians, which can really deal out some massive damage. Getting that Crusher Mortar down was a huge pickup right there. And now it's going to be on the King and Queen to make their way around the base. I'm assuming Spiky Ball, yeah, there it is. Spiky Ball on the King should be able to take out quite a few of these buildings. And then the Giant still to be deployed, 47 seconds. This is looking really good for Sean.
Moving through with one super wall break, possibly on the bottom side off to the right, as the Queen will have to follow through behind a wall eventually, but he's waiting until the final building he'll be able to lock on is that multi with that Spiky Ball. So he's getting as much as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's waiting until this Wizard Tower goes down, and then he can pop it. There you go. Skips across, hits that multi, and now it's just about time getting through this wall.
Oh no. He's got the 99. He just needs to get to this Inferno. Queen's coming around. She's gonna shoot through the wall. Snakes are going over there. There's
no way.
The Frosty.
Oh, he got it.
He's celebrating. The Giant. The Queen gets through. Wow, what a 3-star for Sean. I did not have faith that they were getting through there, but they got through right at the last second, just in time.
And that is the key of saving the Spiky Ball, so you can get that damage. There would be us casual players just popping the Spiky Ball because why not? But no, what these pros do is they hang on to that Spiky Ball. And remember, since the Spiky Ball is not maxed out at 27, it is lower as a hard mode. It can only be level 21. It does not skip as many buildings just like in the normal mode. And that's what these pros know. So they count, they wait to get that exact value that they need, and it helps secure that 3-star. So let's see now if NYU can get a 3-star for Electros JP and answer what we just saw from Sean as this RC is charging her way to the bottom.
Definitely need to get a 3-star on the board sooner rather than later. You don't want to fall behind to a team like Electros, or like Only Bads, excuse me, for Electros JP right here. Did love that rocket balloon play there with a couple regular balloons to take out the air defense on the right side. That was a beautiful play. This Royal Champion is just picking up building after building. Now she's going in for that multi-inferno. Man, she is surging forward, pulling out more Clan Castle troops. She's going to passively damage those rocket balloons as they sit there. She's going to go ahead and get through another Ricochet Cannon. And if she can pick up even more here, wow, look at this value, Carbon.
He just continues, now locked onto the Town Hall. Does he make the town hall? No. Okay, I was going to say, does he make the town hall invisible, get the defenses around it? No, why not? Since he's locked on the town hall, take it out. One more invis left for the Raw champion, and the town hall has been secured. That's some nice value from the RC. Charge our way straight from 6 all the way to the town hall, and he has only one spell left, which is the poison spell.
It's like one of the toughest things to do. I know it seems like RC charge should be just like a gimme, but when you have that many invises and redirecting her, and then you have the haste vial going up, it is one of the toughest things to keep that RC alive and going where you want it to. Now the drags go on one side of where the RC went. The other troops are going to come in on the right side. It looks like he elected to go with the queen. Sometimes you'll see the king with this, with that siege barracks, but going to go with the queen for that firepower. Dragons are protected now with the Warden's Eternal Tome, but gotta get that fire spitter under control as quickly as possible, as they can deal out so much damage. Crusher mortar also. There's a lot of defenses that can really shut this queen down on the right.
Yeah, the queen's trying to make her way through still. Multi-arch tower goes down. Monolith, though, is doing some work as he tries to continue. Does have furnaces now coming out of the siege barracks, which those would be very nice, as this minion prince did prop the Dark Frost right on through poison onto the air skellies. That'll help with a little bit of the distraction from that minion prince, and finds that Seeking Air Mine, but comes back to life with that Phoenix.
Yeah, but with all these fire mites coming out of the furnace, there's no multi to slow them down. That's the big thing with these dragon attacks in hard mode. As long as you get the multis down, those 3 furnaces out of the clan castle can usually clean up, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. That monolith is such a formidable defense, but with those fire mites, they don't care. They're just going to go in there and take it down. Plenty of dragons up, and NYU gets on the board, responding to Sean's triple. We got ourselves a war, Carbon, back and forth so far.
We do have a war indeed. A 3-star is exactly what they needed. Answers what Sean did for only bads, and it was the dragon. Or more or less, it was the Raw champion that got all the value in that attack, charging through the bottom side of the base towards that town hall, and even taking it down. And the fact that he took the town hall down meant that he did not have to worry about that town hall shot onto his dragons, onto that approach. But now we're going to the other side. Only if that ND's turn with the roots as well does have 9 invises. We're seeing a heavy royal champion charge and her value. Let's see what she can get, as he does have 3 witches to come in for a funnel eventually.
We're going to go ahead and use that invis to push her away from the top side of that base, going down towards that fire spitter. Going to maybe elect to send the roots through the tunnel. He wants that royal champion into the middle of the base, getting that crusher mortar out, which against root riders, that crusher mortar can just be such a tough defense. It can put out so much damage. Getting that out early is huge, not to mention the multi-gear tower. These are some huge pickups for ND. Not just one poison tower, but both poison towers are now down. Can he get both ricochet cannons? Oh my, this royal champion charge, Carbon. The control these players have is incredible right now.
Yeah, 2 poison spell towers now removed with ricochet cannon. So much value in the middle has been removed there, as he now pushes the root riders towards the top side into the town hall, which will be able to path his way around slowly. Royal champion redeployed to the top. King coming off to the far right, which is distracting and tanking the ground expos.
Roots need to take a turn into the town hall. They should. Queen's trailing behind also. Oh my, look at all those air bombs going off right there, but did have the balloon out in front. Roots, Queen. Oh, wait, Queen's walking away. Carbon, the Queen has left the pack. We'll have to see if that becomes an issue a little bit later. Furnace with fire mites out of the clan castle. Still has a couple ice glomes coming out of the clan castle also, which will slow things down. But that Queen going on her own, she's not going to have much support up there. That's going to be a big factor later on.
He could deploy a couple super barbs to the left to help with that Queen. He does have a wall break maybe for her. But let's see, as the root riders are moving their way still towards this multi. 3 super barbs left. Does decide to wall break to the left with that giant. He's got a lot of troops, especially those giants that came in from the troop launcher. As we got super barbs to the bottom side. And this is gonna be another 3-star for only Fast. A great attack, and Electric JP, they're going to need to do something on the defensive side to stop what these attacks have been doing. And this is not like barely a 3-star, like he just luckily fell into it. No, this is like crushing triple. He's got so many troops alive, and this one is a fantastic attack. The value from the RC was immense from the core of this base.
And I think that's the story of our 3rd and 4th attack here, was the RC value that both of those players have. I mean, ND picked up so many. It's kind of an interesting setup where, I mean, it was really set up for that RC. If you could direct her in there, you could really pick up all that value. And man, ND navigated that base perfectly in there. And like you mentioned, that was just a crushing 3-star there against the defense. Now, this war is still within reach for Electros. They do have a triple on the board, but they do trail by a star and a few percentage points as well. Chihuahua will be the next attacker going up against Ninja's base. And let's see what we got on the board. Ooh, Chihuahua with the super bowlers.
I like this. Let's go. Something we don't see all too often. A lot of times it is the Root Riders. So it's nice to see a little change of pace, as it is an ice block as well that he's going to be pairing in. Poison spell got launched early there as a flame flinger is going to be moving through, and it is barely avoiding that poison spell tower section as the Warden is still setting up this value. But the big thing is he's grabbing the ground expo, because that ground expo would be hitting the flame flinger and causing a lot of problems in this attack. As soon as that Warden gets it, then he sets up the pathing now for these super bowlers.
And what's really interesting here is, like, this is a super traditional super bowler attack here. Like, no fireball, no crazy gimmick setup here, nothing out of the ordinary. Just a basic Warden walk just to set the funnel, grab that expo that you spoke of so that the flame flinger can do its job. And then all those super bowlers, they're just going to go right up the middle of the base. They need to pack together, though. They did spread out a little bit, so he's got to get that packed together. But they're going to go right up through the middle of the base. He'll have access with the jump, and everything should be able to get right on through here. So that's Warden ability, but with the healers there, he's holding it as long as possible. But that Warden is starting to get a little bit low from the Town Hall.
He did use the ice block onto his troops to try to get the healers to heal him back up. Pairs in that Warden ability, moving his way into the core, deploys that Royal Champion now to the top side as the King Spiky Ball skipped across the core, as a Flame Flinger is still moving to the right side as he's taking his time. 2 more ice combs to use. Probably gonna save it for the backside geared up cannon over there. There's the one ice comb for the Wizard Tower, which it's kind of soloing. It's not really doing too much, so I'm surprised he used it there.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting play. Still has Queen ability, still has the troops that are going to come out of that Flame Flinger as well. With that Expo going down, that's going to take a little bit of threat away from the Flame Flinger. There goes another Ice Golem. It gets sprung, so the freeze is going to go ahead and freeze up the multi-gear tower. Here comes the Giant from the Queen ability. I mean, this is looking like it can come together. That King is going to be a big stopper, but there go 2 Ice Golems, and he's celebrating a little bit. And it looks like Electros JP with an attack we haven't really seen a ton. Remember, those Super Bowlers did get a buff in the last update. With an attack we haven't seen a lot, getting through with a Super Bowler smash.
A fantastic attack. It's great to see something different here, and the approach shows that you can take the base down with other strategies other than the roots. Super Bowlers coming in, 4 of them, moving through, and I like the ice block, which he used to try to get the healers to heal them up, to give a little bit more time, get healed up, and then pairing in that Grand Warden Eternal Tome to be able to heal up the troops moving through, and also protect through any red air bombs that possibly can move through, so the healers do not die off.
That's a little tip, that's a little trick you could even pick up a little bit. When those ice golems are freezing up your troops and stuff, just use your ice block and let everything kind of get healed up there. It works out so nicely. Demo is going to be next, though, for Only Bads, and if Demo can get a 3-star on the board, they will push that lead. But remember, anything above 88% and Only Bads will still be in the lead. It's going to be a dragon approach here. Look at all of these rocket balloons going in, trying to get that multi-gear tower under control. And then that Royal Champion, she should go over and take the Town Hall out next. There goes the haste. She's going to go ahead and work through there. She does get the Ricochet Cannon, and there goes the Town Hall next.
Yeah, Town Hall's down. Does trigger the Giga Bomb here. Will it take the damage? Ooh, the Spirit Fox is barely alive here as the RC continues. Wait, the Boots might be able to clear the Clan Castle hold. If the Boots, yeah, look at this. He's waiting over the CC, and the CC is gone.
What a pickup there. Not having to deal with those Clan Castle troops is massive. Beautiful play here, but he's not done. He's not done, Carvin. He's still got 2 more Invises after this one.
My.
Picks up the model with the Crusher Mortar. There goes the multi-gear tower. This base is already gutted. What the heck?
How does one hero take out all of this value? RC with her boots is insane to grab the clan castle just like that, as a lava hound moving to the left to help tank the air defense, continuing through with that dark crown on the minion prince, slowly moving his way to the left with the grand warden and eternal tome still intact. Heroes of the king and queen will be able to move their way. Oh, actually, nope, there is no queen. What I'm talking about, because he had the royal champ. So the king's going to be moving his way to the top, as the dragons with the warden are soloing. They're going to path their way through, waiting for the warden. Billy finally now pops it.
Yeah, it's one of those like little interesting things with this dragon attack. Do you go king? Do you go queen? Do you go with the firepower? Do you go with the snakes? But we kind of see a little bit of both from dragon players. It's really all about these dragons. They got to thin out this left side. King should have no problem swinging around to the right side, and everything should collapse up top. Still has that minion princess ability yet to be deployed. Still has king ability with spiky ball. There goes the tornado spinning some of these dragons around, but there's still quite a bit of dragons up at this point. With a handful of dragons still remaining, I mean, you got to be feeling good about your chances.
Absolutely, but the minion princess of Dark Orb's gonna go the wrong way, unfortunately. King's spiky ball can skip through down here as the dragons continue their way to the left, but it is another 3 stars. 3, 4, 3, 4. Only Baz and a performance that they have looked at from last month and just continuing to bring into this month, and they want to be able to turn the tide to try to get that golden ticket. They came so close last month. It was Elevate that took them down. That was the only team that was in their way, and if they win this match, you know they're gonna look to get their revenge. But 3 for 3 to start a match like this, that is so impressive.
Yeah, that's crazy good from them. I mean, obviously they've went to work since last month, and they come in and they're looking like such a strong team right now. Sahara will be the next attacker going up against Demo, who just attacked, but man, if you're Electros JP, you're hanging in there. You're putting up 3 stars. They've got 2 3 stars of their own, but you just need a break on defense, and I think that goes to speak to the base builders of Only Bads. I mean, they're such good base builders, and when you don't have base builders like that, I mean, it's so tough. But still a lot of war to be played here. 4 attacks remain. Another dragon attack coming in here and electing to go with the queen this time to pair up here, but Carbon's going to be another huge long RC charge with tons and tons of invisibilities and an earthquake to weaken up this core here.
The one thing with this type of attack is it can be risky, is if you do not get the value of the RC, she goes the wrong way and it is over. It could be a very low percent because you relied on the heavy value of the Royal Champion. But she's made her way into the core. Look at her health. Oh my, the Giga Bomb goes off, but she is able to continue her way into the core, grabbing the Town Hall, grabbing the whole middle of this base. Does not finish off the Ice Golem. Can he get the Fire Spitter with 1 more invis? Yes, should be able to grab that. And the sweep. No, wait, he turns around.
Get the CC, get the CC. Oh, he got the CC.
Oh.
Okay, I don't think I saw 1 Ice Golem came out, but I don't think the rest of the CC troops came out. Maybe the furnace was out. I don't know. Either way, the CC is gone now. Here comes the queen with that siege barracks on the left, dragons on the right. The approach we see time and time again. It's all about just setting the stage here, setting the pathing, but that queen, man, she's gonna go into some heavy damage area. One kind of interesting take here, 4 baby dragons along with some rocket balloons, 5 rocket balloons on this one. Kind of a little bit of an unconventional approach with 4 babies.
Yeah, it does pop that warden ability, protecting the dragons through a Seeking Air Mine. Trying to get healed back up. Another Seeking Air Mine next to that monolith, so a very nice warden ability. As the super minions from the siege barracks has come out to join in assistance with the queen, making her way to the left, while the minion prince still has his ability to use.
There it goes, right as you mentioned it, Carbon. Minion Princess Dark Orb is going to go ahead and surge forward, slowing up those defenses, slowing up that sweeper, which actually is kind of pointed right towards the middle of the base, so those dragons are going to be able to avoid it. There's that air defense up top. The queen is still doing really good work there. There's not too many buildings that are going to slow this down, as the giant's going to go over, take out that multi-archer tower, and this is looking like yet another 3-star. This war, aside from the first attack, has just been non-stop triples. Carbon, we're in hard mode, right?
I believe, right? I saw that hard mode right on the screen. It's not on the ending screen, but if you want to see if it is hard mode, during the attack, it says it right towards the bottom. You'll be able to see it down there. But yeah, this is indeed hard mode. The heroes of your attacking heroes are supposed to be weaker. The defending heroes are supposed to be stronger, and you are capped at the equipments because their equipments can only be level 15 for the common equipments. Even though they could have 18, it won't let you. It drops it down to 15. And then for the epic equipments, it drops it from 27 all the way down to 21 in hard mode only. Whenever they play in normal, it'll be max, but it changes when it's in hard mode. We're seeing now Dima coming in for the Dragons. Can he continue those 3 stars for Only Bad?
Remember, Only Bads does have the 3-star advantage, but they also have a 13% advantage as well. So an 88% 2-star will secure the victory here for Only Bads. Wait, hold on a second. Nope, I'm ahead of myself. I'm ahead of myself by 1 attack there, but that's okay. We'll get there. Only Bad's working through here. Dima's trying to get to the town hall here as he's got all these invises, but it looked like things went a little bit awkward there for the RC. Like things were just a little bit out of control. I feel like he wants to get this town hall. Maybe he'll sideswipe the town hall a little bit later. He's definitely not going that way now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to grab the town hall with the Raw Champion at this rate. There's only 2 invises left. There's the Ice Golem. He'll be able to damage it, but with 1 invis left here, there's no way this town hall could go down before that Ice Golem dies off and freezing up that Raw Champion. Oh, okay. Never mind. I didn't think it was possible.
I mean, what? I didn't think it was going to happen either, Carmen. I was right there with you. I was like, there's no way this town hall is going down. And Dima is right back on track. If that town hall stays up, that is a huge hindrance. The king would have been taking so much unnecessary damage. But now town hall is down. King's going to go ahead and start walking past here. Does have that bow and the multi-archer tower to deal with there. But the wizards are starting to work on that bow, though. That bow is starting to pick off these wizards out of the clan castle. But he's got the furnaces. I see the furnace popping, and there goes the warden ability on the top side.
Yeah, with that warden ability protecting that minion prince, especially since he has the dark crown, it was very nice as the furnace has got that valley from the bottom side. King is moving his way off to the right with the snakes moving through, and a very nice dark orb to slow things down as these dragons make their approach to the enemy Raw Champion in the middle.
All right, let's see if he can finish through here. Things are definitely thinning out. That King took a lot of damage, and there goes King going down. Minion Prince trying to hang in there. All the dragons are starting to go down. The dragons, last dragon goes down there. It's all in the Minion Prince. He does have Phoenix. There's a lot of base remaining, but look at those furnace, the fire mites from the furnace. I don't know how healthy those or how much fire mites are left from the furnace. That fire spitter is shutting them down along with that ricochet cannon, so they're not able to pick up the value. Now the warden trying to hang on, but look at the percent, Carbon. It's 88%. That's the magic number that will still keep them in the lead here. So Electros are going to have to put up a high percent or even a 3-star and still hope for a little bit of help, hope for another defense on the final attack.
So if Electros JP get a 3-star in their final attack, Only Bad is having to get a 3-star in order to win because of what Electros JP has done. 3, 3, and 3, or even another 3. They could be failing the first attack and then getting all triples after that. And now it's 11-11. In the last match, the final score was 11 for Dizzy X Danima, and then Elevate had 12. So now these teams are getting much more than that. So it's coming down to the final set of attacks. A 3-star from Electros JP. Now Only Bads will have to get a 3-star of their own. They do have the advantage on the percentage. But let's see what Watto can do.
It's going to be a really, really huge attack here for Watto. Obviously, you want it to be a 3-star to force the pressure, force it back over to Ninja and the guys at Electros. But it's going to be a Super Witch attack. Wow, Electros JP might be the most diverse strategy clan that we've seen. We've seen Super Bowlers, now we're seeing Super Witches, and boom goes a Dynamite early right onto the mono and that scatter shot, not to mention the Poison Tower picking up early value from that Warden Fireball.
Yeah, nice value from the Warden. Clan Castle straight in the middle of the space, so never remove that. Does have the poison spell, but remember, with Super Witches, it's about time. If you do not start those Super Witches early enough, then you're going to be in trouble. We are going to see a Flame Flinger moving into the top side. Drops an Archer. He does see it, so he's okay. But I really like the Warden getting the value, so the Flame Flinger can now move its way from the multi-arch tower, then in towards that Spitter, as he's going to pat the Super Witches the complete opposite side of the town hall.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice approach here. Great job managing everything. Now the queen gonna go ahead and take out the king with this headhunter. Super witches are gonna have a pretty straight line through here. He can use his king on the exterior down there by that gold mine just to keep those witches pushed inside if he elects to. And here come the witches. They're gonna start spawning those big boys. Remember, they'll only spawn one of those big boys at a time, but once that big boy goes down, gets defeated, they will spawn another one. So those are big, beefy units along with the witches. I mean, there are some strong, hefty units as well, but the main thing here is keeping everything alive. And there goes the king on that bottom side just to keep the funnel tight and keep everything inside the base along that jump line.
Yeah, with that jump giving him access straight towards the middle. Can't reach the town hall in terms of with the big boys, but the super witches be able to reach over the wall. Now sends in the royal champion behind the king to the bottom side of the space, which is a lot of damage down there. Remember, he's trying to continue his way through. No warden ability anymore after the early one because he had the fireball, but Invis is used. The RC's forced to ability. He's got to freeze, but there's so much damage coming in from the core.
Yeah, that was just such a tough spot for that RC. Now the queen's trying to work her way to the middle. The witches are taking so much damage. Everything's spread out a little bit here. They need a 3-star in the worst way. They're still alive here. It's not over. But things got to tighten up as quickly as possible here. Still have healers there on the witches, on the queen, on the giant. RC's going to go down. Flame Flinger, rather, going to actually open the wall here. Got to get to the multi-gear tower. That's the big thing. What is also in this clan castle is the Flame Flinger is about to expire. Here we go. We got super minions in there. They'll be able to attack from the air. That's all that remains, Carbon. I think this one's going to fall short, and the percentage looks super, super weak.
I wonder if he went with super bowlers. Would that have worked because of the splash from the bowler bounces and the value you can get from all the defenses being so close to each other? It almost feels like you kind of get the vibes of those like E-Dragons where you get the change through the core because everything's so condensed. But unfortunately, it is only a 2-star there for Watto, which means that OnlyBads does not have to get a 3-star for a victory. They can get a percentage 2-star, and that will be enough to advance. If they advance, it would be against Elevate. What's the percent they need?
I believe it's going to be an 82% for Electros to win. 83% will be the tie. 84% will be the victory for OnlyBads. So 84% is definitely super manageable. The lowest attack in this war has been an 87%, but we've seen weirder things happen, Carbon Fend. But with Ninja, one of the strongest attackers of this OnlyBads team, you'd like to think he'd be able to get there and try to get to Elevate and get a little bit of that revenge, but he's going with an unconventional approach of his own with some more super witches.
Let's see. It's only 3 super witches this time, while we saw from the previous one 4 super witches. But oh my, the fireball there, it seems like it got so much value, just completely annihilating that section of the base. But we're going to see the Flame Flinger moving up to the top while the Yetis are helping moving through there. And the one nice thing about the Yetis up there, one, they can grab some buildings, that's great, but the Yeti Mites are going to be jumping out in front, testing for Teslas. Because you're able to test for Teslas, you can help protect that Flame Flinger even more. And there's one of them that did pop, I see up top. But the Super Witches, they're moving down south.
Definitely a great pickup. And honestly, if you're in a percent game, Super Witches feel like a safe percent attack. Just because they're so beefy, those big boys are so beefy, and if you can keep the healers tight on them, you should be in a really good spot. There goes the jump spell to give him access to the middle of the base. He's going to have a straight line right on through here. King's going to go ahead and deploy his spiky ball. That King is taking a beating early. 2 Expos and the Ricochet Cannon now on him. King's going to go to Phoenix, and now all that damage is going to focus over to the big boys, and the witches are going to have to spawn those big boys as quickly as possible. Poison down on the furnace. Oh my goodness, so much going on right here, Carbon.
Yeah, he had a perfect path to the Town Hall with that jump spell. Town Hall went down with ease. He's past the 2 stars. He's continuing to move through and still has to deploy the Royal Champion. Queen's already burned her ability, moving into the right. Super Witches jump on the wall, taking the damage of a defensive King in the middle of this base. Are you going to drop the RC now? I mean, the Super Witches, they have all pretty much disappeared here. Only has 1 left in the core. The healers are there, but when does he use the Royal Champ? Now sends her in off to the left side, soloing that section.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to have the percent. There it is. That's going to be the victory for OnlyBads. It doesn't need to be a 3-star. A 3-star is just a nice little swag, but with this one climbing into the 90s, it's definitely going to be a secured victory for Only Bads, as this was a very, very close back and forth affair for these two squads. I mean, Electros JP, they came to play, but Only Bads, no slouches of their own. They will win. But Carbon, that means they go on to face Elevate, which, man, that's going to be tough. And if does that mean Electros goes down to face Dizzy? Either way, it's going to be tough.
I wonder, in this attack here, what if you were to send the king with the super witches? You know, if the king was in the core and then he earthquaked the king in the core and then you jump the backside, or you just rotate it where you jumped early, then the king earthquake boots to the backside so the super witches can continue to move through. I mean, I feel like if he attacked it a little bit of a different approach, it would have tripled. I don't think he needed to change his army whatsoever, but if it came down to the fact that he needed a 3-star to win, oh man, that would have been so devastating. It comes so close, but still Only Bads gets the victory, 13-13, winning on percentage in this one. They will be advancing to take on none other than Elevate, and they want their revenge, and they're definitely capable of getting it.
That was a really good war from both of these squads. Nothing to be ashamed of there. As you saw, Only Bads just came out just right from out of the gate. They were just so hot, and even their missteps weren't too far off, where Electros, it seemed like when they missed, man, things definitely went a little bit sideways. I mean, 87 to 88, still very, very respectable. Better than I could do in hard mode for sure. But it is definitely like when you're playing here in the monthly qualifiers against some of the best teams, that 90% mark, really like 95, has to be your target on misses, so you don't leave too much of a window there. But that's fine. They're not eliminated here, and with that strong performance, I mean, they gotta feel good even going down to the lower bracket. But that means Only Bads will win. They'll advance to play against Elevate just a little bit later on here today.
Yeah, it was a very impressive performance from both teams. Right, so if we were split across the board, and I guess we deserve to be split because it was so close in the end. Let's take a look at the updated bracket here and where the teams stand. So we will be seeing Only Bads in the upper bracket taking on Elevate, while Electros JP goes down to take on Dizzy X Stanima. One of those two teams will be heading home today and eliminated from the competition. But Bash, up next, we're going to be watching Tribe Gaming taking All Exceed, and then after that will be Navi versus Millseam MG.
And then, I mean, we're going to go down to the lower bracket. We're going to eliminate some teams, Carmen. We have so much Clash action for you guys today. We are just getting started, and man, we have some fan favorites coming up for sure. Tribe Gaming, Navi, I mean, even All Exceed, Millseam MG. I mean, some definite huge names here in Clash Clans esports. There's definitely some stories developing with Tribe and Navi just trying to get through, get that golden ticket. I mean, it wouldn't feel like a Worlds without those two teams, but they're yet to qualify.
I know, it's crazy. That's what happened last year for Tribe, just making it in at the last possible moment. But that's all you need to do. You just have to make it in, and then the opportunity to win Worlds is yours, because they came second. They came so close in that. So it's always an option in order to make it to the Worlds if you're able to secure that golden ticket. But let's take a look at the MVP. Who did you all vote for in this match? And Bash, it was ND.
I mean, ND's attack was so good. Realistically, I mean, a lot of those RC charges were so good throughout that matchup. But I think the way ND was able to navigate her and just make some buildings invisible and get her in there to the core and pick up that value, definitely well deserved. I mean, there's so many players that could have been deserved of an MVP. Even some of the Electros JP players could have been deserved of it. But GG's to ND and Only Bads. Congrats on the victory to that squad.
I would have probably picked the Super Bowlers. You know, that's one of my favorite attacks. You know, I've loved doing regular bowlers too. It's just, you gotta show them some love, right? Bring in some different type of attacks that you don't see all too often. It is such a nice thing to see. But that was the second match, as we're getting ready for match number 3, which is going to be Tribe Gaming taking on All Exceed. You do not want to miss that, as we're going to be getting into that match very shortly after this quick break.
And welcome back to our Clash of Clans monthly qualifiers, and welcome back, Woody. Hope you're feeling well rested and ready for our next matchup, which, if it's anything like the last, is sure to be a banger.
Oh, I am so rested, Bash. I've had a couple months off to kick back, relax, watch these amazing shows online myself, and now it is time to hop in here and commentate an extraordinary match that is going to be headlined, of course, by one of the oldest teams in Clash of Clans esports. They've got the oldest, Tribe Gaming, the only squad that has been in every monthly qualifier so far this year, boasting a 91.9% hit rate, 12.2 average stars, 45% 3 stars, and very near next to them, all exceed, Bash.
93.2% hit rate, 12-star average, a little bit lower on the 3 stars, 43.3, but man, this one already looks exciting. Let's go ahead and take a look at our lineups here as we move forward. You kind of mentioned, Woody, we've seen Tribe month in and month out, and this lineup is very, very solid, very, very consistent. And one of the things that's new this year, as we take a look at Nebrax, P-Castro, Rikiras, Kronos, and Temper, is the points leaderboard. With Tribe making it every single month this year, they are in a really nice spot on the points leaderboard. Remember, we will give a golden ticket away just to the team that has been most consistent throughout the year, racking up those points throughout these monthly qualifiers.
We have a quick interview with a member from Tribe, so let's hear directly from the player himself.
I would say our preparation is similar as to the last 3 qualifiers we played already in. We are just focusing on winning the first round and getting the momentum in to win the other rounds as well. I would say our biggest strength is that even after a loss, we are still motivated and we don't give up. We just try to improve and we keep moving the whole time. I mean, usually we just play community leagues, try out new things, see what works, what doesn't work, and we just talk in the team about the new things and about ideas which could work. Our coach Stefan is mainly analyzing the opponents, so we know what they are doing, and he's also preparing our bases so we can fully focus on our offense, and he looks at our defense. I think the biggest difference is that we had a bigger team switch this year, and in the previous years we always played with a similar team which was super good, but we were maybe chilling a little bit too much because we knew we will manage it. But this time we know we are all great players, but it's still everything new for us, and we have to win our first tournaments to have a proof, but we all believe in us. Maybe the reason why we got to 4 qualifiers this year is because there is also the leaderboard with the points, and we know that every single win is super important. And in the previous years you just had to win 1 qualifier and you won Worlds. But this year you can also qualify through points, so every team wants to win as many wars as possible. I think our biggest struggle this year was that we always lost the first qualifier match, and because of that we had to do a huge lower bracket run. And our lower bracket runs were good, but it's hard to win so many wars in a row. And this time we just want to win the first match, so we have to play less wars in total.
Superb analysis from Nebrax, and having seen him work his magic on the ground at many of these live events, I can tell you he is giving lots of energy to the rest of this team and lots of insight too. What he said there is absolutely true. Early wins are more impactful than later wins. If you're able to advance in the upper bracket, you have a much easier time. You don't have all the sweat dripping down your face from knowing that the next loss means elimination. But speaking of sweat, Tribe is turning up the heat with qualifications so far every month this year. They just need to get over the finish line with a win to earn that golden ticket and return to the World Championships, an event that they've been at all the time. It wouldn't be a World Finals without them, Pash.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be true. But I mean, you see all the qualifications here in the golden ticket. But remember, they can actually get a golden ticket without actually winning a qualifier. They can get it from our points leaderboard. As we take a look at our top 3 teams, they all have golden tickets. Our 4th place team, Vatic, they didn't qualify this month, which means that Tribe Gaming are gonna leap over Vatic and be in that leader position for the next golden ticket. However, keep an eye on Navi. Only Bads, they're both in this qualifier along with Tribe, not to mention down there in 10th place. All Exceed can look to make an impact as well. So this qualifier is a big meaningful factor for this points leaderboard, with so many of the teams still remaining. I mean, what is there, like 6 teams here playing from the leaderboard in this qualifier?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This whole qualifier leaderboard can just shake up in a single month's notice. With so many teams that have already qualified still just ranked right at the top, it's going to be all about getting as many points as you can and advancing quickly and rapid fast through the top of this leaderboard. But let's take a look at their opponents, because this is not going to be an easy match for them by any stretch of the imagination, especially with that big man sitting over there on that left side. Heroya, the hero of this All Exceed lineup, with an extraordinary 83.3 hit percent, is almost a guaranteed triple on this roster. Very scary to have to go up against him, but it is going to require great performances from all 5, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a team game, but let's go ahead and let's see what they had to say as a team.
強気でチャレンジすること。チームの強みはチームメンバー全員が仲がいいこと。団結を維持する方法は喧嘩しないことですかね。バランス調整がどの戦術にどう影響するかをまずしっかり把握して、その後、ひたすら練習してどれが一番効果的な組み合わせかを探しました。チーム全般の、リーダー的役割もそうですし、アナリスト的な仕事をするのも基本的に自分なんですけど、自分がいろいろ動画見たり配置見たりとかしてやってます。日本の選手は結構攻めとか防衛よりも結構細やかなところに目が配れる選手が多いんで、それが結構日本の選手が上手い人が多い理由かなと思います。与えました。詳しくその詳細は言えはしないんですけど、今回はその負けからいろいろ相手の情報とかも知れましたんで、対策を打つつもりではあります。
I like that little quip there at the end. I don't want to give away too much, but you see here, exceeding all expectations. You talked about it a little bit there, Woody. Heroya, the average star is 2.83. Hit rate just so far ahead, but I mean, something to kind of point out, Sun struggling a little bit through here. So definitely going to look to pick up his teammates here. That's a team effort. Everyone's going to be playing consistent. Everyone's going to be on their A game, especially against a team like Tribe Gaming.
Absolutely right. And for a squad that emphasizes the unity of purpose, cooperation, a non-hierarchical leadership style where they all can collaborate and work with one another, that is what it is going to take down Tribe Gaming. Whereas you can see on the bottom of the screen here, the predictions among the casters and among the crowd are all tipping heavily in Tribe's favor. 79% of the viewers have said that they believe Tribe will take the win, with only 21% going for All Exceed. But it will be All Exceed's turn to start this war first. Nairomi marching into combat, shields up and spears at the ready. He will be the first to put a point on this board, Bash.
This is a really big, impactful war for both of these squads. Like Tribe was kind of talking about Nebrax in the interview. Getting that first round win is massive. And you could say the same for All Exceed. I mean, All Exceed are on the points leaderboard, looking to make an impact. I mean, there's still a golden ticket up for grabs, and with 2 out of our 8 teams already having a golden ticket, that means there's even more wiggle room in here. Queen with the Angry Jelly is going to make her target only those defenses. Just going to go ahead and pop ability and get that giant on the board, setting up for a dragon strike here. Tons of invis, so this RC is going to continue to charge through and get to the town hall. I think the Queen was all about setting up the pathing and pushing that RC right towards the town hall, right on time. There she goes.
Woo. Yeah, and she is right on target. Nabs that town hall, and the first star is down. perfect timing on these invisibilities so far, and Nairomi with the two-pronged attack has sent in two big, strong, heavy heroes and taken out so many crucial defenses. Take a look at those electro boots, able to get AoE damage against all of these surrounding buildings, and Nairomi has got to be happy with how the first minute of this attack has gone so far. Starting to send in some rocket loons along the edge here. What's catching your attention there, Bash?
I think he made a mistake. Okay, she's going to circle back. I think he made a mistake on that invis. He wanted to get that ricochet cannon, but she went back for it. If she went over to that wizard tower, could have maybe caused a problem. But then again, he's going drags, so probably wouldn't have been that big of an issue. Speaking of drags, they're all coming through here, but it's a straight line through. But you don't have like that kind of counter support that we've seen on other dragon attacks. Does have a lava hound, which is actually going to fly in across the base right now. There goes the Warden's Eternal Tome. Some rocket loon, stone slammer yet to be deployed.
Wish he could have gotten that Grand Warden to protect the Royal Champion, but nonetheless, she did a great job along the bottom right side of the space. Still, we are looking at hard mode here, and these dragons have got to move lightning fast to get through this space. They're a bit spread out. Pups are popping up at the top side, able to protect those dragons for a little while, but the air defenses are going to start to fire off, and the Minion Prince sending in his ability will get a little bit more of a freeze effect. We're passing the 80% mark, and take a look at the top side now where the CC troops are getting pulled on out. Oh, but it is just going to be a brutal defense here now as Pete Castro's base is pummeling against all these attackers on every angle. Stone scatter shots still firing off at the last few skyward troops here. Can they creep past that 100%? It's looking likely, Bash.
Yeah, it was looking really in dire straits there for a moment, but now everything's getting back on track. The Super Dragon and the Inferno Dragon pulled to the top by the Ice Golems. Still got just a few defenses here. That multi is a big, big defense to get down. It's just eating up all these troops. One dragon remains. There goes the Sneezy. Oh no! Oh, the dragon's down.
Go with Sneezy,
Can the
go.
Sneezy get
Go,
Wait,
Sneezy, go.
Sneezy's still fine here. 99%. It's gonna look through. It's gonna be a 3-star for All Exceed. A little bit of luck goes their way, and it is a triple to start the war.
God bless you, Sneezy, and well done on your triple finish for Nairomi. All Exceed are gonna be pumping the fists and slapping high fives all around the table, as that is exactly what they were hoping for. Man, it got real close there at the end, Bash, but with a beautiful setup, that dual Archer Queen Royal Champ charge set up perfectly for the Dragons. And as you mentioned there, yeah, it got a little tricky in the middle of that attack. We started to see the defenses get a little bit more focus as the Dragons were spreading out. Nonetheless, end Clutch Sneezy grabs the win, and P. Castro will be on the returning line of attack now, as Tribe Gaming will try to tie it back up with an attack against Sun Sun.
P. Castro, former world champion, former world MVP, playing under Clash Champs a few years ago, but now with the Tribe Gaming squad looking to help them get back to that world stage. And he's been really, really consistent throughout all of the month's Worlds qualifier. You kind of talked about it earlier where Tribe has made it to every single qualifier, and P. Castro has looked really good throughout. Setting up here, he does have the Angry Jelly on the Warden, allowing him to target those defenses like we saw in the Queen on the last attack. That Flame Flinger up top doing a great job. He's just setting the stage, setting the path here. But look at this. Keep an eye on this, Woody. 3 overgrowth spells.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 is already a little bit sketchy in my opinion, but 3, we'll have to see what P. Castro does with all 3 of these. Should be able to shut down a lot of the base, but sometimes you get a little over-ambitious, and then you can miss some of those defenses too if the timing's not right.
Yeah, I am shocked and wowed that he has gone for such an attack style with already a minute committed. He's only torn up 19% of this base, and I just don't see any way for him to be able to beat the clock in this attack. He is going to have to get these Root Riders and Valks deployed mighty fast and get perfect pathing around the southern side here. Root Riders are starting to make their way in, and the rumble of the jungle has begun. They are tearing into this enemy RC now and making their way toward key defenses. Ricochet Cannon and multi-target Inferno are going down with protection from the Grand Warden. Still yet to pop his ability, holding on to it until he knows that more DPS is going to be coming on in. The Overgrowth does wear off, and they'll get a chance to go in at the Town Hall now. Balloons are going to creep on out with the Poison Spell. He's going to be able to get almost all of these CC troops. Great CC for a Poison Spell there, slowing down the Ice Golems in the interior. But that is a little bit of bad news for P. Castro, as he knows that that is going to be more time off the clock, and he has got to put pedal to the metal to get the triple here, Bash.
Yeah, he's managing things well, though. The Yetis came out of the Flame Flinger on the top side. They were able to pick up the Expo that took down the Flame Flinger. RC is invisible there with the Spirit Fox. Those roots will open up the wall. I'm a little bit worried about that multi there on the left. Let's see if the Queen, Queen can't quite reach it. Maybe Sneezy and the Boogers will go over there and get it. Still does have one more Overgrowth to be deployed. But I'm also a little bit worried about that. Overgrowth spell is 25 seconds, and there's only 40 seconds left in this attack. He does go ahead and elect to get those multis and the Monolith, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time to circle back for it.
Here he goes. He's dropping some super barbs up from the top left side to try to get a little bit more cleanup work done out here, because he knows that he's not going to have very much time at the very end. He's dropping all the remaining spells, 3 more freezes, 1 more invisibility to try to protect those troops along the last side, but 20 seconds are left, and there's still a Monolith and 2 multi-target Infernos at the core of the base. Castro
Spiky ball.
sends out the Spiky Ball! A long bomb shot, but he slows down on top of the Tornado Trap. He's going to get 1 more shot from the Royal Champion. She tosses the spears! That's it! The 3-star from P. Castro, lightning fast finish, ties this war up, Bash.
The time management there was so insane. P. Castro looked so cool, calm, and collective. Ice water in his veins. Did you see him when he was done? Took his put his headphones on. He just looked like, what? Were you guys ever doubting that? That was a 3-star all the way. That was such an insane attack. 3 Overgrowths, definitely an unconventional approach, and we are all squared away. 3 stars apiece from both these squads.
He is like water. He moves slowly through the babbling brooks at the top of the mountain, and then comes crashing down like a waterfall in the moments that matter most. Next up will be Hiroya, the hero of this All Exceed lineup with the highest hit rate of anyone in this squad. Is he gonna be able to pull off another triple and keep this war perfect so far? Dropping in the Royal Champion for an early charge once again and sending in the invisibility spells to protect her all the way through. Nice use of the boots there, grabs those enemy skeleton traps, and she's gonna start to whittle away at this fire spitter as well. I'm noticing a lot of players making early targeting moves against the fire spitter, and especially when that fire spitter angled in a different direction and with invisibility to protect the troops that are charging in. That really does seem to be a crucial defense that a lot of attacking players are focusing on early on, Bash.
Well, usually they're pointed either like one direction and the other, or kind of like in the same direction. So if you can negate one of those fire spitters, usually you can work your way around. And if you look at the bottom side of the base, that fire spitter down there in that compartment, it was pointed towards the town hall. So it's going to have a little of a range of effect, but most of those roots are going to come in behind. So if you can get that fire spitter out, it just really negates a lot of damage from the other fire spitter, especially here in hard mode, where defenses are dealing out 20% more damage. But here comes the main surge through. Root Riders are working through their rocket balloons out of the clan castle. Does poison the furnace. He's got a great funnel on the outside with the king, and now those roots should take the right turn towards the town hall. Gonna use the Overgrowth to shut down some of those defenses. Looking like a strong approach here for Hiroya.
Yeah, rocket balloons can be real scary seeing those coming out of the clan castle with protection from that Grand Warden. He was safe after all. Takes down the town hall, and that's the 2nd star secured, and he is doing very well on time. It's still got that Overgrowth spell down and holding on to a final one to drop at the end of this raid, but he's getting a little bit of an awkward split now with the Barb King over on the bottom side and a few more support troops trying to clean up and get the remainder of these big defenses. Archer Queen on the interior now is having a duel with the Minion Prince that is just not going her way, and Hiroya is starting to wither and fall. Last Root Rider is about to go down, and with that, all he's got left is to wait for this Overgrowth to go away and pray that he can get this percentage a bit higher and higher. The first defense has occurred, and you know that All Exceed must have given Hiroya a difficult base, hoping beyond hope that he could pull off a miracle against such an extraordinary team. But nonetheless, with a 2-star 89%, that's still a solid showing from All Exceed, and will keep them in contention if they can manage to get a defense of their own against Tribe. Coming up next.
It was really looking really strong there, but once things start to kind of like disperse and spread out a little bit, that's when things start to go sideways here with the Root Rider attack, especially when you start losing those healers and you don't have all that support. It's 89%, so kind of like on that little mid to average range where it's not bad, it's not great, it's okay number to be at. But when you're going up against Tribe Gaming, I feel like Tribe are hungry this month, especially in this war. They know an early win means a ton, and it's going to be Nebrex, who had an impressive month last month using dragons. I believe he went perfect on all of his attacks, even though they didn't get the job done and get through for the golden ticket. Nebrax definitely is one of the big morale guys on this team, has to be pumping up his team.
He sure has been, and as we heard from the interview earlier on, he knows the importance of these early wars, how crucial it is to get the wins here. He's coming in with mass drags, and we'll start off once again with the Royal Champion charge, sending her in with invisibility spells to protect. Got those electro boots cooked up and ready to rumble this base down. Early strikes against air defenses are going to be very important against to support a dragon attack like this. He's also dropping invisibility spells on enemy defenses to try to get that RC even deeper inside. Those electro boots can do some great work if they're able to catch multiple different crucial defenses. But man, this is a big investment on invisibility spells to try to get her in deep, Bash.
And it definitely doesn't feel like she's cooperating and going where he wants her to. Now he's going to pull out the clan castle troops and he's going to hold her up there, and he's out of invises. I don't know if his goal was to get the clan castle dealt with. He does at least get it pulled out, so he'll be able to get that furnace poisoned, which, I mean, the furnace can definitely be annoying, but I think he wanted to try to... I couldn't tell if he wanted to get the CC or if he wanted to get the town hall. Usually with these dragon attacks, you're trying to target the town hall so you don't have to worry about it. Now he's going to send the dragons right through the town hall. The ice golem will go over to the left side to the archer, and he still has queen to be deployed with that siege barracks. She'll be able to take out that ice golem, no problem there. Oh, look at that. He used the ice block on the lava hound so he can just tank the air defense even longer.
Yeah, soaking lots of shots to keep those dragons back on task, but a lot of them had taken quite a bit of damage along the north side here. You saw the pop of that Grand Warden ability to try to protect as even more damage is going to be coming on in, but a long-range fire spitter is just firing away at this clump. He's got to deny splash damage from enemy defenses, especially seeing lots of splash damage coming in against him right now. With so many clumped dragons, he has no way to get them topped back off, and they are just getting obliterated in the core of this base now. Really unfortunate that that scatter shot just got so many shots off, and with multi-archer tower and a multi-inferno tower coming in to finish off, he's got to hope that the heroes up on the top left side can get some additional work done. Archer Queen with the giant out front is still looking pretty healthy, and he's coming ever so close to the end of this base. But can Nebrax finish it off and clutch for the triple bash?
The tough spot here is the king and the enemy minion prince still on defense hanging in there. His minion prince is targeting the enemy minion prince, which is nice. The queen did lose her giant. She does still have unicorn there. Minion prince is working, going to Phoenix now, but that king is just going to stall everything up. The queen goes down, and it's looking like it's going to be a defense. I mean, there's not a lot of air targeting. I don't know. If they can get through this king, it's really just the Archer Tower and that Battle Builder right there. He's still got super minions.
15
I think it's going to be time, though. 16 seconds.
If that queen had stayed up just one more second, the unicorn would have topped her back off as she made her way around the outside of this base. She might have been just enough to get the triple down. And so it might, in the end, be one shot from a builder hut that caused this attack to fail. Still a 2-star, 94% will keep Tribe Gaming ahead of All Exceed by a few crucial percentage points. And we know that this is going to be a war that can go down to the wire now. At the midpoint, we are tied on stars. And with such a tight race, All Exceed need to come out swinging in this third strike to put the lead back in their favor. With that disadvantage on percentage, it's up to them now to set the tone for the rest of the Smash Bash.
Yeah, but I think that pickup of a defense against Nebrax is really, really big right there, especially after the big miss from their heavy hitter and Haroya. I think that was a very nice defense for them. This seemed like, I don't know, I still don't really know the intention of that RC charge, whether he was trying to get the CC or if he's trying to get the town hall there, but definitely seemed like he had a lot of trouble getting that RC under control. But here we go with Invincible LG coming in next. Does have a giant arrow. We haven't seen giant arrow used yet, but he does have quake and some lightning spells in there. Can target all kinds of different buildings. Sometimes we see this paired with a log launcher. I don't think we'll see that here, as those defenses aren't really in the right lineup for that. But keep an eye on where he does send that queen's giant arrow. Those quakes the quake and the lightning spells just a little bit later after this RC charge should be coming in right now. Let's see what he targets. Maybe that rage tower in the middle.
Oh, he tried to.
Okay, there. Oh, he got that whole section.
Wow, yeah, great aim with that giant arrow. I'm surprised that it went so well. I was, starting to sweat when I saw this building still standing. The lightning's finished them off, and with Invincible LG's march on the bottom side of the space, he's got plenty of time for this assault drops the overgrowth spell into the core, and that's going to shut down the Town Hall and allow a little bit of a wraparound here now from the counterclockwise position. It's a Grand Warden support for these troops is going to be unsurpassed. Still holding on to that ability and waiting for the clutch moment to protect from all this splash damage that's going to be coming in from the backside. That scatter shot still firing away, and with defensive heroes now starting to activate, he poison spell lots of value. It is withering away those defensive troops, and a big hit off on the minion prince as well. He's going to be slowed down as the troops now collapse into the core. Look for that second star. Invincible's looking pretty good here, Bash.
Yeah, to circle back for the Town Hall, though, I don't think that was planned. The time a little bit off there. The overgrowth just wore off a little bit late, and now, yeah, this is going to be an issue. The Queen's up top. He's got the roots going to the left. The RC's up there, so things are starting to spread out, and that's not what you want. Although the healers are staying with the roots, so if they can stay packed in there tight with the roots, stay healed, that'll be great. But man, definitely losing the Queen to the top side is a big blow. Trying to keep that Royal Champion alive. King is still working. There goes King's spiky bomb there. Royal Champion should be able to pick up that Crusher Mortar. The roots are still working through here. Monolith is going. He's hoping, he's praying for a 3-star, and just with a few buildings remaining, he might be able to just do it here for All Exceed. They need a 3-star in the worst way right here, Woody.
Not much of any concern about time. It's just about tearing down these last few defenses, but with the Royal Champion taking just a few too many shots, I don't know if they're gonna be able to make it back on the other end. Yeti's gonna be given a few more stabs at the last few defenses, but that is the last major attacking troop left. Wait, hold on.
He's good.
There's an Archer Queen.
He's
There's
got
a full health Archer Queen.
Yeah, no, yeah, she came, she was just beating on a wall. She was catching up. He's fine. He's fine. She had to get through the wall, and then she came around the corner there. And Invincible LG will get the triple for All Exceed. Definitely needed it right there. And they're right back in this thing. Any kind of defense against Tribe Gaming, and they will push into the lead.
She's just hanging out on the wall, having a good time, doing her, Archer Queen stuff, and said, do you need me? You want me to get in there and start blowing some buildings up? All right. No worries. We'll make it happen. Send her in, and the Queen gets the job done. Triple for All Exceed puts them in the lead now, and with an extraordinary opportunity to send Tribe Gaming down to the lower bracket. Is Tribe gonna take this one in style, or are they gonna have to walk the extra mile? We'll find out next, as Kronos will be our next attacker, giving us another opportunity to show up one of the longest, most experienced players in the Clash of Clans scene. He has played in almost every different metagame that's been, about over the years, and we're gonna get a chance now to see what he has got for us this time. With an Angry Jelly attached to his Grand Warden, he's going to get a little bit of an early walk, stabbing into the space.
This is going to
see the RCs do that, Bash.
This is going to be really ridiculous. He's got Super Barbarians, but he's got 8 Invises. He's starting that RC charge. He's got 3 Earthquakes. Okay, he recalls early. Okay, just maybe picked up. I didn't see if there was a mortar over there, maybe just to set up the pathing for that Flame Clinger just to be fine. I think there was a mortar on the outside. But I'm interested to see. All right, here comes the fireball. He's gonna set up the fireball right into the middle, right onto that Expo. Now he can shut down that whole top compartment. Beautiful fireball for Kronos, but he's still got a couple of invises. He still has the RC that he recalled, but we've seen him do this before. Instead of using the rocket loons, he elects to go with the Super Barbarians, but he's got a long way to go on this one. It's a little bit of a risky play. He's got to get to the Town Hall eventually, but with this one, you can definitely be very, very patient.
Absolutely. You see so many air targeting expos because dragons can be a real threat, but with a ground targeting expo over on the left side there, Nairomi was trying to deny an entry just like this one. Kronos had the cojones and said, I'm going for it anyways, and with the 2-pronged attack, has just started to apply the hydraulic press to both sides of this base, crushing through and sending in now the rest of the troops along the top side now with a Barbarian King to get some more work done. He does have to be a little bit cautious when he gets to the core of this base, seeing that monolith right next to 2 scatter shots, and flanked also by multi-target infernos. That can be a lot of damage and cause some funneling issues here. Defensive Archer Queen, I mean, it's a pretty scary core. He's got to have a lot of support going in, and with the freeze and invis as his last really big spells to commit, how is he going to get this deploy to work out in his favor, Bash?
He's definitely the Warden going up with the King and Queen, losing a little bit of firepower there. I wonder, if it was a missed target or if he like intentionally didn't try to get that monolith in the middle with a scatter shot, because you'd think with that much of a spell commitment to the fireball, you would want to get that monolith down. As we see that being a big factor now, RC is going to go ahead and take care of the town hall with their rocket spears. That monolith just shut down the warden and the king, and now that scatter shot just doing so much work to the queen. I mean, he's still got a lot of resources here.
The headhunters! Headhunters need to get on that queen ASAP. He's just holding on to 3 of them and not going to be able to get them deployed at all until it's too late. Archer Queen on offense is going down, and the headhunters will be burnt up by the multi-inferno. That is going to leave just a little bit of base left, and Kronos will be sent packing. A defense for all exceed as we now pass the 93% mark. But Tribe Gaming are finding themselves in a very tough spot now in this late war. With only 7 stars to all exceeds, the tides have turned very quickly against them, Bash.
Oh man, Tribe Gaming, it is so tough for them. Like, War 1 is always a struggle. It looked like they were in the driver's spot, and now they just come out and I would have to watch that back. I just have to rewind and watch that attack back to see if maybe he missed-targeted on there, but leaving that monolith and the scatter shots up definitely felt like a mistake. Sunsun's up next, though. We saw Sunsun with one of the lower hit rates, so we definitely need to see Sunsun step up here with All Exceed having the lead on stars, and now they have the percentage lead after Tribe's miss. This could definitely be a big pickup. Gonna go ahead and actually overgrowth the top and push that Royal Champion in towards that monolith area, getting the multi-gear tower down, getting the multi-inferno down. A great pickup. Instead of using 2 invises, just use the overgrowth there. Same value as 2 invises.
Royal Champion still looking safe on the interior, takes down the monolith that had caused so many problems in previous raids, and that will not be causing any issues for this assault. Sunsun, as you mentioned, is still a big question mark for this raid. Our RC goes to the top side and requires a real quick recall to get her out of there. Did not get the value that he was looking for against the CC troops and those Teslas in the core of the base, and that was a little bit of awkward pathing, but very nice save from Sunsun.
Yeah, good reaction time to pull her out there before she got completely destroyed, though. So I'll give him credit there, but definitely not what he was hoping for. Look, he's got to get these Valkyries back on track. These Valkyries need to go into the middle. I guess just a couple of the Valks. Okay, they're going to go into the middle. The Minion Prince is doing some work to him. Here come the Root Riders. It's a long haul to the Town Hall, but he does have the overgrowth still also. Here comes Headhunter to take out that Minion Prince. Things are starting to work. Troops are being launched from the troop launcher. King to set the funnel on the bottom side. All right, I think he's got things back on track here, Woody.
I'm just seeing so much damage coming in from all these scatter shots. Just really scary offense there. Fire Spitters as well are going to be walloping away, but I guess these Root Riders still look very, very healthy. Healers are just going to give them a little bit of extra fuel in their gas tanks to wrap all the way around clockwise against this base and making their way into the Town Hall compartment very shortly after. We are getting a little bit of an awkward timing here, but still holding on to 3 hero abilities. We're going to expect to see that Grand Warden ability pop in very shortly whenever this overgrowth wears off, protecting the rest of these big 2 giant bombs. Great timing on that Warden ability. Right as those giant bombs explode, the overgrowth wears off, and they will be able to apply all the rest of the DPS to the interior of this base. But still a lot left to go up on the top side, Bash.
Lot of damage incoming. The RC goes down. The Rage Tower is getting ready to go off. It's going to output some... actually, the Rage Tower is not covering those Infernos, so the Inferno's not going to be raged up there. That's going to be a nice little pickup. King still has ability with the spiky ball. Sunsun here, I think, really just picking up as much percent as possible would be great, because this one definitely felt like, with the RC not cooperating, definitely felt like things went a little bit unconventional on the approach here. But man, he's kind of leaving the door open for a Tribe comeback, with this one like barely creeping into the 80s right now.
Yeah, this is a really unfortunate follow-up for All Exceed, and the big question mark has now been answered. This leaves the door open for Tribe to follow up and seek their revenge. Sunsun will see All Exceed's star total go up to 10, but with the percentage so razor tight, All Exceed only having a 0.4% advantage, this 83 hit is not going to be what they needed to carry that momentum forward. And Tribe had the possibility now of pulling back with a triple of their own to come ahead in percentage.
Yeah, coming into that attack, All Exceed were up by 2%, not to mention the star So with that only being 83%, that really leads things open. If Tribe can get the triple here, they're going to be in a commanding position where if they triple their last attack, they will win this war. Rakiras will be our next attacker, and we have the beef of the lineup coming up for Tribe Gaming. We saw Rakiras make the switch from air to ground last month, going to the Root Riders, and we see that continuing right here. Does have a battle blimp selected at the current time. I wonder if he's going to send the battle blimp over the top of this RC to go for the Town Hall. Maybe push her to the left side of this base. Could be an interesting approach here, but let's see what Rakiras has for us.
Rakiras boasts the second highest July hit rate in the entire league right now, coming in at 74% 3 stars. He is certainly expected to perform extraordinarily well in this war, and this could very well be the moment where Tribe get their turnaround victory lap for the final engagement. Battle Blimp going all the way into the Town Hall, and with Yetis right on target, that is going to be the first star claimed early on. But popping out that siege machine early on, Rakiras knows that he has got to be perfect on the follow-up now, getting these Root Riders on task and tearing down the rest of these defenses. Great poison on those CC troops as well will help to prevent them from slowing down the rest of this raid. And even check that out, one little wizard for some additional cleanup along the outer edge shows picture perfect planning and the ideal commitment of the perfect number of offensive troops to take down exactly what he is aiming at.
I think he was really fine with using his siege machine right there, because the battle blimp not only did take down the CC, it also took out the Crusher Mortar, but it also pulled out those Clan Castle troops so he could get those dealt with. So a lot of times you're going to see a troop launcher, maybe a siege barracks here, but I think Rakiras was really fine with that play right there because the Yetis did so much work, and they did the dual duty of pulling out those Clan Castle troops so that they could be dealt with without any issue. A few regular wall breakers up top there to go ahead and open up that wall so the king can sneak in there if he so chooses, but he's gonna get the enemy king under control. Overgrowth's gonna wear off, and here comes a lot of damage onto the base. Does have a couple of freezes in there, has the rage gem there on the warden, and everyone is protected for the time.
Rakiras found the optionality for that RC ability, popped it and got her topped back off thanks to the healers, and with the Grand Warden follow-up ability, this base just looks absolutely crushed, Bash. I am so impressed. I don't know how Rakiras manages to do it every single time, but he is just on a monstrous warpath now to the final corner of this base. Last defending RC will make a few more stabs to try to keep this base up, but man, Rakiras has just totally crushed it. No question in my mind. And this is going to give Tribe the shot in the arm that they needed. Smiles all around, but it is not over yet. One final round of attacks before we can declare a winner for this Tribe versus All Exceed matchup.
Pushing the score to 10-10. This pretty much puts All Exceed in a must 3-star situation. Not saying that Tribe won't make a mistake, but it would have to be 84% or lower. Also with whatever, you know, All Exceed does. All Exceed really need to get a 3-star and then hope for any defense here. That's really their win factor, as they fall behind by 15% now after that big miss from Sun. But it's going to be Kazuma, our final attacker, going up against Kronos Attack, and this is huge. If you're Tribe Gaming, you want that first war victory. This will be a big pickup if they can finally get one.
Yeah, it is really incredible how quickly the tides can change and the momentum can just switch right back in Tribe's favor. Now, not only do they have the percentage advantage, if they get a 2-star from All Exceed, they basically get the win just with a walk-away percentage pickup from their own. They can take it easy and take it slow and careful, knowing that they have the right to respond to whatever Kazuma is able to show up with. And so this is a very comfortable position now for Tribe to watch this attack unfold, even with the triple.
Keep an eye.
I mean, that would put it awfully close, Bash.
Keep an eye on this warden. He's setting up for the fireball here as the Angry Jelly's getting ready to wear off. So he's going to go ahead and get things going for this fireball to set up and push into the middle of this base. Wonder if he's just going to blow up this whole section or if he's going to go for the CC. It looks like he's going for the CC area here, and he is going to go ahead and nail that CC. The Invis goes off. Multi-Inferno, lots of value picked up, so many buildings in there, and now he can go ahead and start with the Root Riders right into the middle of the base. We've seen this pairing of the Warden Fireball with the Roots. It's a heavy investment, but when you're doing a Warden walk into Fireball anyways, you're already using that Rage Gem, so it's almost like having that passive spell. It was a big pickup the invis tower is still there. I thought it went down, but it did get triggered, but it does still remain. So he's got to get to this town hall sooner than later so that doesn't regenerate and all those troops go right past the town hall.
Just a massive smoking crater in the core of this base, and Kazuma is not going to be slowing down at all. No overgrowths to commit to this raid. Instead, he is going pedal to the metal. Oh, he does catch some Teslas in the core of the base. That is going to mess up the pathing just a little bit. They're going to have to move on into the interior, and that could result in an awkward amount of big DPS now crushing these troops. He really wanted them to go to the bottom side of the base and go clockwise around to the top, but instead now he's going to be facing off against a lot of splash damage, distraction from skeleton traps, Monolith firing away at those big beefy troops. With the protection from the healer, they will be topped off just a little bit, and he's got to keep this going as fast as he can. Troops are taking a walloping in the core, but the defenses are not going to be very healthy. Finishes off the Monolith, and he might be on the path to the win, Bash.
The spiky ball's gonna be big from the king here. He's losing the healers. He's got one healer remaining. The royal champion does go down here. He's got to get this ricochet in, and he gets it down. And now the king's spiky ball can come in, target 1, 2, 3, 4. Bing, bang, boom, bam. Gets those buildings down. Here comes the king in. It's just a ricochet tower. And there we go. The king looking to secure it. Headhunters take down the minion prince, and Kazuma has done it. All Exceed are still alive in this war, forcing Tribe Gaming into the 3-star situation.
Smiles and applause from his teammates. This squad is superbly focused and will not go down without a fight. The triple secured means that Tribe need a 3-star of their own, and anything short of that will mean All Exceed moving on in the upper bracket. And that means, Bash, it all comes down to this. The 10th and final attack will be the determining factor in this long, difficult, brutal, beautiful war.
Tribe Gaming can never have it easy, man. It looked like they were in the driver's seat, and then Kazuma comes in and is like, nah, I got this, bro. It's gonna be Temper, our final attack of the war. This is a must 3-star situation. Tribe Gaming have the percent, so if Temper's able to get the triple, they will win. But man, this is as intense, as high pressure as it gets, as we'll see him going in against Kazuma, who did have that last 3-star here. Looks like Root Riders, couple of freezes in there. I thought those were lightning spells there for a second, but pretty standard setup it actually looks like for the Roots. Yeah. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy like we've been seeing throughout this war. But I guess that's what you need here from Temper, your anchor, your 5 spot. Let's see, can he get the job done and give Tribe Gaming that elusive first war win?
He's going to be rolling in with a log launcher as well to provide a secondary point of entry, maybe for some heroes along the outer edge. But of course, starting off with this RC charge into the core, holding on to those electro boots and zapping through against that enemy Barb King and as many defenses as she can get her hands on. Recalls out real quick early on, though, after triggering a few traps, and will find a Tesla up on the top side. No big trouble for her to have to deal with that later on, as the rest of Temper's troops are now marching in. Log launcher up on the 11 o'clock position to find another wall break, as these Root Riders moving in from the top side will have plenty of protection along the top, with balloons and heroes aplenty. Freezing and with bombs dropping all over the place. Temper sends in an Archer Queen now at the 2 o'clock side to get a few more snipe shots in and make sure that these troops stay on task. But check that tornado trap, Dash. Is that going to slow things down, or is he happy to see that one out of the picture early on?
We'll have to see, but I think the bigger story there is that pickup from that log launcher. He got out the ricochet cannon, got out the poison tower over there, and the fire spitter. We talking about the fire spitters, if he can negate one of them, how powerful that can be, and that's exactly what he did with that log launcher earthquake combination. King does go to Phoenix down there on the bottom side. That's going to allow this queen to go ahead and surge forward and get to the middle of this base. Beautiful overgrowth there on the scatter shot and the monolith. It's all on the line here for Temper. He needs a 3-star for this Tribe Gaming squad to get the victory. It's all on the line. It all comes down to this final section of the base.
Oh man, this is terrifyingly close. Royal Champion sends in the spears, but with an overgrowth on the monolith, that it's going to be a mighty tough defense to finish off at the very end. And those poor Root Riders are just getting walloped by that big defense. RC does pivot off and will take it down. But we still have a big compartment left and hardly any troops remaining. The last invisibility spell is out to protect the Root Riders and that RC, but could not get the Root Riders out in time to tank for the RC. She goes down, and Temper is left without much in his gas tank, just has that Archer Queen ability forced out early. The Giant is out in front to try to take a few more shots, but with the long range Expo getting the lock on, that Queen is taking a lot of hits, and this is not looking very clean.
It's fine.
Can he make it to the end?
It's fine. Giant is beefy, bro. Just let him tank. Let him do his job. If he can tank this Expo, it's a 3-star. 24 seconds remain. He's going to get through the 3-star of the Expo, and it is going to be the 3-star for Temper, and Tribe Gaming are going to pull off the miraculous comeback. All Exceed are going to come up just short as Temper's Giant clutches the victory. Tribe Gaming get that first war win finally. After month after month after month, they get on the board.
Time to breathe a sigh of relief. From such a close match, Temper has delivered the goods and a 13-star, 97.4% destruction finish will lead Tribe Gaming marching ahead in the upper bracket as All Exceed have put up a fantastic showing and came up just 3% short. The tie on stars can demonstrate just how tight this match was. And if Hiroya had just put up another 11%, that would have made all the difference. Super strong lineup for both of these teams, and I gotta give them both credit for sticking with it and showing the determination that there can only be one moving ahead in the bracket. Bash, show us what we got.
Oh man, that was so intense. Tribe Gaming moving forward in the upper bracket, which pushes All Exceed down to the lower bracket. Tribe Gaming will face the winner of Navi versus Milliseam MG, our next matchup. But man, we've had some intense wars waiting down there in the lower bracket. And our first elimination matchup will be Electros JP versus Dizzy X Stamina. And then All Exceed still waiting to see if they'll play Navi or Milliseam MG in an elimination matchup just a little bit later today. We are 3 wars in out of 8, and man, the intensity has been insane thus far, Woody.
I just cannot imagine a better lineup to start this bracket off. We have 2 golden ticket holders at the very start. We get a 13-13 razor sharp follow-up from both Only Bads Electros JP and Tribe Gaming All Exceed. And then who do we have? Just some reigning world champs. Milliseam MG going up against them as well. A superstar lineup. And the 4th war is going to be an extraordinary one to watch for Tribe Gaming, who know that their next opponent is going to be on the battlefield next, Bash.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be watching that once we see the MVP. I mean, That makes so much sense. Temper there. I mean, it was... can we say Temper's Giant or Queen was the MVP of that? Because that Giant was able to tank just enough so that the 3 queens from the Magic Mirror were able to get through there and get the victory. That was so intense. Such a good war. I like just like on the player cams at the end, all the German guys are going crazy there. And then there's P. Castro who's like, we got this. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to see Navi. We're going to see Milliseam MG in our last upper bracket, quarterfinal, semifinal, some kind of final first war of the day matchup after just a short break. Stick with us, guys.
welcome back to the next epic round of Clash of Clans World Championship Finals for the July season. I am Woody, and so pleased to be welcoming back a superstar of the Clash scene. Itsu, you're here with us. Tell us about this next match.
We have an incredible match in our hands between Navi and Millicene MG. I mean, the stats already are showing it. They're pretty close, and it feels like everything comes down to who can show up. Let's take a look at the first roster. We have Navi coming in with the roster everyone knows and loves because they're bringing in some crazy stuff. And after watching those first couple of matches, I'm excited to maybe see Yara with super bonus again. Oh, that would be so great. But let's take a look at the lineup. Gaku, Klaus, Yara, Kazuma, and as well Stars. This is going to be a great match. But we have as well a short clip from them. Let's listen in.
今月の、マンスリーファイナルのチームの方針は、とにかく攻撃力を高めて、打ち勝って優勝したいと思ってます。私たちのチームの強みは、各選手がクリエイティブな攻撃を持っていることだと思ってます。予選でも一番高いヒットレートだったので、このファイナルでもそれを継続したいと思ってます。今年に入ってからはそんなにメタは大きく変わってないので、本当に今ある一つや二つの戦術をみんなで極めていっているという状況です。そうですね、私たちのコーチが与える影響はやっぱり他のチームのアナライズをしてくれたりだとか、新しい攻め方があったら私たちにそれを共有してくれています。そうですね、先月はやっぱり準備が完璧とは言えなかったと思います。でもそのおかげで今月より強くなって帰ってこれたと思ってます。そうですね、やっぱり僕たちが負けた時に多くのコメントだったり応援の励ましをいただいたので、今月はゴールデンチケットを取って本当にいつも応援してくださっているファンに、いい姿を見せれたらなと思ってます。
Extraordinary follow-up, but let's take a look at another player on this Navi lineup. He has the #1 hit rate out of any player in this July season. Yata moving in with 75% of his attacks as triples. Helped his team to achieve an average 12.5 stars and a total of 95.07% average destruction, higher than both teams in our previous match. This is gonna definitely be a big, burly, offense-focused war, Itsu.
Yeah, I think that is for sure going to be the case with Yara then trying to perform as good as possible. And the question is if he really can show up. But there's a team on the other side which is trying to build bases, come up with bases to somehow stop this team. And that is Millicene MG. Because they are in here as well for a reason and they are ready to fight back with their roster.
Absolutely, and take a look at him on screen now. We have Anat, Nisax, Mr. C, Just Drums, and Adi. Beautiful high hit rates across the board, but look at Nisax right there. Let's take a listen in and hear from MMG themselves.
Well, my team's strategy is first to prepare as much as possible on training other teams' bases in order to improve our offensive plans. And then, of course, we are also focusing on defenses, which is really important. So we are trying to work as hard as possible with our builder team to get the best bases for next weekend. Well, we had to build this unity because the roster changed during the year, but I think the strongest thing we have is that every single one of us is so motivated because we are rather new players on the top competitive scene. So we really want to achieve great things and we have to prove it. So yeah, I'd say that we are really hungry to get the best performance and we have a lot of commitment to reach that. Well, usually I'd say the balance changes have not affected too much our strategies so far, but otherwise we just keep practicing on our own bases and other teams' bases to make sure that our regular plans keep working. Well, I don't really know if we can consider we have a coach. I'd say we mostly think about every approach on every single base with the entire team. So we have several points of view. Otherwise, it's just, I think, about organization. We try to keep the momentum we have, like train on a regular basis on as many bases as possible. And it's just a lot of organization and a good communication. Well, so we reached stage 3 earlier this year, and unfortunately we didn't have the chance to play it. So this time we really want to make it as far as possible. We know there are pretty good teams there, but we are of course aiming for the golden ticket, and we'll see if we can achieve it. Yeah, so there is a pretty good legacy with the former French team, who participated to the World Championship last year. So we would like to keep on that legacy and, if possible, do as well as they did. But hopefully we will make the fan happy, and we also know we have the whole French community behind us. So we'll give our best.
Milisi for sure is the overall underdog. The newcomers as well within the lineup of different teams we have in this qualifier, but they have as well added 2 different players to the lineup with Just Drums and Eddie, and they're trying to bounce back to the top because we have said it already earlier that they were quite successful in a few of those earlier qualifiers, so they really want to make this count. But we have talked about their opponent earlier. It is not going to be easy, and you can see that with the fan voting. 80% of you guys out there are saying Na'Vi are going to win. I mean, Na'Vi is the fan favorite, but 80%, that's a statement.
Yeah, it certainly is a decisive tilt in Na'Vi's favor, with all the casters and 80% of the viewers taking the former world champs as their favorites in this next match. But Milliceme is a very well-respected organization, and with so much experience, you can definitely invest a lot in these new players to get them up to the top. But will they be able to summit this mountain? Let's see what Just Drums can drum up for us in this first strike now. Charging in with a Royal Champion, invisibilities to keep her safe. Take a note of that giant arrow on the Archer Queen. Gonna have a straight shot through that base at some point in this setup as well. Ooh, taking a lot of damage on that Royal Champion charge though. Poisoned out, and the recall barely comes in time to save her.
That was not optimal for him. He's trying to take down that tunnel with the earthquakes, and as well now with the lock launcher diving from the top side. The giant arrow to soften things up and damage everything already, but that opening did not go to plan. He has lost quite a bit of hit points, not just on the Archer Queen, and not just on the Royal Champion, but as well on top of that, he has lost the Spirit Fox, which is having such a big impact on the later stages.
And had to pop that Archer Queen ability early on too. He's gonna have to send in this Royal, the Grand Warden's ability not too long after, or else soak a lot of splash damage on the interior. Does get the backside overgrowth in, but with a big CC coming right out, rocket loons and ice golems for both damage and slowing effect. Just Drums is having a very difficult entry point here. I don't know how he's going to salvage the percentage on this one.
And all of those Root Riders are gone. The raged up rocket loons pretty much one-shot those Root Riders, and this is the big downside of not bringing the Eternal Tome, or your troops not being inside the range of the Eternal Tome, because this is just not enough safety, and those rocket loons, especially inside one of those rage spell auras, they can provide so much damage. This might be one of the lowest percentages we have seen so far today, because he just barely is getting towards the 70% mark, and this is not what you're looking forward to if you're having to face a team like Na'Vi, and they were trying to come into this to really somehow make the miracle work, bounce back to the top. But this is not what they were hoping for. And 66% is, I think, the lowest percentage we have seen so far in those matches today.
Yeah, with percentages pushing ever higher into the 90% range, we actually really did expect MLCMG to be very strong on percentage. They had the second highest average destruction at 95.77% in the Stage 2 qualifiers. And yet, with one attack, that can all fall apart. It looks now like this war is going to be a star match and not come down to percentage. So they need to see a defense now, and that is not what you can expect at all against the #1 hit rate player in the entire game right now. Yada had the best July month of any player, and with a baby dragon there to back him up, he is going to be marching in furiously against this base from Anat, hoping to get a 3-star start and seal the deal before this war has hardly begun.
Yeah, this opening looks really good for him. He got the pathing created. Now we're going to see something similar to what we have just seen from the attack earlier, which is going to be a lock launcher dive to get that opening as well. Again, the early queen ability to get that giant aura across and deal the damage needed to really get those key defenses out and create an even better pathing. He was saving invisibility spells there with having not to invest as many into the Royal Champion charge, and this now leaves more power for his push later on.
Log Launcher also snags that poison tower in the core, and that's even more DPS that he doesn't have to worry about on his offense. Holding on to this Grand Warden ability very deep into the base now. He's going to be careful as those rocket loons do come out. He pops the ability, will protect all the troops in the interior. Doesn't give much pathing into the Town Hall, but with the RC getting the lock on there, that will be the 2nd star secured, and Yata looks just as cool as a cucumber, ready to power through the back end of this base. There doesn't seem to be too many troops, but he has got a lot of power concentrated on the bottom side, and with picture-perfect pathing, expect to see them go the distance. I'm a little bit worried about that fire spitter, but with the final overgrowth out now to drop it down, all it is now for Yada is cleanup to the outer edge. That top side has got a scatter shot and still an RC to defend it, but with lots of firepower crushing through now, he is going to be more than up to the task.
He's trying his best to recover the hit points which he has lost with that Giga Bomb, because everything was hit from it. The Warden is going down as well, which means the Rage Gem aura is not going to be effective anymore. And that is a big blow to the power of his backhand push. But the question now is, can he somehow enter this last compartment and finish off the base with the spiky ball to go through all of those defenses?
It'd be really nice if he can get that king over the walls and not have to worry about them. Keep those Root Riders crushing them down. Oh, he drops the spiky ball early to be able to bounce in and just has to worry about that scatter shot, but that is dealing massive damage to all of the Root Riders. Ricochet Cannon on the backside as well is getting so much work done. Barbarian King looks healthy. It's just a question of time now. Is he going to be able to get over that last wall? With the Ricochet Cannon taking out the last Root Rider, is going to be a long slog to get around that corner, and with a Super Barbarian for a little bit more cleanup, he's got another wall to get through with an air defense still on the far side. 10 seconds left, and with the stakes hopping over, he is just hoping, wishing, praying that they make it there, but I don't think it's going to happen, Itsu. Just a tiny bit short. The 2-star 99%, and the dragon will shed a baby tear.
That was so close. Just the Giga Bomb in the end. I think if you would have turned maybe that Poison Tower invisible, like the Spell Tower in general there, so all of those troops could have avoided that trap. Maybe it could have maybe looked different. But in the end, 99% looking at the match overall is a solid start for them, because this means a huge percentage lead now for them. And Millicim, really, they have to turn things around. Anat, sadly, one of the lowest hit rate players for Millicim in this qualifier. He has to bounce back now and has to deliver a really solid attack, because otherwise, Na'Vi are already in the lead on the percentage side.
Just a bit shocking, though, that a good result there from Na'Vi, 2 stars and 99%. It's still maybe one of the best case scenarios for Millicim MG to deny the triple. They know that they still have the possibility of winning this war on stars. They've put up big destructive strikes in the past. Can they rally now against a former world championship team and make this move happen? Big strike coming in from the left side as this royal champion, protected by invisibility spells, will be able to get a few more shots in here. But losing that Spirit Fox is a little bit of bad news now for Anat, who needs to pivot back and get a lot more power done. He shoots right through the core of this base with a giant arrow, and with earthquakes aplenty, we'll get a lot more work done, but I'm still seeing quite a few buildings up there. Needs that log launcher to finish them off, it seems.
Yeah, and he has to be careful with that defending king to make sure that it's not getting too many hits onto that log launcher. The Adams are trying their best. First shot is in though, but the log launcher has gotten the value needed. Now we have the Yetis, which slowly can push into the core, but instead they're going to the outside defenses, which means the core is going to be staying alive. This is why he has to invest this overgrowth to create the better pathing. He still has 2 out of those hero abilities, and a really big push going. It's now all about the timings for his Root Riders, and as well how he can handle those ice golems.
Minion Prince takes notice of the attack, and the Archer Queen with a freeze spell will help take her out and finish him off. Unnot sees a big Tesla farm up on the backside of the space and knows that it is going to be a difficult wraparound with the Overgrowth spell now wearing off. He pops that Grand Warden ability, but I don't think he got the Root Riders in there. They're still going to be taking a beating from that Town Hall with a Skeleton spell out now, excuse me. He's still going to be pushing in next and will be able to get the 2-star if everything goes according to plan, but can he finish off for the triple? His fingers are flying over his device, doing everything he can to knock out the last few defenses, but with that massive top corner still alive and firing away on all cylinders, I don't know if Unnot's got enough fuel in the tank to finish this one off.
No, the Root Riders just going down too quickly. And remember, we had those changes, I think it was roughly 1 year ago, where the damage of the Root Rider was cut in half. And this means you're relying on support troops. Those could come in form of Valkyries, of heroes of any type. But the Root Riders themselves are not dealing that much damage, and they're just there for tanking and as well providing this opportunity of opening those compartments. But those troops in the beginning did go down. He had to invest too many spells to keep the Queen alive, and those Yetis did not make it to the core. They could have taken down those core defenses and would have kept the Queen alive, but again, the pathing was not there, and this means it's another 2-star for Billy's team. They cannot really get into this match. And now it is back to Navi and maybe to Gaku with the attack for Navi to, well, maybe get the first 3-star on the board.
That Crusher Mortar was so valuable on defense and just such a terrifying sight for Root Rider set to go up against on the last leg of this base. Still, he did improve on the percentage that Millis team had so far, and without any triples yet, there's an opportunity now for Gaku to be the first one to put that big 3-star on the board. Marching in the top right side of the space with a Royal Champion charge, poor Spirit Fox takes a walloping strike from that scatter shot, but nonetheless will still be able to power through and get some more work done on the interior. He's going to have to be very careful with these invisibilities, though, to keep that little pet safe and ensure that the Royal Champion can keep going. Spirit Fox goes down, and with a bomb blowing up, this is not going to be very much longer for this RC charge, but man, has she got a lot of work to get done. Can she finish off the Town Hall? Yes, she can, Itsu!
Wow, okay, somehow kept that Royal Champion alive. I mean, that was some heavy investment there on the spells, and he does not have many of them left. And that Royal Champion, he has to redeploy her really wisely, because if she's pulling ahead with those little hit points, things can go downhill really, really quick for him. There she comes from the chopper. Let's see if she can stay alive. Somehow maybe get healed back up again. The healers are covering her as well or something. She's recovering some hit points. That's good for him. That would be so good to have her staying alive for as long as possible.
Double Fire Spitters are engaging this offense now, and Gaku's in dire straits, recognizing that he needs some tanking. He gets the Ice Golem and a Giant out on the corner side to catch the right one. Left side Fire Spitter is no longer able to get the lock on, and they are going to be moving in against this base on the bottom side, marching counterclockwise to try to wrap around the rest of this base. 2 stars have been secured, and holding on to that Grand Warden for dear life. Pops the ability now, just as these Fire Spitters and a multi-target Inferno are starting to pop away at them. But he's taken out a lot of the key defenses. I'm not seeing the Crusher Mortar. I'm not seeing any more scatter shots. Just mostly the big, heavy, reliable defenses that have so far denied the early stage hits. But Gaku himself also running a little bit low on firepower at the bottom here, hoping that these Root Riders can path back into the interior, get some more value from that spiky ball bouncing around. I don't know if it's going to be a triple, Itsu.
Yeah, there's still a lot of defenses on the back end with the Fire Spitter waking up again. He has the Queen ability still to spawn that action figure, but even with that, he's not going to power through the Fire Spitter, as well the Crushing Mortar. We have as well the Ricochet Cannon, so there's so much DPS on that back end alive in this base that he's not going to make it all the way. And so far, it's good news for Millicene, because Na'Vi seems like they can't get the 3 stars either. So they have an incredible percentage lead, but if they can't get the 3 stars in this match, well, 1 3-star might be all what Millicene needs to win this match.
Really nice defenses all around. And man, if you are watching the wars today, hoping to find a base layout, this war has got to be providing plenty of lessons for you to learn. Both Na'Vi and Millicene MG held at bay, and not a single one of them able to cross that threshold into the 3-star mark. Will Mr. C be the first to do it against Yata's base? Millicene MG in a disadvantageous spot, way far behind on percentage, and having to attack first. But as you mentioned, it's just one single triple might be the factor that puts them in the lead. Picture perfect invisibility spells will help to keep this Archer, Royal Champion and Fox duo safe early on. We've also got some rocket looms coming out the left side, but caught on those Tesla traps may not have found their desired target, it seems.
Yeah, really nicely placed Tesla over there to make sure that those rocket looms can't get their target off the air defense, because he tried to push the Royal Champion into the core, which, to be honest, was achieved anyway, so that is good news for him. But it's now all about how much more can he get, because there's still 4 more invisibility spells which he can still deploy. A poison spell on there as well to really make sure that the furnace is going down as well, making sure the ice golem is running away so he's not getting frozen up. And the town hall, though, with 2 more invis, this is going to get close, really close.
Oh, he's gonna get it, isn't he? It's gonna be a lot of incoming DPS as soon as she goes down. Oh, wow. Does get frozen up by the ice golem, however. Top side's going to start to trickle in some more offense as the Siege Barracks is deployed with the Archer Queen, and the Mass Dragons are moving in plenty up the top right side. 2 o'clock position will be aiming for a clockwise approach against this base. Early use of the Grand Warden ability there to protect from the incoming shots from that air defense and the multi-target Inferno. Can he keep these dragons alive long enough when they're outside of the Grand Warden's protection aura, though?
Oh, but so far the pathing is looking really solid. He just has to follow this line down there. The only and biggest threat I can see really is as well that Fire Spirit in combination of that Sweeper, because that Sweeper is pointing exactly into the direction of those dragons. But the Queen with the action figure is doing such a great job of really getting this value in on the far left side. Not using the King there, but instead the Queen with those strong equipments might be the game changer here.
Yeah, she still looks very, very healthy, and although she's lost the Unicorn, Mr. C is celebrating, putting on the shades and pumping his fist, even with an air sweeper up. Not enough to shove these dragons back, and the first 3-star of the day has been secured. You could see Mr. C celebrating and some smiles on his teammates' face, but they know that there is still a lot of war left here for Millicene MG to face off against. Na'Vi are going to have to march back in with a triple of their own to maintain the lead. Not too tall of a task to ask of them, but Mr. C has done his work and scored an A on this test. Congratulations, Millicene MG, finding the first triple.
Right, and this might be all they need if Na'Vi answers. Stuff has to be the person who's getting the front for Na'Vi, because we have said it earlier, they have great percentage, but the stars are the most important thing in those matches. And we see now as well with the Rocket Loons, but instead of going with the Dragons, we see those Root Riders again. So far, none of those teams were able to successfully get a 3-star in with Root Riders, with ground. Let's see if Stars can be the first person to get exactly that.
Ready for it. Cautious, slow early attack drops in invisibility on enemy defenses to force pathing into the core of the base and will take down the town hall early on. Easy snipe for Stars here, and he still has a couple of invisibilities left to commit if he wants to keep this RC going even further. Electro Boots getting great value in that right side corner, but not able to finish off the multi-archer tower. A little bit unfortunate there, as that defensive builder's hut will be able to start repairing it back up, but sends in the Root Riders right on task. And with the enemy Barb King, without much support on defense, Stars will be able to take out another big hero early on. Siege Machine is in, and he's going to be firing barrels against this base, sending troops in directly to support this Root Rider army, as the Barb King along the bottom side will provide additional funneling. Might even get a chance to go against that enemy Queen. Ooh, she's behind a wall. Tough to reach there, Itsu.
Yeah, and the question is if he can recover since the Royal Champion went so horribly wrong in the beginning. The Town Hall was the first step, but then he wanted to get into that compartment behind the Town Hall, take down the core to create better pathing, but the Skeleton Trap luring that Royal Champion to the outside has messed that up, so he did recall her instead. But this really means the pathing is not good for him. That core is going to wake up again, and those are the buildings, the multi-throne tower, which were supposed to be down. They were supposed to go down from that Royal Champion, and having them now firing at those healers, and he has no plan for them. This is where the problems start, and this is where in hard mode, things are so hard to recover, because take a look at that. There is so much on this back end, and even though this won't be a 3-star, this might be now as well costing Na'Vi the lead on percentage, which they had, because there is a lot of base on the back end.
Was able to get that Grand Warden ability to pop in the core of the base there and try to keep those troops safe for a little bit longer, but right you are, with so much splash damage still left to the backside. Even if they had managed to power through there, that was not going to be enough to finish off with a triple. Still, he's doing his best to keep the percentage game high here, and I think that, man, will they just barely stay ahead on percentage now, Itsu?
Let's see. I mean, it's going to be close for sure, so I mean, now we have to turn things around somehow. Either way, Minisim is still in the advantage of having the 3-star, and this is the big deciding factor because they're up next. Imagine if they would get now another 3-star. This would give them such a prime position to somehow make the miracle work. I think we have seen it with the voting in the beginning. 80% of the community believe that Na'Vi is going to win this match. 4 out of the forecasters predicted Na'Vi to win. And now Eddie has the chance to somehow get not just a 1, but even maybe a 2-star lead for his team if he can pull off the 3-star somehow.
What a great position for Milliseem to be in at this point. Just 1 star ahead. Even with that big percentage deficit, their future is in their own hands. A 3-star opportunity lays before them. And with an attack at the left corner, RC will get the early stab here now with just a few invisibility spells to keep her safe and on task. Spirit Fox still looking very clean for this easy left point entry. Does catch the tornado trap, and that's going to spin him around a little bit, but keeps him safe still. Invisibility spells right on picture perfect to deploy, but can he get as deep as he really wants to? Adi is scratching his chin. I don't think he's gotten as far as he had hoped for here, Itsu.
No, one of the worst things possible happening for a Royal Champion charge, and that is if the Royal Champion is stuck on a defending hero. The King can tank so many different shots, but he was able to get that compartment cleared. The question is, was that everything he was going for, or did he plan for maybe even one of those poison towers? We will find out as he is starting with his Royal Champion push, bringing the Rage Gem into the mix as well. King on the outside funneling. I think this King might actually go now into the base because of the defending Archer Queen luring him in. Now he has to somehow make this work with all heroes together, pushing into those compartments step by step. But a strong core still alive, and he has to make this overgrowth count.
Rocket Loon's come out of the CC, and with a couple of ice golems behind it as well. He needs to be very careful about how that freeze pops. That's going to affect the timing on this overgrowth as well. With all of those Root Riders now frozen, he is going to be slow to march into the core. A second freeze goes off, and Addy is about to get walloped as the Town Hall and a Monolith are going to reactivate. Enemy minion prints, a multi-target inferno. Everything is heating up awfully quickly, Itsu.
There is so much damage from every possible angle, but so far he has everything covered. The Queen is in the core, the Root Riders are splitting. The Royal Champion, though, taking care of this power right side. He has the King ability, the Queen ability just popped. And that King with the spiky ball has to bounce the perfect beatings. There we go. Did a couple of more damage, or did a couple of more damage points towards that back end. But there's still a lot of troops on this outside, but it's, I think, mostly giants.
Archer Queen snipes that Fire Spitter in the core, and with just looking at a few more standard defenses, I think with her own ability pop now, Giant out in front to block, she should be able to move back in against the core of this base on the bottom, but I don't know, it's going to be awfully close here. Itsu, the freeze is out to protect these Root Riders, but they don't have the DPS. Grand Warden's starting to snipe a few more buildings, and the question now is about, can they beat the timer? 14 seconds left, and Addy is scratching his head. There's nothing left to deploy. Just cross your fingers and hope that you can get past that mark. 7 seconds at 95%, and he realizes it's gonna not be enough. 1-0. The 2-star 98% leaves Millicene MG just a smidgen short of the crushing lead that they had hoped to earn against Na'Vi in the mid-war.
But that was a really solid attack either way. And again, having high percentage means that Na'Vi, well, might not have this win condition anymore on tying on tying on stars to win on the percentage level. So having a high percentage is not the end of the world, but for Na'Vi, this might be now the end of the world if they can't get their first 3-star in. Kazuma is up for the task, and he is as well going in with those Root Riders, having to make the attack count because they are behind. And this is another Royal Champion charge. We have again no Eternal Tome, so we might see again Rocket Loons on the defensive side, and the timing of those spells need to be perfect because those Rocket Loons on defense, they hurt.
Spiky Ball and a Snake Bracelet sitting with that King in waiting, as the early stab is once again going to be a Royal Champion moving in against an unsuspecting base. Drops an Invis to keep the pathing onto the interior. Taking down a scatter shot early on is great targeting. Needs a little bit more chip damage from the Electro Boots to be able to finish that thing off. And with a final invisibility out, he will be soaking a little bit of damage from that Poison Tower. No, recalls them back out. And Kazuma marches in now with the Root Riders on the main stage of the attack, Itsu.
Yeah, he wants to make sure that he is keeping those hit points on the Royal Champion. We have seen earlier how bad this can turn out for the attacker if the Royal Champion is losing too many hit points early on that hero. Royal Champion taking down the defending Queen, now joining back. He has overgrowth that core, and that can be really good for the pathing of those troops, depending on when this core is going to wake up again. Black Mines are finding their targets, but the King on the outside is keeping everything intact, keeping everything inside, as the overgrowth should run out now any second.
Na'Vi needs an 82% to maintain the percentage lead, but they need the triple here to get back in the winner's column with yet to be scoring any 3-stars. Kazuma knows that Na'Vi needs him to come through for them right here and now. Monolith is just standing up a little bit longer than he might have hoped for, and with a lot of shots in against that RC, she is now going to be going down on the top side of this base. Root Riders in the core are doing everything they can to block for big, heavy-hitting troops like the Archer Queen on the backside, who's still looking very healthy and holding on to her ability. Barbarian King as well has a spiky ball yet to deploy, but there's still a big base on the backside here yet to take down. 1/4 of this base remains, and just a free spell to add on. Holding on to a Headhunter as well. Could send that in against the enemy Minion Prince if he recognizes that opportunity. But it looks like one of the mirrored Archer Queens is going to be able to take him down after all. And with that, Kazuma is going to send in the last of his forces. I think he's got this 3-star in the bag, Itsu.
Yeah, with the spiky ball, now the Headhunters to clean things up as well. This should be the first 3-star for Na'Vi, and Kazuma is releasing that pressure which was mounting for his team. Getting this 3-star in is going to put them back on track, because not just they're now tied on stars, but as well they're claiming the percentage back. You can see it at 74% to the 70.2 for Millicene MG. So for Millicene, we now need a 3-star. But on the other side for Na'Vi, it's either a 2-star or, well, Na'Vi is going to win. But there's still 2 more attacks to do for those teams, and this match is getting really close.
And you can see the team support in the chat starting to finally say, oh, let's go, finally. It took them long enough, but the performance that Na'Vi has, made all their supporters come to expect is finally showing through. And with that star tie and the percentage lead, Millicene know that they need a triple here now to maintain that possibility. Nisax could be the one to bring it through at a very high percentage hit rate himself. Could be the clutch hitter now with a big defense to follow up with. Tornado Trap and Giant Bomb to try to slow and distract this RC, but she is just on a massive tear through the core of that base, and with the first star claimed, has earned her big bill to pay for this early strike against this base, Itsu.
And he was able to somehow push her into the core. If she's staying there or not going for the expo, what she's trying to accomplish right now, this is looking really solid. Taking down the Rage Tower, taking down the multi-front tower, those are the targets you want to go for when you're attacking with air. And that's exactly what he was able to accomplish. Nice job, really good job with using those invisibility spells to get that Royal Champion to the core. And now we have again the King with the Siege Barracks on one side, the Dragon on the other side. This time around, no Ice Block spells, so the Lava Hound did pop right away. The reason why those teams are using the Lava Hound is pretty simple. You want to stack up the Dark Crown for the Minion Prince as quickly as possible.
Really strong strike from that Royal Champion, and I just wish, I know this is greedy, I wish that he could have been able to recall her out, but knows that every single spell slot that he has committed is exactly proportionate to the task at hand. He's got a big clump of wizards moving in from the left side, Siege Barracks, trying to keep them safe with the Barbarian King out in front to block, but that is going to be a lot of DPS that he'll be missing. Still, looks like the army up on the top side is going to be totally up to the task for the rest of this base, and Nisax is going to be sitting back happy with almost all these troops deployed, looking very confidently toward a 3-star in his future, Itsu.
I'm wondering why he's not trying to snipe the multi-gear tower on the far right with his rocket loons. So far, he's just waiting. But with taking them out, this would have actually meant that the Giga Bombs as well getting avoided mostly. Instead, he's going for the ground expo, which I'm a little bit surprised. So let's hope that this is not going to be a big problem for him, leaving that defense at the top side alive somehow. That's 28 seconds, should be enough. He's still avoiding that Giga Bomb, which is good for him. And Black Mine hitting though, and this could be a disaster now.
Yeah, you see the King is just getting torn apart now, about to go down. Still has a Grand Warden on the backside for a little bit of range against that multi-gear tower. Snipes it off, but 9 seconds left, getting a little bit dicey and awkward as long as there's not any buildings along the outer edge, which there aren't. He does secure the triple. Smiles around from Millicene MG, knowing that Na'Vi, out of 4 attacks so far, have only scored 1 single triple. If the math is adding up, I would say that with a 25% hit rate, Na'Vi have got to significantly improve on this last and final attack if they want to score victory against Millicene. All Millicene need to do is hold them at bay. Keep that 2-star, and they are safe to advance in the upper.
I mean, that 3-star was just the best thing possible which could have happened for us as viewers, because there is now so much pressure on the last attack. Klaus is holding his team in his own hands and can decide the outcome of this match. If he 3-stars, they're going to stay in the upper bracket. If he 2-stars, they're dropping down into the lower bracket, and they still have to play an elimination match later today. He is going in with those Root Riders. Royal Champion charge is not used because we see the Angry Jelly on the Archer Queen, and we see a cloud. Oh no, it's like one of those crazy clouds plans, or what are we going to witness here?
Not quite sure, but it will be something brilliant. A former world champion from 2022, Klaus has got his sights on making it back to the top. He is marching in with an Archer Queen, angry jellied up and ready to take down as many defenses early on. Does get the recall spell dropped, and as soon as that compartment goes down, we'll be able to pivot back to the bottom side of the space and sends in the rest of the army lightning fast to move in against that monolith early on here, Itsu.
And now we have that blimp towards the core, most likely delivering a Yeti blimp for the clone in that core to take down everything. There we go, rage, clone, everything in. How much can he take down? The town hall is gone, but he would like to get more. But this investment, was it really worth it? Both merged cannons did go down, but the multi-front tower did stay up. The rocket loons are getting taken care of this Archer Queen. And she's struggling to stay alive. Abilities getting forced. The Root Riders already pushed ahead. Where are they going? They're actually going to the core now. Is this DPS missing in the Root Rider push? Because the Poison Tower dealing a lot of damage to those healers, and they have to stay alive.
And unfortunate with this overgrowth drop that the Archer Queens are just streaming straight into the space and are going to get taken down so early as well. Klaus has to rely on this army on the backside, and I just don't think that they've got enough left to make this 3-star happen. Ice Golem pops on the top side with an early strike from that King's bouncy ball. That is going to be terrifyingly difficult to follow up from. More bombs and traps going off all over as the Crusher Mortar is firing on all cylinders, sending big cubes of deathly destruction against these poor Root Riders as the last few start to wither away. Fire Spitter, Ground-Based Expo, Multi-Infernos are just firing at these attackers. And Millicene MG will hold on with a defense, praying that in the last 50 seconds they can keep this 3-star at bay.
The miracle, the one thing no one believed could happen.
Wow.
80% of the community said Na'Vi would win. 4 out of 4 casters said Na'Vi would win. This looked to be the most one-sided match of the day, just based on the predictions. But it did come completely different. Na'Vi claiming only 11 stars, and this is not enough at this stage of the competition. Millicene twice with an air attack, getting those 3 stars in. And this means that Millicene MG is going to stay in the upper bracket. Na'Vi dropping down to the lower bracket. And what a crazy match. You can see they had the percentage until the end, but they were not able to provide the stars.
A very high variance match and an unusual result for Na'Vi, coming in with just 11 stars when their typical showing is up in the 13 range. Millicene MG also a little bit short on stars at just 12. They are going to be the team advancing with the fewest stars, just alongside, I think, also Elevate in the top section of this bracket. But very atypical to see so many successful defenses when these teams are working so hard to make sure that they can do as much as they can at the top. So let's take a look at the bracket now, Itsu, and tell us where we're at.
Well, we have the first 4 matches in the upper bracket done, which means we know exactly how the next upper and as well lower bracket are looking like, because we're going to have a total of 8 matches today. So we're only at the halfway point. We still have now the lower bracket elimination matches, because whoever is going to lose over there are dropping out of this month qualifier. Electros JP versus Dizzy X Stamina is one of the matches over there. Na'Vi versus All Exceed won't be an easy match, especially seeing that All Exceed got 13 stars. It's going to be a tough one. And then in the upper bracket, we have Elevate versus Only Bats and Tribe Gaming versus Millicene MG. I mean, those matches are going crazy. And I would really like to know how many out there really got this last match right, because I feel like it messed up a lot of predictions out there.
Yeah, I think it definitely did. And not just the result here, but also the star counts here. For anyone to have guessed that Dizzy X Stamina and that Na'Vi would be the 2 lowest scoring teams on this bracket is just would be insane to guess that. Even Elevate coming through, a golden ticket team with only 12 stars, shows that we have got a very unusual bracket for the rest of this month. Let's take a look at the MVP for that last round, and we'll see which player from Millicene got the tip of the hat. It's going to be Mr. C with that triple He gave Milliceme MG the momentum that they needed to march toward victory. And this French squad, with so much support from their community, a team of new players showing up, has demonstrated that any given month, you can make it to the top and potentially earn that golden ticket, Itsu.
Yeah, I feel like they're really showcasing that, well, form your team with friends, make sure that you're signing up and getting into the competition. But the competition, as we said earlier, is only halfway done because we have still 4 matches to play. So we're going to go into a quick break, and right after that break, we're back with the next match. We just had an incredible match, which had included a really big surprise. Bash, you watched that behind the scenes. What did you make out of this last match?
I mean, it was such a nail biter. It literally came down to the last attack. All of our wars today have been really, really intense. But the way that started for MMG, I was like, oh no, they're in trouble. But ultimately, stars are the deciding factor, and you saw it. That's a perfect example of it right there. They had, what, the 66% there to start off the war and still won. That's insane.
It is really, really unheard of. I feel like with having the lowest percent in this first set of matches and still winning, and as well having that early into the match, that is so impressive to really keep your head in it. Not easy to do, let me tell you that. I mean, I can talk from experience there, but we should get ready for our next matchup, which is going to be Electros JP versus Dizzy X Stamina. Just based on the stats, we see Electros JP being up there, but we know as well, Dizzy, they're really not to be underestimated. But let's take a look at the lineup of Electros JP really quickly before this next match happening and going through the players.
You'd think at this point, like, I would know better to go against Dizzy, but I'm going with Electros in this war. We saw them earlier, Chihuahua, Sahara, Wadu, STK, NYU. They came out really, really strong. They played really, really well against Only Bads, one of the best defensive teams here, I think. So I kind of went with them in this war. I think this one could definitely go either way, but you know, Dizzy, they keep trolling us, so it's hard for me to pick them when they troll us casters with their name changes.
That's right, but I think we have a quick word from the team itself, so let's jump into it.
そうですね。世界大会に出始めたのが2021年の世界大会から真剣にやり始めて、その時は Another GB2 っていう自分がリーダーをやってたクランで挑戦してたんですけど、その時からもうすでに世界一になりたいなっていう思いでクラクラをずっと続けてきました。
Awesome words there, and you know, Electros JP, they can hang. They were right in there with Only Bads. That was another intense war here. Oh man, it feels like our last 3 matches, I mean really all the matches here today have been really, really good, but they're going up against a golden ticket winner in Dizzy X Stamina, and kind of like Dizzy going down to the lower bracket here, they can kind of be like the gatekeeper to who might be able to get that golden ticket this month.
That's right, and if there's one person I'm looking forward to the most, is actually that person in the middle, the person who has more names than, I don't know, he just has a lot of names because they keep switching their names around. But the attack of Oliver Queen alias Mask, I mean, that thrower attack in their first match was so cool to watch. So I really hope that he's going to come in with something really creative again. That would be like my personal wish for the match, because seeing just today so many different strategies popping up, like super witches, super bowlers as well in the mix. We had as well the thrower attack. So this is just really crazy stuff from those teams, and I'm looking really forward to whatever this match can throw at us, Bash.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to see if we see Electros kind of stick to some of those off meta attacks, like you mentioned, the super bowlers, the super witches. But Dizzy, I mean, they're gonna kind of sitting pretty here, like they're just playing for prize money, you know, and pride maybe. But they could just have a little bit of fun if they do want to try something like throwers or some crazy invis fireball with the rocket loons or something. They can do it, because if they lose, that's okay. They can just play next month and just mess with us with a different set of names.
I mean, that would be possible. I'm wondering what they're coming up with the next month. But I think we should take a look at the prediction of the community for this match and see how this is looking like. And okay, actually, our predictions first. It's 50-50 again. So let's see who is going to be right this time around. I think I'm just checking with the only bats match. It was Woody and me. And now we're all switching things up again, because now us two are predicting the same. And now Carbon and Woody. The community says Dizzy is going to win, so they're going against us. That's not nice. That's not nice at all, Bash, right?
That's okay, you know, but I figure if I'm going with you, you're usually leading these things. It's probably a good thing, but you know, I like what I saw from Electros JP in that first matchup. I kind of like them coming in. I thought that first matchup they played was a bit of a coin flip situation. We saw that it kind of came down to a coin flip at the end. I think they could just hang in there with this Dizzy squad, especially when Dizzy's kind of just chilling. But guys, you can get your own predictions in if you go to the event site, event.supercell.com/ClashClans. You can earn some great rewards. You can earn some beautiful ores for your heroes, get some of that hero equipment upgraded. We all need that, right? So make sure you guys check that out today and tomorrow as our monthly qualifier continues on. But it looks like we're about ready here. Yeah, here we go. And we're going to go in with Pavelash. I can't even say that. I'm not even trying to say these names this month. This is ridiculous.
I feel like at some point they're really coming up with the names which are not, like, you can't pronounce whatsoever. That's impossible, pretty much. Please don't, by the way. But we have the first attack in for Dizzy then versus Electros on the defensive side. In the beginning, it did not look good with the Royal Champion charge for Pavlisher in his first attack. The Royal Champion did not go to plan, so the Royal Champion, just had to be recalled early on. So he is going to switch things up and is going to go with air. This one, the Royal Champion charge, is even more important. So let's hope that he can get this right and get the Royal Champion into the direction he would like her to go.
We know they like to have fun with their names and change them and mess with us a little bit, but we know they're all business once that war starts. And you can see the focus there on his face. Royal Champion's going to go ahead and work in here. Nice and Viz there to go ahead and snipe out that air defense. Now going over to the Ricochet cannon. Let's see if she goes towards the Town Hall. I think she's going to go to the top. He's going to invis. Great invis there to get her right on the Town Hall. Quake will weaken that up. And with the ability, she'll have no issues getting that Town Hall under control.
Yeah, now going even further into the core. Great opening for him so far. Getting that multi-gear tower out there. And now Poison Tower is up next. Fire Spitter is up next as well. And there are still 2 more invisibility spells left to be deployed. And Bash, there's even the Fox alive.
Yeah, the Fox is staying up. He's doing a great job on his timing of the 7 and 3, so that Fox is really like never visible here. Fox almost gets out of range. The Fox is good there. Yeah, RC's gonna be able to get even more here with the Fox staying up. Keeping a Fox up through what, an 11 Viz charge is insane.
I mean, keeping that alive already in normal mode is insane, but doing that in hard mode, it's crazy. But now he's luring out that Ice Golem. Hopefully the Ice Golem is quickly going to the other side, because this is where the King and that's where the Siege Barracks was deployed. The troops, the dragons, are slowly making it into the base. The Icebox spell to protect the Ice Hound. Now it's turned into an Ice Hound because it was initially Lava Hound. That's how you can put it. But dragons in the core, looking good.
I do like the Ice Block spell onto the Lava Hound just to get that extra tanking, soak up that air defense, soak up some other shots from some of those surrounding heroes. It's a really nice play in there. We've seen it work out really well for them. That Minion Prince getting some nice value in there. King still has ability, but King is just trapped in that compartment. Now he's going to go beat on another wall down there. So he's going to have that King coming up the rear here and he should be able to get through a lot, especially with that spiky ball still remaining. I mean, this is looking like a really strong approach, really strong finish here, and it looks like the Dizzy are going to get on the board first with the triple.
Yeah, an incredible Royal Champion charge. We have highlighted how long that Fox stayed alive. And then the Dragons, a really clean sweep over the rest of the base. Starting strong, Dizzy with the first 3-star on the board. And now we're all waiting for Electros JP. What are they going to play? They have played a lot of different strategies in their first match. They have gotten 13 stars in their first match. And if they would achieve something similar in this one, they would be looking pretty solid, I want to say. But it's not going to be easy to repeat that performance. We have seen it from other teams. 13 stars is impressive.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Team to team, it's different. You're going to face different bases, different style bases, different base builders. So yeah, I mean, going up against Onlybads, you would think that they would be a little bit staggered and have a harder time. I mean, Onlybads known for the defenses, but Dizzy, I mean, they're no slouch on defense either. They have some incredible base builders over there. So let's see if Electros JP can keep it up. STK is going to go ahead and start in with the RC charge with Root Riders on this one. A lot of times when you go at the Town Hall, it's for that Dragon setup, but this is actually going to go ahead and set up the Root Riders and getting over to that Crusher Mortar next with the Overgrowth, stalling up those defenses. Nice pickup here, getting those two big buildings right there. Crusher Mortar can deal so much damage to Root Riders.
Oh, but he is not getting the core. We have seen that earlier from Stars, that if the Royal Champ is not getting the value in the core, this can backfire so quick. Not even getting the Fire Spirit, it seems like. Oh no, he might be in danger. He might be in danger. Okay. He's greedy, and he's getting the Fire Spirit, but he has lost a lot of hit points here.
Yeah, but if he times it right, gets her in there, and has the ability... Oh wait, it looks like he has Rage Gem on there. We'll have to see if he's got Healing Tome or Eternal Tome. I mean, either way, should be fine for that Royal Champion to passively gain some health from the boots there. So King will go ahead and create the funnel on the outside, pushing those roots along. Does have the poison right there on the furnace as it's going to come out with the Ice Golem. But he's got everything just kind of trouncing along here. The big thing, keep those troops packed up, keep those healers protected. It's one of the hardest things to do, but if you can, that's why these Root Riders have so much success.
The Royal Champion has gained some more hit points back, but she's about to leave the range. This is now where we see the Eternal Tome ability to keep her alive. The King on the outside is tanking and providing some more tankiness, but the defending King is joining the mix now. The Royal Champion versus the multi-arch tower. Can she stay alive? No. Royal Champion is going down, and now we're at the point where this core was supposed to be gone. Like, this is the point where the Royal Champion was supposed to clear out the core to create the path he needed. And with this core alive, we see exactly what happens.
Yeah, it's one of those tough things. Like, there's so many high hit point buildings in there with the storages, protecting those hard-hitting defenses like the Monolith, forcing out the Queen ability with that Giant, but the Monolith's going to get under control really fast up there. Does get through the multi-inferno, and then the Ice Golem's going to go ahead and pop. Get a couple of Super Barbarians, not enough housing space to set off the Giga Bomb, so the Giga Bomb will actually be completely avoided. If this Giant can tank and just allow these Queens just to get some more defenses picked up, this still got a chance. I mean, 21 seconds, time is running out quick. I think time's going to be the main enemy here.
Yeah, I was surprised that he did not invest the Inferno Dragon in the beginning onto that, well, the merged cannon on the far right. Because, I mean, that looks amazing, right? I don't know if that was a black line or where exactly he invested that Inferno Dragon, but this could have been the game changer because this entire far right side would have been gone. Overall, in 90% 2-star, so they're still close. Nothing is over, but if Dizzy can collect another 3-star now, they would pull ahead quite quickly.
Yeah, tough break there. 90% still very respectable, still keeps them in this war. But in any war, I mean, we've seen it in the last war. Percent cannot matter if you can get some triples on the board. And it's already at that point where Electros is going to have to get some 3-stars to catch up here. Obviously, they're going to need a 3-star defense rather than hopefully a 3-star in return. But still a ton of war to be played. This is just our first 2 attacks as we see Skyrax getting ready to go in against STK, who is just attacking.
Yeah, now on the defensive side, after his attack, we have, again, the Warden Charge Rocket Loons. I love to see it. We have the Loons to start things off. We have as well the Angry Jelly on the Warden to get quicker into the base. But as well, this is including some risk because this means he's getting in danger really quickly. And this in hard mode can be a big threat to your Warden. But for now, starting things off with the Skeletons to distract that defending Royal Champion, pushing in quickly to take down not just the Exo, but as well the Fire Spitter, to deliver then a Fireball, most likely really deep into that core.
Remember, 35 seconds is how long that Angry Jelly lasts. So the Warden is going to target nothing but defenses for this first 35 seconds. And that wears off now, so the Warden will be able to target all those surrounding buildings, and he can set up this Fireball, maybe onto that Rage Tower there, maybe onto the Crusher Mortar there. I think Crusher Mortar would make sense. Yeah, it looks like that. Oh, actually, the Inferno right there. Gonna go ahead and take that out, get the CC, get the Crusher Mortar, and weaken everything up in the core. Now the Warden can just continue to walk along here and go pick up the Town Hall.
Yeah, and he's using a couple of loons to lure the Warden away, to make sure that the Warden is not going and following the bottom gold storage, but instead going for that Town Hall. So really smart use there. Remember, as soon as the Angry Jelly effect is gone, the Warden is becoming your normal Warden again, which is following troops, and that's exactly what he tried to achieve here, to get that Warden into the right direction. At the same time, as all of this with the Warden was going on, he had the Flame Finger completely taking care of this bottom compartment. The Inferno Tower is gone, every building around it is gone. So, really nice start for the Warden charge right here.
This is definitely like one of the toughest things to do, especially in hard mode, is the multitasking. You have so much going on. He's got the Queen started on the left side. He had to rage the Warden on the right side on the Town Hall. King's going in now. Flamefinger's still working, and there's just so much going on at any given time. Not to mention he's still got 16 rocket balloons. He's still got the Royal Champion yet to be deployed. So there's so much he's got to manage and micromanage to make this a successful attack, and there's still a long way to go with a minute left.
Yeah, and the Warden is going to jump over to the King in just a second and going to follow him. We have the Super Minions now at the bottom side, getting released from that siege. The question now is, with 40 seconds left, how is this going to turn out? The spear, wait, the rocket shield, no, the shield, just the Seeking Shield, that's the name, going completely in the wrong direction, because I think he wanted to have this in the core. And now the Royal Champ standing inside that poison. That's rough, but he has 6 rocket rooms left.
Ooh, here they come, here they come. If they can get this mono down, that'll be huge. There's so many traps, so many skeletons, and the last rocket balloon is in. He's still got 2 invises. He can protect, he can make the King invisible. RC's gonna go in. Can she get through? Oh! He's gonna make her passive damage. Oh, wait, no, she doesn't have Electro Boots.
No.
There's no Electro Boots. Oh, wait. Oh, 99. What?
99. I would say it was a 99.9% even, because that last building was so low on hit points, turning that almost invisible. The goal here, for everyone who was wondering, why did he do that? He tried to turn the King invisible, and with those troops skipping the King means that he only had to go for the last couple of buildings. But unfortunately, with the last shot, the Monolith not going down. This is why he survived with literally 0 hit points. This was a close one, but this means another attack, which is increasing their percentage. And we now have to see for Electros JP their first 3-star, because with how things are going right now, they have to win on stars. Dizzy looks to be back when it comes down to those, to those high-scoring matches. Now we see a mass rocket loon. It feels like mass rocket loon attack with 7 dragons.
Very interesting approach here. Does have the RC charge, which is pretty standard with the dragons. We're gonna have a ton of support. We see that Queen coming out early. No magic mirror on the Queen. What was the other equipment on the Queen? Okay, invisibility, but she got killed through the invisibility. She got taken down.
Oh no.
Now the RC is chasing CC troops. This is already unhinged. This could be a big swing in this war right here, Itsu.
I feel so bad for him. I feel like it all happened to us at some point, that the Royal Champion is just chasing the... Oh no, oh no, oh no. She's running everywhere, but not where you wanted her to go. But I feel like this has happened to everyone at least once who's playing a Royal Champion charge, that the Royal Champion starts chasing Clan Castle troops, defending heroes, maybe a random skeleton trap running somewhere, and your Royal Champion decides, oh, that's getting personal. I'm going to chase this skeleton across the entire base. And exactly this has happened, and this is now rough to recover.
Yeah, and he's still got to get the Town Hall under control. Still got a ton of rocket loons, still has minion principality, a couple in business for support here, but yeah, it's at this point, it's pretty much just going to be salvaging. But man, really, they need to get stars on the board. They're already down on stars. They're already going to be down on percent. Now they're going to be way down on percent on what looks to be a really subpar 2-star attack here. Look at that top compartment just loaded up there. It's going to be so tough to get any more buildings once he gets past this main push through the middle here.
Yeah, that was not the opening that we're hoping for. The Royal Champion completely messing things up with having different plans when it comes down to their to the pathing, and he was not able to recover the attack with those invisibility spells. But still, getting a respectable result here, already above the 70% mark, and still getting more and more percentage points because he has that Phoenix on that Minion Prince, which means he can take down more buildings. The top side is gone with a couple of Rocket Loons, and he could take down the Tesla with the Workshop together, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, one splash right there it is. Yep, splash on there. 81%. Somehow he salvaged this for a decent percent. I thought for sure this would be like low 70% the way it was looking, but great patience staying with it and not giving up on the attack. You definitely gotta admire that out of Chihawa here, as that attack was just so chaotic and things just did not go his way. And it looks like it's gonna be 83%, so still down pretty big on percent, but kind of keeps them alive in this war. But they're definitely gonna have to get some triples on the board sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and at the same time, Dizzy has the chance with every single round to make this attack, or make this match a really one-sided one, because so far they were missing only one building within their attacks. If they collect another 3-star, they're not just up 2 3-stars, but as well a ton of percentage points. And we have now the next attacker for Dizzy Stamina up. And it feels like they're always going back and forth. Now we have Chihawa on that defending side. And it's going to be another dragon attack. Again, the combination of Lava Hound with the Icebox spell.
I mean, that's been working pretty nicely for them. Let's see if he has any issues here with his World Champion charge. Man, that was just such a heartbreaker there for Chihawa. But those things happen, like you mentioned. It's happened to all of us before. All it takes is just like one shot and then the RC just gets distracted. But he's got to get this World Champion working the way he wants. And there she goes. She's going to go towards... Ooh, oh my goodness. She's going to be under a lot of damage. There she goes. She's fine there. With the tornado going off, the Giga Bomb going off early, maybe try to pick up that multi-gear tower. There she's gonna go back for it. It actually makes it invisible, but then she should be able to go back for the town hall right after. So a great invis there, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was planned. I feel like with how he had direct and how many invisibility spells that has just cost, I am not sure if he's still going to get the value he was looking for. The monolith is the least he would like to get, I assume. But there's so little wow, okay, there's so little hit points on that Royal Champion, but he somehow makes it count. The monolith going down, but was it enough value? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, it looks okay. It's hard to say, you know, it's hard mode. Hard mode can just melt troops. That's the one thing we've always talked about, is like, you just think the attack looks so good, the opener looks so incredible, but then all of the troops are just dead within an instant. We'll see what happens here. Here comes that Lava Hound from the top right side, and there goes the Ice Block. It's gonna soak up everything, but dragons, oh yeah, dragons are going left, dragons are going right. Gotta get the pack back together here.
And we had exactly the same happening this time around, though. Not a Royal Champion to chase the Clan Castle. Instead, it was the dragons chasing the Clan Castle troops. So those Clan Castle troops can mess things up really, really easily. We see at the Warden ability, the Minion Prince at the top side trying his best to somehow power through now on his own. Queen and Warden ability can be combined. He's losing a lot of dragons right now, and I'm surprised that he let all of those dragons die to then use the Eternal Tome ability. And this is not going to be the highest percentage, so we might see something similar happening. What we just have seen with Navi, where they were in front with the percentage game all the time, to then in the end, making it closer and closer and closer.
Queens need to pick up as much percent as possible. This one is definitely not going to be what he had hoped for here, as it should be able to get to the 80% mark. I mean, it's a ground bow. The ricochet cannon obviously not going to hit the dragons. That Minion Prince should step up and slow things down. See if that giant can tank, but the ricochet cannon bounces off. That's why it's a ricochet cannon. It's going to bounce off the queen into the giant and instantly melt those troops. And now the king playing defense, and that's exactly what what Electros JP were hoping for on defense. A low 80% attack, maybe 85% by the time it's done, but exactly what they needed. 83% even with Chihuahua's attack, so they actually don't lose too much ground there.
Yeah, not losing too much ground, because if you take a look now at the percentage, the 3-star is equal to 20% in that destruction table, which means that would be right behind them if they could collect a 3-star with their next attack. But that is a really big if, because so far Electros was not able to get a single 3-star in this match. Is this going to be the first one? That to me is the biggest question.
NYU did use dragons and got a 3-star in their previous war against Only Bad, so let's see if we can do it again. I think they'll still be down, even with the 3-star, they'll still be down about 8%, so they won't fully catch up, but at least they'll catch up on stars. And then, I mean, 8% is very, very manageable with 2 attacks for each team remaining, so this is a really, really massive attack. These 3rd and 4th attacks of the war are going to be really, really a telltale sign for how this war is going to finish, as we see NYU getting the town hall down and trying to keep this Royal Champion charging through here.
Oh, let's hope that the Royal Champion... Okay, she's pathing into the core. This is the important thing. He still has that Royal Championship, and with that, he's pushing in there quickly. And take a look at that. This looks amazing. Getting the core out for his dragons is really key. Making sure that the multi-gear tower is up next. We have the ice golems. He has to turn those invisible. The poison tower going down, the fire spitter. I feel like that was the value he was looking for.
Yeah, that definitely felt right. Exactly what he was hoping for there. It pull out the ice golems, but that's not a big deal. He can pull them off to the side of the map and deal with them individually. Baby Dragon down there at the bottom side as well. Great RC charge. I mean, you can see the impact of that RC right up the middle of that base. Now the King's going to go on the right side, pretty standard there, deal with that enemy Royal Champion pretty quickly. And the Dragons on the left side basically split the base into 2 sections right here. Dragon's got to do some heavy lifting, King's got to thin it out, but let's see if NYU can get this much needed 3-star.
Yeah, and I'm just not convinced by the King personally. I don't know. The King did go down without pretty much getting anything. I'm not sure why the pros are using the King and not that Archer Queen. I feel like with the action figure, she has a King as an ability just to spawn a King. But yeah, it seems like to be the favorite choice. Can those dragons at the top side now, though, carry the rest of the attack? Dark Round getting stacked up. The Dark Orb was shot to slow down those topside defenses.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking great. I think in this situation, Queen would definitely have been better. A lot of times they're trying to lean on the snake bracelet and get those snakes spawning, but immediately going into that Royal Champion, the King wasn't really able to like just slowly build up those snakes. It was just an immediate impact of that Royal Champion, and now the enemy King just sitting there chilling, just go ahead and hit me, guys. Meanwhile, that multi-archer tower just dealing so much damage, and Electros JP are unable to capitalize on this big attack. Ah, that's a heartbreaker for them. They're still going to be way down on percent. They're going to be down on stars. Something's got to shake out really soon if they want to give themselves a chance. Remember, this is an elimination matchup, so if they lose, they're out this month.
Yeah, and I just had to giggle a little bit because out of those 3 furnaces he had inside his clan castle, how many fire mites do you think did actually connect to buildings?
It didn't look like much because the multi-gear tower or multi-archer tower and the bow were doing work. Did any land?
Nope, 0.
Oh
that
my.
was like, I don't know, like I understand like the furnace in regular mode is really strong, but with so much more damage in hard mode, it feels like the furnace a lot of times, the fire mites are not even reaching the target. If there's a multi-archer tower, if there's a, I don't know, Rico cannon, if there is a multi-inferno tower, all of those defenses pretty much one-shot the fire mites, so some of those things I'm a little bit confused about, but well, that was literally like attacking without a clan castle. So that was really unfortunate. It's now back to Dizzy and they're back to ground. But we see the fireball in the mix to make sure that he gets the value. There goes the invis and we have the fireball connecting and having a really big impact.
Definitely seemed like exactly where he wanted that fireball to go in. In the last sec, it felt like, you know, he wanted the King to get a little bit more value, so maybe the Fire Mites would get there, but with the King getting 0 value, getting shut down instantly, Fire Mites unable to do anything. I love this setup right here, though, for this the Flame Flinger, rather, after that fireball. does have that mortar on the top side. Remember, the mortar, one of the few defenses that can outrange that flame flinger. So it'll be able to pick up the scatter shot. It'll be able to pick up the multi-archer tower, but after that, it might be in a little bit of jeopardy, but it might be just enough value that he's hoping for up there. Meanwhile, roots are starting down at the bottom. Royal Champion's back in. He's going to go ahead and start going right past the town hall, and it should pretty much wake up right on time here.
Yeah, the timing has to be perfect to make sure that he is having that town hall firing away at his healers, because the healers are getting drawn into the range. First couple of shots are connecting, and we all know if those healers are going down, the attack is not going to last any longer. He's going to overgrowth the core to make sure the town is the next building, but the healers are taking a lot of damage, so if there is now any red mines, those healers will be gone.
Yeah, they're barely hanging on there, but as long as they're alive, they're able to provide that support that the Root Riders need. Oh, there goes one. One healer is down from a seeking air mine. Here comes a poison, and if those healers go through the poison, which it looks like they are, they're going to go down. So this one could start to fade really, really quickly. Healers are all out, Itsu, and now that Crusher Mortar is crushing this attack.
That defense is so scary for those ground attacks. At the same time, the minion having some fun in the tornado trap, but that is not going to help the attacker whatsoever. The Yetis at the top are trying their best to somehow get as many buildings as possible, but it feels like with the monolith, with the multi-arch tower, this is not going to get the distance, and this is another chance for Electros to somehow catch up.
Yeah, it seems like Dizzy has given Electros all the chances they need, but Electros have to capitalize at some point. This next attack, they really don't have enough time. Like, this next attack has to be a 3-star. It's going to be 91%. So Dizzy's still up huge in the percent game, but really, like, Electros have to get a 3-star here. That would give them 9% back. Actually, if they 3-star here, they might actually be in the lead on percent by 3 if my numbers are right here. We'll have to see. I mean, they got to get the 3-star first. We know they're capable. They put up 13 stars in their last war, but this attack, it's go time right now. You got to put a little bit of pressure onto Dizzy on their 5th attack.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of high scoring matches in the upper bracket, but it's somehow now twisted around completely with this lower bracket match so far. We need to see the first 3-star for Electros JP, and it seems like Sahara is going to be the person to do exactly that. At least that's what we all hope for. Well, is it going to be another Root Rider attack, or are we going to see something outside of the box? We have seen a lot of crazy attacks from Electros in the upper bracket. I'm wondering now if it was just that the bases were so fitting for the attack style, or what exactly is the difference that they're bringing now, the more meta type strategies in their attacks. We have a Royal Champion charge with Dragon follow-up, and we have as well the Archer Queen to really push that Royal Champion to the Town Hall.
Yeah, especially with that Angry Jelly. And just a little bit of correction, I had my numbers backward. I was looking at the 99 for Electro, so they would actually still be down with a 3-star here, but you definitely still need to get that triple, and you still need to get some pressure moving over to Dizzy. Right now, as it stands, before the 4th round is complete, Dizzy were up 23%. So a 3-star here would cut that down to a 14% lead and make it so Dizzy would still have to put up a respectable attack in their final attack. But Sahara working through here with that Royal Champion, trying to get her into the middle. There she goes. Oh, wait, she's back. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, that was unfortunate. Not being able to control the Royal Champion in the core, and now having both Fire Spitters alive, having the Monolith alive, and even the Poison Tower reloading. That's Bash. They have to 3-star to have the comeback potential.
And this is just what we've seen. This has kind of been the bane of this war for them. It's just their RCers are not cooperating. For whatever reason, like, they had such great control over the Royal Champions in that first war. And for some reason, maybe it's the nerves. Maybe it's the nerves of this being an elimination match getting to them. It's hard to say, but man, these Royal Champions are not cooperating for Electros JP, and we see them continue to struggle attack after attack.
Warden ability keeping everything alive in the core though, so that is good news for them. The Siege of the far left side trying their best to somehow take down those outside defenses. Air defense is supposed to be snapped on the back end, but it feels like the bigger issue is the core, because those troops are not making it that much further into the base because there is so much base left.
Yeah, and pretty much at this point, barring a 1-star from Dizzy, Electros's run is looking like it's in big consequence here after another misstep. I just don't even know. It just feels like for whatever reason, when they pop that haste valve, just the RC does not cooperate with the directions that they're trying to push her. This one's going to be super low percent, and at this point, it's going to be almost impossible unless somehow Dizzy make a massive mistake and 1-star in their final attack. I mean, anything's possible, but Electros JP just struggling against these Dizzy bases.
Yeah, they seem to not be able to find a really good opening versus those bases, but at the same time, it feels like I'm not sure if the bases are really defending or if Electros JP is just defending themselves because they're doing mistakes, as you said, which they have not done in their first matchup. They have scored 13 stars in their first match and they have done some incredible attacks, but now they just seem to always have 1 or 2 execution errors. For example, in this one, the Royal Champion not really getting all the way, and just imagine if the core here would have been going down. This would have been a completely different story, completely different outcome. So yeah, they're just making their own life not as easy.
And I believe that's going to push the lead. Oh my goodness, that lead is going to be even further here. It's to add another 12 buildings. 35% is going to be the lead for Dizzy, not to mention stars. So a 66% 2-star wins this war right now for Dizzy with an impressive defensive performance. I just wonder if like Electros is just maybe getting a little shaky, maybe getting in their own head in this war. But definitely it felt like coming into this war, the way we saw them perform, that they were able to hang here, but for whatever reason, well, it's the nerves, the bases, just not able to have a good plan on these bases. Something is definitely a mental block for Electros in this war.
Now we have to figure out if we see another 3-star, or is it going to be just a really safe 2-star? What is the goal here? It seems to be just a one walk to open things up, to really get that warden into the town hall, target him onto that tunnel with the earthquake. The one walk does not take too long, and great base identification because those bitter huts are not covering the town hall, which means the one walk is way faster.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just about as safe of an approach you can get. Send that warden right in there, warden walk out that town hall, and then you can just run up the percent with the root riders. I mean, 66% after the town hall is done, like it just feels so safe, especially with 3 overgrowths here. You're gonna be able to shut down the core buildings in there, direct the roots exactly where you would need to. A very safe and respectable approach here from Dizzy, identifying exactly what they need to do here to close out this war and move forward and keep their tournament alive.
Yeah, playing to the win condition, knowing what they have to do, that's exactly the key here. Not using the king just yet. He's trying to delay the king. I guess the reason why he's delaying the king is because he tries to keep him on the outside. And that's why he's not using him so far, but we'll figure things out in just a second as he has still not deployed the Barbarian King. First overgrowth is in the core, so we have this pathing. And now it's going to wake up again. Second overgrowth is deployed.
Is this the base? This feels like it's the base up there with that top compartment. I didn't even realize it. The base we saw defending time and time again last month with that heavy, crazy compartment on the top side. So that could be why we're seeing the delay on the king, but the king's down there on the bottom side now working. That top compartment is just such a tough compartment. There's traps up there. There's the Gigabomb. There should be a Tesla farm up there usually. It's just definitely a tough area. Remember, the number is 66% to win this war at this point. And with Barbarian King ability still had enough troops on the board, there it goes. There it is. Dizzy will get the victory. No matter what, Electros will be knocked out of our monthly qualifier.
In the end, getting that 2-star, and I think overall a lot of people have just copied the overall approach, like setup of the base, so it's not the exact same base, which has defended so well for only bans last month. It's a different setup, but it's like using the same fundamental when it comes down to this stacked compartment on the opposite side of the town hall, which by now is just a really popular overall design when it comes down to those bases. But 80% is reached. That's more than enough he needed for this match. And this means we're going to watch for sure the last match of, like last attack of Electros JP, to what they can bring to the table and if they can get at least that 1 3-star in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely want to go out with your head held high. It's an unfortunate run of events for them. I mean, they went up against Only Bads, lost that one on percent, and now they go up against Dizzy, who just, they couldn't figure out the bases, they couldn't figure out the pathing. It was really just the RCs. They couldn't figure out the RCs to get the RCs where they needed to go. And that was the story throughout this entire war. I mean, man, looking through, their attacks were so low. Like, it's almost hard to believe that this is the same team that just put up 13 stars. They only had one attack that was 90%. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I'm really wondering what the reason is, because is it just the bases? Is it maybe just the nerfs for the team that they are in the lower bracket, so they're doing more mistakes than usual? We don't know. We can only speculate, but we have the last attack in now with another Royal Champion charge. And let's see if this Royal Champion can be controlled and is actually going to get the value which is intended.
That's definitely a thing, but even if it is, it's a little too late, to be honest. It's not going to be the crazy long RC charge, and I think that's where the issue's been, is trying to get that crazy long RC charge and get her pathing into the cores is where they've had those issues. But the Root Rider approach, like you're really just setting a funnel, setting a pathing for the Root Riders, so it's not as important for the RC to go in and destroy the core of the base. Really, you just want a little section out so you can go ahead and just start the pathing, start the funneling, and the fundamentals of the attack. Love the log launcher approach right here, especially with the Quakes. Gonna go ahead and take out the Poison Tower. The Poison Tower does throw, and then take out that scatter shot, and then go ahead and work towards the Town Hall. I like this open a lot. It feels like a much safer open than that crazy RC charge that hasn't been working so far.
Yeah, and the log launcher really creating that pathing quite beautifully. Question is now, are those Yetis going to get maybe some more buildings out? The last log taking out the crushing mortar, that was super crucial. And those Yeti might take down the Inferno Tower, and yes, the Inferno Tower in the core is gone.
It's a big pickup there from those Yeti Mites. Now pulling out the Furnace. The Furnace will be dealt with as well with the Poison spell on top of it. King's starting to work on the top, but now he's going to have to go ahead and circle back for the Town Hall. Once it wakes up, Queen's going to go ahead and... Ooh, wait. Queen getting frozen there. She's trying to hang on. Oh my goodness, she forces ability there. Those rocket balloons are a little bit of an issue there for the Queen. Still a lot of base. This just isn't Electros' war, it feels like.
No, there's always something going wrong. Now the healers are staying behind, and I don't know, the Root Riders just keep going and all going down. But at the same time, I feel like this was the attack where I've seen one Booger having the most value ever. One Booger just tanked 5 Fire Mites and like 3 or 4 Red Mines. All just one Booger. That was crazy. And maybe that's still enough to get him this 3-star, because this has saved actually out of those healers during this middle part of the attack. The King in the core is not really relevant. There goes the Spiky Ball. And if that Inferno Tower is going down, it is the only 3-star actually for them. And with that, they're claiming 11 stars. Just as you said it, a little bit too late.
Yeah, it definitely didn't even feel like it was a great run at it, though. Like, it felt like it was like the sketchiest 3-star for them. Just an unfortunate turn of events. You can kind of see the disappointment there in Wadu's face. I mean, these things happen, though, but that's okay. We still have more monthly qualifiers. They can still come back, play strong next month, and try to have a strong showing. I mean, they can hang. We saw that they can hang with the top teams. They could put up some stars. Just this war, just not their war, aside from that last attack right there.
Yeah, and I feel like in this last attack as well, it was, again, just the plan, which really carried to the 3-star. There were some execution errors again, but really, maybe it's just the pressure which did come and bite them. I'm not sure, because, as you said earlier, their first match was just next level. Incredible, to say the least. 13 stars, different strategies. The attacks felt really well executed, so that's the big surprise. But on the other side, we have Dizzy now continuing in that lower bracket. So let's take a look at the overview of how those matches have turned out so far, because Dizzy is going to make it to the next round, and they're going to wait for their next opponent. Well, we now have as the next match Navi versus All Exceed, and this is going to be another crazy one, because this is another match in that lower bracket, which means one of those two teams is going to drop out of this competition. It's going to be either Navi or All Exceed, and I think most people would say Navi did not perform to expectations in the upper bracket. 11 stars for them, while All Exceed getting 13 versus Tribe. The question now, is history going to repeat again? Because the team which got 11 stars in the upper bracket, I mean, did win with Dizzy, but that's to me really the big question with that next match as we're waiting for the MVP of this match, which we have just watched.
Yeah, but if you look at the bracket, I mean, we got Elevate up top, we got Dizzy on the bottom. Both of those teams have golden tickets. So they are kind of like controlling like who gets through here. It's kind of an interesting concept. Like by the time we get to the lower bracket finals, the grand finals, we can have some really interesting scenarios. Our MVP is going to be Pavlisher. I think it is something like that. I don't know Itsu, but GG's there with the opening triple, kind of set the tone for the war and a well-deserved MVP.
That's right. All those name changes. I mean, the funny thing is that every name change, you have to remember, every time you name change, it's getting more and more expensive with the gems. So let's see for how long they're going to make it they're making it so for every single month into the qualifier. So they're going to win every single time money. So they're winning the gem money back. But again, we don't know what exactly the strategy there is. But what we know for sure is that we still have plenty of more Clash action to come. So we're going to jump into a really quick break. And right after, we're going to continue with our next match. So don't go anywhere.
And we say goodbye to our first team, Electros JP, but I say hello to my co-caster, Carbon Finn. Welcome back to the desk, Carbon. And just a tough war there. We see Dizzy, the golden ticket winner, they continue on here.
Yeah, and they continue on to continue to get some prize money and eliminating teams along the way. But the next match, Navi versus All Exceed. This is a lower bracket match. It's close in terms of stats, but it's probably one-sided again if we go to a community prediction. We'll see that later. But of course, let's take a look at the Navi lineup that everyone knows. Gaku, Klaus, Yada, Kazuma, and Stars. It was their last match that people were really surprised. They did not perform to the expectations, but they know that this is the moment that they have to step up, because if they don't, they will be going home with Electros JP. You do not want to get eliminated in day number 1. So let's go ahead and again, learn some more about Navi.
私が競技に没頭するようになったのは、本当に2019年にクラッシュオブクランが e スポーツ化した時に、もう本気で競技でやろうと思いました。
And there you go.
All right, Navi ready to go here. Carbon, a short little word from them. And this war is really important as well as far as points go, because remember, Tribe, they won their first matchup here today, and Tribe are going to leapfrog Vatic, and then Navi is sitting right there behind Tribe, but their opponents All Exceed, they're on the points leaderboard too. So if they could knock out Navi and make a little bit of a lower bracket run, that could be huge for this team if they don't get the golden ticket here this weekend to make a point bracket run. Haruya, Sun, Kazuma, Invincible, and Nairome, they are a very solid lineup, and we got a quick word from them as well.
そうですね。選手としてクラクラをプレイするようになったのは4年前ぐらいだと思うんですけど、そのきっかけは世界大会を見て自分も出たいなと思ったからです。
There it is. hearing some quick words from both of the teams as they are preparing in their lower bracket match. I think they're going to have to start off with 3 stars. Granted, the matches before were low scoring, but they have to be bringing 12, 13 stars potentially to be advancing. But take a look at the predictions. How has everyone been doing here today? Well, this one, it's unanimous. Navi, 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 Navi. Well, that's how we were last time, and we were all wrong. So hopefully we are not the reasons why this is happening. But again, now it's your prediction at home. And what are you all predicting? 72% there, Bash, for Navi.
I don't think that's a big surprise. Navi, always a fan favorite. I mean, I think that is even in our head a little bit. We know All Exceed are very capable. But guys, don't forget, you guys can get your predictions in, follow along on the event site, get some amazing rewards throughout the entire weekend. Just go to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, log in with your account and your Supercell ID, and you'll get some amazing prizes, some amazing rewards for interacting with that site. And you get to follow throughout the entire weekend and just say, hey, I was better than Bash, who only has 2 right so far. Carbon, I'm struggling, man. I'm struggling.
Well, you know, you just got to get good. That's really all it is.
Oh, I don't want to hear from you, Mr. Worst record ever last time you were on.
This is not true. I feel like there are lies being said. I did not have the worst prediction. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. Either way, All Exceed is going to be ready to kick it off here. Sansan going up against Klaus's base. And we're in with the Super Yetis. Haven't seen this here this weekend now. And it's starting it off with only 3 invises. Going to go with a Warden Walk to start.
Yeah, kind of like a setup you might see with like a Super Witch attack or more of a Smash style attack here. Going to set things up with this Fireball. Does have 3 invises, a couple of Quakes in there. Remember, you do need the extra Quakes here. All right, lands it. I was just making sure everything was good there. Quick breath. Things are fine. Things are fine. Gets the CC out, gets the Monolith out. That's some huge defenses to take out. But remember, the Fireball is capped at level 21 here in hard mode. So you have to make sure you bring those extra Earthquakes to take down the targets on time. So it looks like the approach here is good. I thought he was going to go to the bottom side, but it looks like he's going to pull and go towards the top side and right through that top compartment to the Town Hall now.
Yeah, he set up a path right there with an early jump. Does not want to mess around with that. Granted, you drop the jump now. That means you're wasting the time in terms of it won't last as long as if he still could have waited and waited and waited, still deploy the jump now and be okay. But let's see if that affects him later as we have an Ice Golem. Super Yetis moving their way through to the tunnel as the King is going to stay on the outside, setting up that funnel.
Yeah, with jumps having 100-second duration, I think it's fine there. I mean,
Probably.
I think, you know, just so you don't have to, like, you know, do too many things at once. I don't mind that early jump spell there and getting in the next jump spell as well. Those Yetis are going down because the healers stayed back. I think all the Yeti, no, there might be 1 Yeti in there. 1 Yeti remaining, but those other 2 went forward and they just got obliterated and the final Yeti goes down. So there goes most of the force from the attack. Did they get enough value? So now that the Queen with the Giant can get through here, RC is going down, King is still remaining, and this one fades quick, Carbon.
Oh no, that is not good. That was so much damage in the core of the base. They went down so quick. RC went right through the Giga Bomb as well. Does have that King ability still to use, but all these defenses towards the outside, he wasn't able to reach him with the Super Yetis because of the gaps in the wall. So he's trying to rely on the jump spells to push them way through quicker, but unfortunately not able to do that. The King will burn ability to get the extra percentage because, you know, when it comes down to that percentage, or if it's all tied up on stars, every single building will matter. Drops the Wizard to the bottom side, continues his way through the top. But of course, with those ricochet cannons to the bottom side, the King would have to path backwards all the way there, and that's not going to happen.
I do like the persistence here from Sunsun, and Sunsun also had that big miss in the last war, but is always smiling and having a good time. I can respect that, not getting frustrated, not getting upset with himself. Coming out with I mean, this might get to 87. I think it's going to be 86 here. I think that's fine for this All Exceed team. The early miss, I mean, obviously you don't want to miss early on. You don't want to have any misses in the war, but if it's going to happen and you still get it to 87%, it looks like, that's going to be fine. Yeah, last building barely gets taken out.
Yeah, there's an 87%. It was with the Super Yetis here. First time we're seeing it. but unfortunately not able to convert. We've seen several different types of smash attacks, one of them including the super bowlers, and that worked. I always would love to see different variations of attacks, but also if you try the exact same attack, but you just swap out troops. What if you just swap out the super yetis for super bowlers? What would that have done? How much of a different would the attack have gotten? Would he be able to get some the bowler bounces? Granted, in that last phase, there was the holes kind of in the middle, so the super bowlers would not have been really able to target anything to get their skips. So might not have been the best case scenario there. But now it's time for Klaus. He was the last attacker in the previous match for them. And now he's going to be the first attacker. So he is ready to go. He can set the tone with 10 invisibility spells.
Oh, we saw the issues in the last war with these long RC charges, but we also saw a huge success with them, where the first attack for Dizzy, the Fox stayed up to the end of an 11 invis RC charge. So we saw kind of both sides of the coin on that war, but let's see what he can do here as Klaus's RC is working in. Maybe he can engage with the enemy RC, does, as she gets one spear, so the enemy royal champion will go down. That's actually a pretty big pickup, because remember, those defending heroes deal more damage while your heroes deal less damage in hard mode. So that's a nice little pickup, and now just working to keep his royal champion alive and just getting through that ricochet cannon is nice.
Yeah, he was able to time the Spear Fox, take a little bit of the duration to make that RC continue her way through the core. Does burn the RC ability. Will she be able to take that monolith down?
Wow.
Yes, and continues through the ricochet cannon. But I think he really wants to try to get the poison's belt down on the backside. Maybe.
He's still going.
Hold.
One more?
Yes, that is
my.
what's going to help these dragons.
Carbon, look at that chunk taken out of that base. That is insane value. Now the king can go ahead and circle around on the right side. He did go with a battle blimp. I didn't see the battle. Did the battle
Went to
blimp
the town
take
hall.
out? Yeah, I was gonna say take out the town hall earlier. I didn't see that come in, but now the king's gonna go ahead and work around there. Dragons will come from the top side. Love this opener for Klaus.
As he continues through, but he will have to encounter the Giga Bomb. No Eternal Tome on this Warden. He's going to go the Healing Tome route as he continues through. Notice this is a ground expo, so it's not going to be too much of a threat, but the King is going to make his way into the enemy Queen, the Scatter, the ground expo, this whole entire section as he pops that Spiky Ball as he moves his way through and now hits that Warden ability.
I almost wonder if this is a base that Klaus has seen before, and he's like, guys, let me go first. I got this under control. Because remember, you don't get much time to plan out that first attack. Not to mention you have to set your lineup and stuff. So Klaus going from the 5 to the 1 spot may have had some familiarity with this base, as it seems like he had a pretty solid plan on it. Does have a little bit to get through here with this air defense, but there's a herd of dragons down there. There's like 5 or 6 dragons there on the left side. Gonna get through the air defense here with the minion prince, and yeah, that's gonna be it. This base is done so.
This is exactly what Na'Vi needs. Gets that 3-star and takes a 1-star advantage in a lower bracket match. You lose this, you are eliminated. Na'Vi's been getting so close. They've been needing to get as many points as possible throughout the monthly finals, because if they don't, then they're going to compete in the last chance qualifier as long as they have enough points to make it through the point leaderboard. If they don't, then they won't have a chance at getting that golden ticket. So they're doing their absolute best, focusing on trying to get the golden ticket here this monthly finals. And then they could be just like Elevate and Dizzy. They can kind of relax and they can continue to try to earn prize money.
But if they don't, they almost want to root for Tribe, because Tribe is kind of in their way on the point leaderboard. Also, Vatic in there as well, but Vatic obviously did not qualify this month. So if you're Na'Vi, if you're not able to get there somehow, you wouldn't mind Tribe getting the golden ticket this month, so it helps you out on that point leaderboard. There's so many different variables that are going to come in with that new point leaderboard dynamic. I can't wait to see how that plays out as we play through our monthly qualifiers here. But Nairobi's in with the queen on the top side, Royal Champion on the bottom side. He's got to get her towards that town hall, it feels like. And he's going to go ahead and pop off the haste vow with the Royal Champion taking the town hall down. She's going to pull out the CC. That should be under control. Now the town hall. Oh, she's chasing Carbon.
Oh no, she wants to go to the rocket loons. There's something in the rocket loon that she sees and she wants. I don't know what it is, but we're gonna see the Royal Champ continuing towards the spitter, taking that down. and then backtracks to the ice golems. He even still has 2 more invises. He had an earthquake, which probably was supposed to be used for the RC in the core of the base, where the multi, the monolith, and the ricochet cannons. He didn't get any of that value, and if that does not go down, this attack is completely different.
Yeah, what is going on with these Royal Champions today? Just not cooperating. Those rocket balloons pull the Royal Champion astray there. And now he's got a little bit more to work through. He will have that earthquake to go ahead and try to weaken things up a little bit. He will have a couple of invises he can use strategically, but yeah, definitely was maybe hoping to get the multis out, the ricochet cannons, maybe even the monolith, at least a chunk of that middle section. If he could have got that out, would have been huge. And now, I mean, just gonna be a tough go on the rest of the space.
Yeah, with that core still up, the monolith gonna hit these dragons, the multi as well. It does have that super dragon out of the Klein Castle, but he does use the ice block onto the lava hound, which is tanking the damage in this section, but there's so much left, plus a sweeper that is pointing in the exact direction that he is flying from, and he's unfortunately not able to pull through in this one. So Stars is going to have the defense for Na'Vi, and All Exceed is going to have just 2 stars to start off this match, or two stars for each of their hits.
Yeah, this is definitely tough. Now the King, the best air defense in the game, we like to say, just slowing things up. But luckily there wasn't too many buildings that are going to deal damage. It was really just that sweeper pushing things back. So the King kind of slowing things up wasn't of consequence there. But now those air defenses, those are going to be of consequences. They deal so much damage to these air units, and those dragons just trying to survive. Needs to push this one up as much as possible. But at this point, I mean, All Exceed might be in a position early where they need to get some 3 stars and 3-star out to really have a chance here against Na'Vi, as they were already down by 13% after the first attack. And this one's going to be low 80s as well. They're probably going to fall behind even more on percent.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Nairomi. It's only going to be in the 80s. The first attack was the 87. And can he get an 86? You know, every building will matter. No, just the 85% 2-star there for Nairomi. Sun got the 87, while Klaus for Na'Vi did get that triple. Na'Vi is in the lead and depends on the next attacker, which I'm guessing it might be Gaku, because we saw a little sneak peek of it at the bottom right down there. But Nairomi, a nice try there for All Exceed. But again, it is only 2 stars.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there, but we've seen that. That's the big risk with this dragon attack, is if you're not able to get the Royal Champion going exactly where you need to, it's really a big effect. You leave up that core and just, man, it's too much for those dragons to work through here. So it will be Gaku going up against Sun's base, and if Gaku can get a 3-star on the board, All Exceed are going to have their backs up against the wall in this war. And it's going to be a Root Rider attack here with the RC charge. Some Super Barbarians in here as well. Looks like a pretty standard setup. I don't see anything too crazy here from Gaku, just more invises maybe than normal.
Does pair in the earthquake, so the RC can make her way to the town hall, helps with the damage, so the RC can make it quicker through this section. Beer Fox is now gone. Took a lot of damage from some traps. There's another invis, pops the RC ability to try to get through this tunnel even quicker, and then eventually path her way to the bottom, or will recall her after the tunnel goes down. And yeah, pulls her back before using that last invis.
Brilliant play there for Gaku. Great patience on that recall, just making sure the town hall goes down, get a little passive damage in there. Here comes a rocket balloon out of the clan castle. Poison also to throw things out. Troop launcher is deployed. Remember, it's going to throw in those little troops, some wall breakers, some barbarians, some archers, even some giants. And those troops can really do a great job getting out in front and tanking things like the monolith. Not to mention, you're going to have balloons. You're going to have whatever you put in your clan castle in there. And it looks like he might have put rocket balloons in his clan castle, which can tank out and grab some of those air bombs, those seeking air bombs. It's a really great use of that troop launcher just to get those cocoa loons out in front of the healers to protect them for even longer.
There is that furnace that is just sitting there, tossing those furnace mites one by one, but he's not really worried as he can continue through. And look at all these giants that spawned from the troop launcher. They're going to be able to provide the distraction. They're all going to the outside. They need a path back towards the monolith into the core. They finally now do. I know. They're like, okay, we're coming back. I heard you. Let me just move our way slowly but surely there.
Yeah, they did exactly what you said they needed to. Now they're back on track. Giant does get popped. I love the Giant being able to shred through a wall really quickly. Can kind of keep the queen where she needs to go, but also can just provide that support. But he might get out in front in a bad position here. We'll have to keep an eye on it. It looks like he's fine actually there. Roots are doing a great job. Queen's in there. The Giants, as you mentioned, tanking, but yeah, the bottom section is we're seeing highlighted right now. Still 3 headhunters, but with that multi and the ricochet cannon, it's going to be tough to get that timing right.
Yeah, the queen still is making her way through. Just a few little troops left, but there's double ice golems. The giant moving through, and the queen's what needs to stay alive. And oh no, the queen got locked onto, so she goes down. And how with what's remaining is up to the giant really to try to take the rest of this down. 3 headhunters can help with the assistance. They move their way in. Archer to the right side, but he's only got 13 seconds left, and time is not on his side.
Yeah, but that's okay, because it's still going to be higher than Nairomi's attack, and they were already up huge on percent. Not to mention they're already up on stars as well. So with that one getting to 95%, they're going to gain another 10% on the advantage, along with that star advantage. So now they are definitely in the driver's seat in this war. But all it takes is a couple 3 stars and then a couple defenses, and you're right back in this one. So no need to give up or anything like that. It's still a lot of war to be played. 6 attacks still to go. But it's definitely getting to that point where All Exceed are going to have to win this one on stars.
It's not like someone brought a 1 star here in the war. I'm not like saying that it's going to happen, but they still have the opportunity to get that triple and come right back. They're not down by too much. A 1 star would be devastating, but they're okay. They're still in this, and they just got to hope for some defenses, and they have to turn it around and to convert their high 80% attacks, which have been an 85 and an 87, turn them into triples. Let's see now as Invincible LG going in with the Root Riders. And we got a couple lightning spells as well. So 4 lightning in the mix.
He did this in on his last attack as well. I think he brought 3 lightnings and an earthquake and took out a nice little chunk of the base with this Queen's Giant Arrow after the Royal Champion charge. But also, Carbon, it felt like you trying to speak a 1 star into existence. So
I did not.
If any
no
1 stars
thing.
happen, it's Carbon's fault. I'm just throwing that out here as Invincible gets started.
No way you can blame me. I'm just saying facts. It hasn't happened yet, okay? You know, just because I say that doesn't mean that it's my fault. Absolutely not. But let's see what Invincible LG can do with the earthquakes right through here. And the Queen's Arrow comes across, hits the monolith, and takes it down with the lightning spell.
Crusher Mortar taken down as well. That's a big pickup, especially with a Root Rider attack. Those 2 defenses can definitely melt some troops, not to mention melt that giant. So a great pickup. I like that little trick he does. It's a nice little use of the Giant Arrow along with those lightnings. It is a little bit heavier of an investment, but when you're bringing in that Rage Vial on the Warden, you can almost afford it as you get that passive rage, which is like basically a passive rage spell. He does actually have a couple super wall breakers in here as well, but with the Root Riders, as long as they stay up, shouldn't need those, but maybe could use those a little bit later in the attack. It's a long way to the Town Hall, but big risk, big reward, as Invincible did get a 3 star in the last attack using a very similar approach.
Yeah, with these Root Riders and troops moving around the edge, they're going all the way around to eventually land on that tunnel to the end. The Queen, unfortunately, took the wrong path to the bottom side, so he doesn't have the assistance to move through. But the King's got ability. 3 super Barbarians left, and now the Root Riders are coming right on back. So the Spitters in the core are going to be quite annoying to deal with, as he needs to also get to that Town Hall.
And the RC went down in that right-hand compartment as well, just a little bit earlier in the attack. King's working around here, but man, he's got to get over to that Town Hall quick. I feel like these roots are going to go up and around, as the King didn't really cut them off yet. They may go to the Town Hall after the cannon, but he's definitely shaking his head in disappointment.
Okay, he's going to the town. Okay, I was saying, if these Root Riders did not go to the Town Hall, I was like, there's no way after I say it that it happened. But no, the Town Hall goes down. He secures the 2, pops the King ability, and the Roots are still coming through, and the healers are still on him.
Oh,
not anymore. They're gone.
That happens, Carbon. You speak things into existence. I still say Carbon wants a 1 star for some particular reason. It feels odd, but hey, buddy, whatever you're into, I'm not going to judge you. But this one is definitely going to fall short of the mark, as Invincible not able to get through there. The RC went down early, the Queen went down early on that one. It just felt like the healers weren't getting the healing where it needed. And this, man, Navi could push that lead even further as we see. I'm gonna guess Kazuma is gonna be our next attacker. We see that cam swap really early on.
Yep.
So Kazuma could really look to push the lead here in this war.
So Navi, they just can continue the high percentages. They're totally fine. But it's going to be up to All Exceed with their final 2 attackers, which is also Kazuma for All Exceed. And then it's going to be Hiroya, who needs to then both triple so that they can win. It's just talked about it before. If you're down by a star and you're down by percentage, you're really down by 2 stars. And at this point, the only chance for All Exceed to win is getting a 2-star, or at least a star victory. And in that case, they would have to triple twice and hope that none of these attackers, which is Kazuma, Yada, or Stars triples, which that is a difficult task to do, is to stop these attackers. But good luck, as Kazuma for Navi is going in with the Root Riders.
All right, RC charge working through here. Pretty standard setup, pretty standard army here. Let's see if Kazuma can push the lead of Navi right now. This is a big attack. I mean, it's not the end of the world attack, but a 3-star here, man, this puts it pretty much out of reach for All Exceed. With the lead already at 23%, a 3-star pushes that lead up to like 36% plus 2 stars. It would be really insurmountable.
Does decide to pop the RC ability so he can continue through getting the value, including that Air Expo. Lures out a bit of the CC and grabs 2 ice golems in the process. Was there a furnace in there? There might be. He just might not have lured out the entire clan castle. Oh no, there's 3 ice golems.
It's 3 ice golems. Yeah,
oh yeah. Never mind.
Yeah, so full clan castle there. Gonna go ahead and overgrowth the town hall. That's fine. Clan castle would be dealt with a couple Valkyries on there. That's perfect as well. Headhunter gonna come in, help deal with those defending heroes. Queen's gonna come in, King's gonna come in, push everything into the middle. Looking for that overgrowth to start to wear off as we're about halfway through this attack for Kazuma. And Navi are in a commanding spot so far in this war. Hasn't put the siege machine in yet. The troop launcher could come in at any time just to help throw those troops in, trying to maybe just delay that so that maybe the balloons in there can come out a little bit later, maybe tank some red air bombs in the middle of the base would be my guess on the delay there. But now there goes the town hall, but still a lot of base here, Carbon, and just over a minute remaining.
Not only a lot of base, but the defensive rage now activates, raging up these defenses here. But the invis was clutch to help protect a bunch of the Root Riders. There's the Giga Bomb. Now has to hit that defensive minion print on the backside. Does decide to go with the poison back there since he didn't need it for the ice golems, since his Valkyrie cleared it. Headhunter through the enemy RC. His Queen is to the left. King is off to the left and still has their ability.
Kazuma needs to finish this base off, but things are splitting in all different ways. The King and Queen are on the top side. Oh, but keep an eye on that clock. I think it was about 30 seconds remaining. Should have the time here with the Queen going with the giant popping out. King still got spiky ball. And this is crushed. And Navi look to put this war away. This one might be all but over now, Carbon.
And Kazuma for Navi gets it done. He did it in their last match to get the 3-star, which they unfortunately, were not able to win, but it was Kazuma that was able to get that first triple, and he is able to add to a 3-star, as Klaus was also the one who got the other triple for Navi. So a fantastic attack, and now they're up by 2 stars. Now All Exceed has to hope that they triple both of their hits, and then Navi gets low percentage. Granted, they would love the 1-star, but they need low 2-star percentage because their other attack that failed was Gaku, which was a 95%. All Exceed was in the mid-80s. The only way for them to make that comeback is if they triple twice and then win on percent.
And they're down by 36% right now, Carbon, so they need some really low attacks. They're going to need really like 2 low 80 attacks, maybe even a 70 and an 80. We'll see. Anything could happen. Hiroya, definitely one of the higher hit rate attackers for All Exceed, although had the mistake earlier, needs to bounce back and get a 3-star in the worst way. Like right now, Hiroya needs to step up, but I like the stance of Hiroya here. Looks very cozy, looks very comfortable. I feel like that's the best way to clash though. Get as comfortable, get how you would normally clash. Don't let the pressure get to you. I kind of like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just got to be able to be in the most comfortable spot so you can get those 3 stars. Let's see, as the RC will be able to charge slowly through to the core. There's the invis throughout the RC with the ability. And continue to use 3 more invises. Does not have the earthquake to damage all this stuff, but continues to remove a defensive rage spell in the core. That is some nice value. Can continue with another invis and then pull the RC back.
Royal looking to make an impact with this Royal Champion, and so far she is striking these buildings hard. Not to mention she's passively dealing that damage to the CC, pulls it out, doesn't get that last multi-inferno down, was barely hanging on there, but there's no battle builders right there. So that Inferno, it's basically one shot away, one strike from almost any unit should be able to take that down. But will it be able to get some passive damage as they make the approach? They're gonna have to go the long way to it. Have to see if that plays a little bit of a factor, but it's in a spot, it shouldn't play too much of a factor.
Does decide to send the Queen and King together to the bottom side to help push the Root Riders in towards the Town Hall. Granted, you gotta wait until the overgrowth disappears so that he can then target it, and still has his War Internal Tome. Pops it now, and I don't see any red air bombs near the Town Hall, which typically would be hitting the healers. But he does have that balloon that got out in front. Now he's continuing to just be patient as he slowly moves together with these Root Riders and the Warden towards the left side.
Did he lose his RC there? I think the RC just barely missed the Warden's Eternal Tome. So she went down, which is going to negate some of the damage. That Inferno Tower was already dealt with, so that's good, but not having the Royal Champion is definitely a big loss there. Queen's continuing to work through these roots. Will go ahead and open up the next section of the base so that the Giants and the Yetis can come in and help destroy it. The King and Queen working on the outside, doing a great job, but these roots need to get out in front as quickly as possible. There goes a nice skeleton spell to distract the monolith and distract that Expo, but now he's got to deal with these enemy heroes, and that is a tough spot to be in. Still has Queen ability though, should be able to pop out a giant and help out a little bit, and a headhunter with a couple barbs. Haroya needs a 3-star here, Carbon, but his resources are running thin.
Yeah, especially with the defensive minion prince going to be picking off his troops as they can't fight back. Does take out the defensive king. His Queen has burned ability, but the geared up cannons over there sends in rocket loons to try to deal with it. Queen will continue to stay alive, but the minion prince is just nasty and not going down.
10 seconds. Oh man, even if he had enough force here, he just runs out of time, and it's 94% for Haroya, and that might be all this one wrote here. I love All Exceed's attitude though, even in defeat there. Still smiling, still chilling. He's sending those text messages, hey guys, clash and chill or what? You know, he's just cozy, just a chill guy there, having some fun with his friends here, playing some Clash of Clans. You gotta love it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's a tie war, 8-8, but Na'Vi have one less attack used. They are able to turn around. Na'Vi has been known to be a lower bracket team. They've made so many lower bracket runs in the past that they're almost feeling more comfortable down in the lower bracket, which you would hate to say because you would way rather come from the upper bracket. So you don't have to force a bracket reset if you make it to the grand finals, because that is the only way for you to have a chance at getting a golden ticket in a situation like this. Well, let's see, as Yada is going to look to try to answer with another triple. There's been 2 triples so far from Na'Vi. As the RC is charging her way through, will have the ability to take out the Town Hall as his RC continues her way through.
Every time Yada attacked, especially after the buff to bowlers, I'm just hoping it's a bowler attack. Yada known for his bowler attacks, but it's sticking to the, excuse me, the meta here with the Root Rider attack. Did have that 99% in their last war. And really at this point, Na'Vi just need a couple solid 2-star attacks and they'll put this one away and move forward in that lower bracket. And the lower bracket, I mean, Na'Vi don't mind it at all. They played through the lower bracket. We've seen them make lower bracket runs, and it's not a bad thing, but at some point, they're gonna have a team like Dizzy waiting for them in the wings, and man, that's a tough matchup if that does end up happening.
With the roots pushing it towards the monolith, slowly does pair in the poison onto the furnace in the core. These ice golems will slow him down, but does have the overgrowth. Does he decide to overgrowth the ricochet cannon with the rage spell tower? Or does he wait until the rage spell tower activates and then maybe overgrowth so that the rage can be gone for a little while? But it's going to take some time in order for that to happen. Let's see, as it's going to activate. There it is, now overgrowth, maybe? Okay, so he overgoes the backside, not the rage there.
Interesting choice right there. That rage tower was like ticking like it was going to, and it didn't go up until the royal champion came over and just dealt that steady damage to it. The royal champion's sustaining in there. She's still got Spirit Fox. She's going to go ahead and surge forward, help all these troops out. He's got the queen in there. There goes the king's spiky ball going ahead and dealing tons of damage. Still has the Spirit Fox up, which is always impressive this late in an attack. And with this, the Super Barbarians is going to be able to come in and just cut off the top side of that base. Actually kind of needs to get that Wizard Tower down so that Root Rider will continue to open up walls. She does get that last wall open so that the queen can continue forward here. Royal Champion's still going strong. There goes the Giant from the queen. He's got a shot here, Carbon.
Does have a shot and looking good as he has 6 Super Barbs to send in through this backside. And he's got it. That's going to add a 3rd triple to the board for Navi. 3-star for Klaus, 3-star for Kazuma, and a 3-star for Yada. Gaku came so close with a 95%, but Navi is just looking to coast their way to the next round in the lower bracket, which means that they will be done for today. There is still one more attack for Stars, but Stars is as comfortable as he can be.
Oh yeah, I mean, in this situation, what, he's maybe gonna need a 1-star, maybe a 2-star. I mean, that's definitely where you want to be, but that's why it's a team game, because they know if Stars needed to step up and get that 3-star, he's very capable. But also sometimes it's just nice to have that, be that 5th spot and the war's already over and you can kind of just relax, have a little bit of fun, be on voice comms, just chilling with the guys. You gotta love that. But I mean, nothing but props and love to All Exceed. They came out here and they did pretty well. They put up a really, really strong performance. That 13-13 war against Tribe was so insane. We've seen them on the leaderboard, the point leaderboard, so I'm sure we'll see them back again competing and trying to get that golden ticket, which we're running out of chances, Carbon. Those golden tickets, there's not very many left.
Not many left at all. But Bash, there is one situation here. If this does not triple, then technically Stars doesn't even have to attack and they still win, which is crazy to think that you could win with only 4 attacks. That could very well be the case if Kazuma Frolicsy does not get it done, as the Warden will move through to grab the Fire Spitter, as this Warden with that Anger Jelly was able to grab these defenses. And then there's Invis, Fireball. Oh, what a connection right into the core.
Wow.
That is some fantastic value.
Taking out the CC, couple ricochet cannons.
Wow.
That was crazy good value. Beautiful play. Man, I really envy the pro players when they do something cool like that. I'm like, I wish I could see an amazing plan like that. Or I wish I could even like just execute the invisibilities. I don't think people understand like how hard those invises are to get right like that.
Oh yeah.
If you're off by half a tile, that fireball is going somewhere else. But now Kazuma looking to surge through this town hall, push those troops right around that big crater in the base he made, and All Exceed looking to go out with their heads held high here.
Yeah, with the king now towards the left side, he's going to make his way all the way up to the top. These roots are going to push their way in towards the Spitter and look to take down the defensive RC. Push his way slowly around. The value from that fireball, man, it is such a strong push now through this base. Doesn't have to worry about a CC. He even took a poison spell just in case. Why not? As he continues through with these balloons pulling red air bombs to protect these healers.
I mean, that poison spell could come in handy with that king and that minion prince waiting on the back end of the base. Slowing them down is definitely massive. We've seen minion princes and kings shut down attacks left and right. So I don't even mind having the poison there just in case you did miss the CC, but also just having it for the back end heroes here could definitely be huge. Still has a few roots, still has the ice golem, a couple giants in there, and that crusher mortar dealing out so much damage. There goes the ice golem popping. Here comes the queen coming up the rear. King's still in there. King is very healthy, still has 2 abilities, still has a couple super barbarians. Here they come in. Yeah, this is looking really good for Kazuma, and this is definitely something they needed earlier in the war, but I guess, you know, since they're playing month over month, it feels good to go out on a high note.
Yeah, he likes it. They got the triple, at least got 1 3-star against Navi here, which will force Stars to have to attack. He has to at least get percentage / a star, and then it's a secured victory. But if he doesn't get a star, which I would find almost impossible, there's like no way he doesn't get a star here, then Navi would not be able to do it. But that's all I need, a single star from Stars to be able to advance in the lower bracket here.
Carbon, why are you trying to speak the zero star into existence again?
I'm not.
Carbon is like the
saying
purposeful jinx here, chat. Oh my goodness. I don't know what this man's problem is, but he loves chaos. And I mean, I wouldn't wish that upon anyone, even my worst Clash foe. And Carbon just keeps speaking into existence here, trying to make it happen. But we know Stars isn't going to allow that to happen. Stars is going to come out with a beautiful attack, maybe even something fun and creative. You never know with Navi. They are known for some of the best interesting attacks in Clash, but it looks like a pretty standard Root Rider approach with a long RC charge here for our final attack.
Yeah, this Royal Champion will charge her way straight to the bottom side, finding Giant Bomb, Small Bomb all through this section here as another Invis is going to route the RC towards the town. Oh, that Invis was quite far away, so interesting. He does find a Tornado Trap here, but Bash, all he needs is this Town Hall. It's no!
Carbon.
Wait, what happened? Hold on. I gotta put my glasses on. What happened?
Well, see, what had happened was the Crusher Mortar. There's just too much damage. It was just a split second late, and RC go boom. She's
RC
down.
go boom.
RC go boom.
RC go boom.
Still very salvageable here, like you mentioned. He only needs a star. And he's just going to send the roots right at the Town Hall. Why wouldn't you at this point? That's all you need to do is get that Town Hall down, secure the 1-star, and you get the victory. Just don't even risk any kind of Carbon chaos happening here.
What? What is Carbon chaos? I don't know what that terminology is. That's kind of crazy. But look, he's got a star. That's all he needed. He's doing it for the content. Maybe he's listening to the stream. He's like, I want to make Carbon look like a fool here. But he gets the star. He's gonna get at least the 2, maybe. But at least he doesn't need a 2. It's all he needed.
Oh my Carbon. I mean, he's still got Super Barbarians. He's got the Baby Dragon. He's got Invises. He can definitely get to the 2-star here. Oh, that's what. Oh, recall in the middle of the base. I mean, you could just recall stuff in the middle of the base there and just put it somewhere else. I mean, that's how you get the percentage, I guess. All right. Well, either way, Navi will get the victory here. Here come all those troops that he recalled along with the Queen, and he's just looking to push this up to that 2-star. I mean, it's like an honor thing. You don't ever want a 1-star in Clash of Clans, right?
Nah, you definitely do not want to be the only one to do it, and no one's yet, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't think anyone's done it yet this weekend.
No.
Yep. And so that's good. That means these players they're ready to go, because you get that 1-star and your hopes of winning have really fallen through the table. But there it is. Stars gets at least the 2-star. He only needed the 1, and he keeps us on the edge of our seat. He likes to do it, but Navi gets enough to be able to advance, and now he could take a breather. He can get some sleep, and they could be able to focus on to tomorrow.
Oh, Carbon. I feel like you wanted chaos, so you have to be happy with that attack, huh? RC just not going the way he wanted there. I mean, just a split second late, but it didn't matter. Just full send to the Town Hall, and Navi get the 13-11 victory, which means All Exceed will be our second team eliminated here in July, and Navi will continue their move through the lower bracket. But they will be done playing for today. But that's definitely going to be a sigh of relief, because All Exceed looked really good coming into this matchup.
They did. They were looking good, but unfortunately, they could not get it done against a team like Navi. So let's go ahead and update you with the bracket and where we currently stand. So with that victory, Navi advances. They will be awaiting the team that loses between Elevate and Only Bads, which is going to be the next match. Whoever loses there is going to be dropping down to take on Navi. And then whoever loses between Tribe and Milton MG will be taking on Dizzy X Danima. And any team in the lower bracket, they're going to have to make a lower bracket run to try to get to the grand finals and force a bracket reset. But if Elevate in the upper bracket makes it to the grand finals, then the lower bracket is where we possibly will be learning who is going to be getting a golden ticket.
Yeah, tomorrow is definitely going to be interesting, especially with Dizzy and Elevate still alive here. We have a lot of scenarios. I'm sure our production staff is going to be in our ears as we're getting to that lower bracket final, the grand finals, the upper bracket final. There's going to be so many different situations, a lot of great clash action, but we're not even done for today. We still have to set the stage for our upper bracket final tomorrow, and we'll do that in our next 2 matchups with the Elevate only Bads. Oh man, that's going to be such a good war. Tribe versus Milicy. Man, we got so much great clash action still to be had here, Carbon.
We've got so many more matches, which is 2 more actually, that are going to be coming here today. So you do not want to miss those. Elevate only Bads, Tribe Gaming, and Milicy MG. Since they're upper bracket matches, any of those teams, you lose, you're still in the competition. But every time you win, you get a step closer at getting more of the prize money. So let's go ahead and find out who is the official MVP of this match. And it is Klaus taking home the votes. Getting it done. He did get that triple and helping Navi get a easy victory. No, it was a little close there in the end.
Easy.
You know, 13. 13 in the end.
I think that's fair.
It was a lot closer than the score has to seem, right?
Yeah, I mean, but it felt very comfortable. Anytime you can go into your last attack only needing a 1-star, that's a good thing. But guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to finish off our upper bracket, set that stage for tomorrow's upper bracket final after a short break here.
And welcome back as we are getting ready for an epic match. Elevate versus only Bads, and we have to welcome the one and only Woody back here for a rematch of last month's finals. What was your thoughts on the last match that we just saw from Navi?
Well, superb performance from Navi, taking the win as we all expected, but yet still giving us a great showing in this lower bracket. We're going back to the upper bracket though, and that is where, to me, the most excitement lies, Carbon. Even though elimination is on the stakes for the lower bracket, the upper bracket is where all the money's at. It's where the golden ticket's at. It's where all the teams want to be. And to remain undefeated against a former world champ here would be so incredibly powerful. Only Bads have got a huge task ahead of them though, because this Elevate lineup has just been climbing and climbing week after week. From a super high spot to begin with, they have got the peak in sight. Let's go ahead and introduce them now. Carmen, take it away.
Yeah, we have Celinio, Bernal, Leo, Pato, and Max. And take a look at the percentages there across the board, and especially Max, 99.60 in terms of the destruction percentage. 80% triple rate, like that's out of your mind, crazy high. Everyone else is not even 20 points within that of Max. So let's go ahead and now learn a little quick short statement coming in from Elevate as we get ready.
Bom, em 2020, quando chegou a pandemia, foi a época que eu decidi virar profissional, porque eu estava muito tempo em casa e todo mundo falava que eu jogava bem, eu já tinha um certo destaque, pelo menos aqui na nossa comunidade do Brasil. E, então, por ter mais tempo de jogo, eu comecei a me dedicar mais no push, e com isso, alguns amigos me chamaram para jogar competitivamente. E foi aí que eu comecei minha jornada no competitivo do Clash of Clans.
Patolino, a former world champion and holding on to a strong position now with a golden ticket already in hand and looking to earn even more prize money. He's sort of a kingmaker at this point, Carbon Finn, where he knows he's already going to the world championships, but it's up to him now to determine if he's going to knock out another team on the way or if there's going to be an upset with only Bads taking the lead.
Well, only Bads, they want their revenge, and this is their time to take it. Because if they are able to do it, they can continue the upper bracket run. And we've got Demo, Endy, Dima, Sean, and Ninja. They are focused here, and this is probably the one team that they had circled for the monthly finals. Because this is the team that took them out. This is the team that took the golden ticket from them last month. So if there's any team to take out, it is Elevate, as they have been dominating the competition so far, and Only Bads is ready to go to try to take them out. So let's go ahead and listen what they have to say.
The way I got into Clash esports was probably when I started building bases. So it's not usually the route we take when it comes to pro play. But yeah, I became a base builder, built for some big teams like Strut, MS Esports a few years ago. And then I got better at attacking. And that's how last year we made it to Worlds as my first year playing.
Well, you heard it from them directly. He is excited for an opportunity to compete at the world stage. And you're right, Carbon, having just lost to Elevate last month, he knows that he's got a big task ahead of him. But this Only Bads team, they've got some great stuff going for them as well. Keep in mind, they defeated Elevate in the grand finals, but just because they were in the lower bracket, the bracket reset gave Elevate another opportunity to score the win. That's ultimately what happened last month, but hey, Only Bads has taken a win off of Elevate before. They might be able to do it again. Caster predictions are on screen though, and it is a clean sweep 4 for 4 for Elevate in this time around. They've got the win history in the past. They've got the momentum going so far this month. That's why I took them for the win. But let's see what the audience predicted, Carbon.
What is the audience taking home? And they're going 66% for Elevate. We had a unanimous pick of Elevate from the caster side. We got a percentage in terms of for Elevate for the community side, but will Elevate be able to step up and take them out? It was last month that Elevate went through the upper bracket and had that benefit of a potential bracket reset so that they did not get eliminated. And whoever wins that will again have that opportunity. So it's very important that you win a match from the upper bracket, so you have that insurance policy just in case when it comes to the grand finals that you could try to just win the last match and take home the golden ticket. And we are now ready for the first attacker. Sean for Only Bads is ready to lead it off, take out Pato's base.
Let's see if he's got it in him. You know, there's a lot more on the line here for Only Bads since, of course, Elevate already has the golden ticket. Elevate, for them, this is $15,000 if they win, and they manage to deny an opponent an easy access to a golden ticket. But for Only Badsinger, they want that golden ticket. They want to make it all the way to the very top, and they are willing to take risks here to try to kick Elevate down to the lower bracket, where very conceivably another team down there, might be Navi, could still have a chance at taking them out, and they wouldn't have to see him again. Bads knows that Sean's start here is extraordinarily important, and so sending in such an interesting attack, Archer Queen supported with healers, a golem out in front, unusual beginning when we usually often see these Royal Champion charges. Instead, he's starting off a little bit slower and more careful with a very heavy Archer Queen charge.
Yeah, with that Archer Queen going right on through, pulls everything back, just barely grabbing all that. Now redeploying not too far away outside the segment of the walls. As the roots are down, we do have a troop launcher moving his way through. The Giga Bomb is near that town hall as the Rockaloons and some Ice Golems getting lured out, so he does parry in a poison for the furnace, but triggers the Giga Bomb. But it's okay, he's getting through that clan castle, no worries, and then we'll be able to grab the town hall.
Okay, looks like he got a little bit of damage there on his Grand Ward. Not able to see the hit point bar there yet. It's hiding behind these healers, but I guess he will hold up for a little bit longer. Hasn't yet had to force that ability out, and with some balloons well spread, as well as lots of ground-based giants and archers to chip away damage, it looks like he has got a very solid contingent still ready to push forward past this base, going clockwise now toward a scatter shot. Expo in that bottom right compartment drops a skeleton spell for additional support and distraction down there, and he is just firing on all cylinders. Sean has really brought the whole kitchen sink to this raid, almost 2 full rows of troops and heroes with spells added on. Try to take this base out and find the triple to begin with. Crusher Mortar is going to start dealing a massive amount of damage though, and he's really hoping that he can get into the core of this base really lickety split.
does have 6 super barbs to send on the bottom side of the base eventually, as the king will burn ability with the spiky ball, still moving his way through the core. The royal champion's there, the queen's there. Can he keep the RC alive with this one invis? That will be clutch. Make sure that RC doesn't die, and there is the invis that go for the ricochet cannon.
Takes down the monolith, and the Archer Queen's still quite healthy. She did pop her ability and has no more unicorn, though, so she is going to be down for the count. But still, applause from Sean as he's excited, noticing that there's nothing left to stop him on this base. He crushes from every angle, and with the Barb King's final blow, oh, never mind, it's going to be one of his serpents down there, takes the 3-star, and Only Bads is up on the triple.
That queen charge with the Anger Jelly and the Warden assistance and recalling is very smart. We saw from Max coming in, and these pros are taking some notes. And that's the one thing when you're in a competition like this, sometimes maybe you have to save your attack for when you absolutely need it. So if Max brought that attack later, maybe towards the quarterfinals, the grand finals, then pros could not dissect the attack and use it against them for a 3-star just like this. So let's see what Max can do, but this time he's not going to do a queen recall. It's going to be the fireball with the Warden. Max is showing how versatile he is, leading it off with this type of attack. Yeah, a lot of stuff to get through in order to get this value.
It also really suggests to me that Only Bads are feeling very confident about leading off with an unusual attack like that in the first spot. They didn't have to commit very much time to figuring out, calculating angles, timing, trajectory. So Max now in a bit of a tricky spot with the Ricochet Cannon and a Tesla popping up with skeletons as well to slow him down. The Angry Jelly's doing his best to try to keep him targeted onto defenses, but requires an invisibility there to stay safe and sane. Loses the Angry Jelly ability now and drops the fireball right into the core of the base. Earthquakes are going to be able to pop down the clan castle, and it's a solid shot, but this Warden has just had an awfully difficult time making it all the way through. Max can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that the first stage is complete. But man, what a slog so far, and you know he must have a lot of adrenaline pumping through his veins right now.
Oh, absolutely. And the one thing about a skeleton spell where he found it, one of those main purposes there is that it slowed down the Warden, mainly because of the Angry Jelly. So the Angry Jelly only lasts a certain amount of time, right? About, what, 35 seconds or so? And if you have Skeleton to distract it, that means the Warden is distracted and he won't be able to continue defense to defense. But the main point of this attack strategy is to have that Warden soloing after that fireball and the Warden charge. Because if you drop your heroes, the King and Queen with the Warden, then you're going to time fail 100 times out of 10. Oh, that Warden was supposed to continue to solo. We didn't see that he died. He cannot die. He must stay alive. He focused on the other side of the base, and he lost the Warden.
We now have 5 healers doing their best to try to keep a little lonely Archer up, and with this right side assault falling apart, I'm not even sure what he's got in mind to take down this town hall. Still standing and firing away at this poor Archer Queen, pops her ability and the invis is out, sends in some rocket loons to get the job done now, and they do get directly on target. A Black Bomb takes one of them down, and an air defense is going to be shooting away at him. The last rocket loon about to crash. Can he get one more shot off? No, the final rocket loon is now in. Can he get one more hit? Thank goodness, and Max salvages the 2-star here. Bottom left side of the base is still going to be standing with a Royal Champion doing her best to get a few more percentage off, but it looks like we are going to be capped off around the 90% mark, Carbon Fin.
Yeah, losing that Warden definitely was a big pain. He needed to continue his charge and eventually grab that Monolith and multi. If he only had that invis, which he used earlier with the Grand Warden on the skeleton trap that spawned, installing up the Warden and all that damage. So this is a 2-star, and crazy to think that this is totally uncharacteristic of Max, and he's been such an amazing 3-star hitter. This one means that Only Bads is going to have the lead going into the first set of attacks. Only Bads is going to look to take advantage of that fail and try to bring another triple. If they're able to do it, then they're going to be in a big advantage going into the next remaining set of attacks.
Indeed, the next attacker from Only Bads knows that he can build off of the momentum from that first strike and get his team far and ahead with a triple here and now. That would really put Elevate in a tough and awkward position going into the mid-war. with a 2-star deficit. They would be awfully far behind, but can he pull it off? A Royal Champion charge a bit more standard and by the book for this entry point here. And she's looking pretty safe.
Ooh.
Does catch a tornado and giant bomb right before the recall. So nice trap triggering by her. And Indy, although he didn't get too far deep in there, he didn't have to commit too many spells to make that good early stab happen either.
I'm not gonna lie, one of the most satisfying things when you're doing a World Champion charge is the recaller just before, let's say, you trigger the tornado trap like that, or even better, if you trigger a tornado trap and a Giga Bomb both at the same time, pull her back before any damage. Oh, it's the best feeling. But let's see, as ND is pushing this RC through, the Root Riders through, but oh goodness, they are taking so much damage here.
They just got walloped earlier on in this hit before that Grand Warden ability could even pop, and now they have taken a massive beating. The healers there are trying to top them back off, but with that Monolith firing away at the Archer Queen now, there is going to be a little bit of an awkward entry point, forcing out that Overgrowth spell. Timing is still going to be fine here for Indy, but with the CC coming out, he's got to be able to take it down awfully quickly. Rocket Loons of his own coming in on the bottom right side. The enemy Archer Queen's going to be sniping away at those. Meanwhile, the rest of his attack is doing everything it can to push into the core of the base, but it's going slow.
The Town Hall, I think, is going to stay. Woody, he's got a problem here. Oh, there's at least one Root Rider. Is going to rely on this one Root Rider to continue to try to open up to the Town Hall. That is his hope. Pops Queen ability. Giant comes into the core to go for that Monolith.
No,
but
it's going for the outside.
The Town Hall is remaining. Oh, no.
This is just heart-wrenching for Bads. They had a triple in their pocket, and now they can't even connect with a Town Hall. Archer Queen ability's already been popped. She does have a lot of healers, but that is about to be a massive amount of firepower, and they just will not be able to shut it down, especially being swept back by that air sweeper. Queen goes down, and it is a 1-star, 74% for Bads. The first 1-star of the day, Carbon.
Man, I can't believe that Bash jinxed this for some reason. It's not my fault. I never said 1-star at all. Oh, I would never have believed it. Oh, rip. But ND with the 74, and the problem with it being a 1-star, it's also a low percent one. It's like it's not in the 90s, meaning that they could have a chance to win on percentage. They're gonna have to now hope to get some defenses. A 2-star is tied, but a 3-star from Elevate and everything completely changes.
Really big credit due to the base builders for Elevate, frustrating that attempt by Bads to maintain that lead. And now we see a total reset now. A 2-star from Pato here would put us at an even point. He doesn't look very happy about this early strike, though. Just threw his hands up in the middle of this Warden walk, unable to figure out what to do with this Royal Champion charging through. Drops the invisibility spells, and he's focused back in. He's locked in on this attack again, Carbon, but do you think... Oh.
Hold on, I see a spell that we never really see all that much here in the pro scene. A heal spell. Is this a new spell here? What in the world? It is so rare to see some heal spells coming in. I guess the heals could be really good for maybe protecting healers through red air bombs. That's one of the things when you're making a push through, especially where a poison tower is surviving, especially a Giga Bomb that is in that section. Well, let's see as he decides to go with an Overgrowth onto the raid spell to prevent it from activating so he doesn't take all that damage.
Oh man, pops that Grand Warden ability just in time as those troops were starting to suffer from that Crusher Mortar. Still, the Root Riders going straight for the Town Hall now, about to trigger this Giga Bomb. Do manage to survive and stay in that Grand Warden Eternal Tome aura for the duration. Oh no. They're going to get the lock onto the Town Hall, and the awkward spread of the backside troops is a little bit weird here. Hairy interior now as that Rage Tower is going to activate while the Root Riders are just wailing away.
Wait a second.
Hardly getting any DPS in. Is this a repeat? Are we about to see 2 1-stars in a row?
What is going on? Where is the Town Hall? Why is it not going down? Hello? Queen completely went away. Oh my goodness. What?
Okay,
just
here
happened?
is where the heal spell will come in clutch. He just needs to drop like 17 skeleton spells, like freeze the Town Hall, get the heal in there to keep him topped off. Yeah, support from a couple of Hog Riders. Maybe he's got some goblins to go directly for the Town Hall. No. Not this time. Well, he did beat the 71% mark that in D set, and so percentage will still remain relatively close, but Elevate were just served a golden opportunity.
Wow. They were.
Kato took the tray and tossed it on the ground.
That is not what he wanted, and things just completely went awry. And now Only Bads will have the lead by a star. So essentially, 74 from Bads, 77 from Pato here, meaning that Only Bads has the percentage advantage going into the final 3 attacks for each side. Demo looks like he's going to be the next attacker coming in from Only Bads, but wow, a 1-star and then another 1-star. We didn't see a single 1-star all weekend. Well, all weekend meaning today. We still have tomorrow to go. And then we see a 1-star right after what we just saw. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this war is going to be close.
Well, my grandpa had a saying, Carbon, when it rains, it pours. A 1-star lands and another one immediately afterwards. Only can hope now that Demo can break this chain and deliver us from these single-star results. Showing up with rocket loons now to snipe a few buildings along the exterior. He's going to get some more interior work done with that Royal Champion charge. Spirit Fox, as always, reliable and helpful to keep her safe. Invisibility spells as well, and she is on target toward the core. What else is she going to get? Lands her spear on a scatter shot. Electro boots are zapping all over. No,
Goodness. Oh, no. RC, what is happening? Everything's going crazy this war. RC, you're supposed to be making our way through. Oh, my goodness. Okay. All right, hold on. Well, this war has gotten interesting. Everything is going awry. The balloons are now down. At least he is approaching to the town hall compartment. So we should be able to at least take that down and get the 2-stars. We can't see 3 1-stars in a row. There is no way that will ever happen.
Bash, you're gonna have to come back on and explain yourself to this audience, because all these 1-stars cannot be the pro player's fault. I'm sure there's a jinx happening somewhere out here. Demo still ought to be able to salvage and find the 2-star, but he has shut down the town hall now, so he's gonna have to wait a little bit longer and wrap back around, make sure that he still maintains a contingent of troops for the back end. Holding on to that queen ability, she should be able to pop that and take the town hall down for the 2-star. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. You know, he's got the 2-star.
He's gonna get through.
2-stars wins wars, you know, and at this point...
Wars like this one, it will.
Indeed, but Elevate, they're going to be looking for a 3 to try to at least answer the 3 that came in from Sean earlier. But at this point, it's about getting the percentage. Because if he gets at least a high enough percentage, and then Elevate gets the triple, we are tied. And that is what we want in this match. We want it coming down to the end. You know, maybe we have a roller coaster of 1-stars, of 3-stars, but if it comes down to the final attacker that has to, let's say, triple in the end, hey, I'll take that all day.
Well, we have pretty much already decisively found that this is going to be the lowest overall damage war out of any that we've seen so far today. Stars, percentage are all just crumbling below sea level, and we need someone to salvage from the depths the insanity that's going on here. Whenever these moments happen, we always have to give big credit to the base builders, because obviously we know that the players here are extraordinarily skilled and very high-level attackers. It is base building and the location of those traps, the sneaky deployment of, you know, awkward walls that just make it difficult to path through, trying to create the perfect puzzle for your opponent, and then seeing an attack wind up being a 1-star. You know, the base builders out there are just pumping their fists. Even on an attack like that, seeing a base hold off a triple and keep an attacker like Demo to bay at a 2-star 78% mark. The base builders are just, you know, maybe not extraordinarily happy with how the offense is going so far for either of these teams, but the defenses are just off the charts right now.
But the one thing about the meta here is you can really practice and try to test your bases against Royal Champion Invis charges. And when those go awry and things do not go to plan, well, that could have been tested from that angle, and the base was designed for it. But let's see what Leo can do with the roots and 8 invises. So he needs to keep the RC going. When we've seen it happen these last several attacks. When the RC doesn't get the value, doesn't go where you want, the attack falls quickly down the drain. But the Royal Champ is getting pulled to the left by that Tesla a little bit, but should be able to move in towards that spitter pretty soon here.
She's getting pretty deep, does trigger a giant bomb there and soaks a shot on the poor Spirit Fox. Oh, takes another scatter shot blow. Oh, but triggers a giant bomb and dodges it. Doing a little juking on the interior here now, pops the ability, another invis goes down, and Leo is stabbing at the monolith now, finds it, Inferno Tower, and is going nutso mode on the inside. Did he save the Spirit Fox?
Yeah, he did.
Wow, all right.
That's what I was like impressed by, that he barely got that Spirit Fox back. So that's going to be very helpful, as now the Troop Launcher joining in with the roots to the left. Queen is off to the right to help push him into the tunnel, and the one giant from the Troop Launcher triggering that tornado trap right there. That's going to be very useful as he popped the Warden Healing Tome. No Eternal Tome. He's got the Healing Tome and the Rage Gem, pushes right through this Town Hall, powering his way through. Rocket Loon getting spawned from the Troop Launcher as the King is now tanking the far right side.
Deep push now with so many Root Riders looking healthy. Leo is bringing us back into the 3-star possibility zone. He is taking a lot of damage on the core there as that Poison Tower is going to start to chip away at his troops, and lots of splash from the scatter shot is just really going to hurt. But healers out back and still protected by the Grand Warden. These troops are powering through, and with 2/3 of the base now demolished, he just has to get to the backside now where that Crusher Mortar has been disabled the whole time. Multi-gear tower is going to start plinking away at these troops, but they are right on top of it. Oh, Giga Bomb blows up right in their face. Not good news with so much splash damage still on the backside.
But he's got the King ability, Queen ability, a couple Super Barbs. He's fine. He's going to move his way through, pops the Queen now, moving his way around, and this is the answer that Elevate is looking for. He's going to save the King ability just in case to hit those buildings on the backside, but he'll be fine. He'll pop it right about after this army camp goes down.
Oh, yeah.
Or the barracks. It'll be a 3. There you go. Down it all goes. And now Elevate ties this war up and then takes the lead on percentage with an overall percentage of 53.6 to a 50.4. Great job here so far for Elevate. They're now in the lead over Only Bads. And it's the 1-stars that came in on each side that is keeping this one close.
If you had shown me a 1-star strike from Elevate and then told me that they were already in the lead by the 3rd round of attacks, Carbon, I would have just been flabbergasted. At this point now, that is where we stand, and it's up to Dima to try to re-establish dominance here for Only Bads. They have absolutely dealt a walloping blow and then got knocked back on their feet. They need to lean into this challenge now and find a triple here and now to get this one back in the win column. Rapid fast attack early on with Rocket Loons already landing in and an RC charge going for the bottom corner, Carbon.
And with the Dark Crown on the minion, Prince, the Royal Champion, does secure that multi. The nice thing is the Poison Spell did not get launched the Royal Champion. Does he make the Spitter invisible so she can go to the Monolith? Wait, nope. Gonna take out the Spitter. Spirit Fox is now dead. I think, yeah, okay, there's the invis onto the Sweeper. I like it. And then passes the Monolith. Should be able to... Yeah, perfectly intentional, because then the boots can help damage it. Slash now take it all down. And then he could possibly take out the Clan Castle because he's in this area.
What? This is Mondo value. Tornado trap triggers, but the CC does go down, and the RC is gonna get the Town Hall, right?
No.
Oh, just short.
The builders are there, or at least I think, no, the builders are the multi-arch tower. But this is where you need a giant arrow, or even just like one earthquake. That one earthquake would have helped so much.
Well, as it stands, the Town Hall is still there, and that's going to be a lot of damage on these poor dragons. Now pathing from the bottom left side, they're going to encounter some distraction here before they can make their way to the interior. Not a whole lot of air targeting defenses left on the bottom side of this base, though. Fire Spitters pointing the wrong way. Air Sweeper pointing the wrong way. Does have a scatter shot, but it's not getting fantastic splash value as the dragons are quite well spread. Minion Prince up top is going to get some snipes of his own, and Dima is looking very healthy on the entrance here. At least it's going to be a 2-star for sure, but can we wrap around and claim the triple?
Yeah, all he have to do is like just one tap the Town Hall. I think if he pops Minion Prince ability, it'll go down. Like, does it? Oh. Or maybe no, let's see. He's got the dark. Okay, no, okay, it won't go down because it'll just slow it down. But one shot or two? Okay, 2 shots, goes down as these dragons continue their way through this top side into this air defense. But now the big thing is time. Time's ticking here.
42 seconds, but only 19% of the base. A lot of defenses still standing on the bottom right side. Teslas, multi-archer tower, air defense. These are not things that dragons want to have to go up against. Looks like that Minion Prince had only a few shots left. The Phoenix is going to pick him up for a little while, but he goes down. Dragon popped on the bottom side. Phoenix and a dragon on the top side are still trying to power through. Only 4% of the space left, 18 seconds, and they're trying beyond hope to make it to the end. Inferno Dragon could help a little bit. Lots of DPS to be able to stack through there, but it is distracted by enemy Skeleton Trap. And once again, the Skeleton Trap is the clutch defense on these bases, denying the triple and finding Dima frustrated at a 2-star 97%. Only Bads will stay behind as Elevate continue to hold on to their lead.
Well, you can see Dima is frustrated about something. He wasn't expecting maybe the king or something to go a certain way, but it's a 97%. It's a good percentage if you were to fail. So 97 there for Dima, which means that if Elevate were to triple, they do take the lead by a star. But even if they don't, they still have percentage. So they still have the percentage lead at the moment. And let's see, as we have Bernal now going to be the next attacker that is going to be coming in for Elevate. Only Baz is currently sitting at a 69.8%. And while Elevate is sitting at a 53, Elevate needs an 82% 2-star to keep the lead. 81% 2-star. It's a 100% tie war.
Well, we have seen attacks dip below the 81% mark, so let's see if Bernal can keep his head on straight and focus fire into the core of this base. RC gets a little bit of a pull from the CC. Not sure if it's a complete pull. We do see rocket loons and archers coming on out, but that invisibility has kept that RC relatively well undercover. A few more rocket loons coming on out now.
Uh-oh.
And what's that behind the CC? Is that a furnace?
It is, indeed. But the Giga Bomb pushed the Royal Champion away from going to the Town Hall, which is a problem. I think he definitely wanted this RC to grab the Town Hall, and she's not going to. That Giga Bomb... Oh, wait, or she might. He got 2 more invises. Yeah, he'll get it. Okay, that's what he wanted.
Woo. By the skin of his teeth, Bernal launches the final spear. And without anything but 1 poison spell left, he's going to have to rely on these dragons to clean up the rest of this base. Only 26% scored in the early stage of this strike, and the CC still... troops are still going to be looking mighty fearsome over there. Does drop the poison, and we'll be able to get all of them clustered up quite well. Nice positioning there from Bernal as the 2-pronged attack is now underway, coming in clockwise with the main force of dragons from the bottom, while that top side has still got a lot of troops to spit in there and get some big damage off.
Nice Warden ability through Seeking Air Mine continues through. Another Seeking Air Mine gets absorbed through that Warden ability, and this Minion Prince with that Dark Crown moving through this bottom side, and he finds the red air bomb farm. Only like 1 dragon is pulling those traps, which is gonna save the rest of the dragons here. But a Minion Prince ability now, pop it now would be perfect. Yes, there you go, because of the angle hit that air defense.
Dang, you called it, Carbon. You knew it was coming. Dragons are doing still a little bit of a spread, and that's good news for Bernal, who needs to clean up the rest of the exterior of these buildings. Minion Prince looking very healthy, but take note of that air defense on the back side. Still have a Fire Spitter and a multi-target Inferno in the final compartment, and the Minion Prince is not going to be able to focus entirely on the defenses that he needs. He gets a little bit further down in the red, but still alive. Lots of DPS coming out, and Bernal is hoping beyond hope that he can finish off this multi-target Inferno, which is burning his poor minion Prince to a crisp. Oh my goodness, it's getting awfully close. The Phoenix picks him back up for a little bit more, and Bernal is clutching his hat, hoping that he can power through this final Tesla. 97%! The Grand Warden takes a few shots off, but it is sweat and tears. But blood is dripping from Demo's nose as he gets punched in the face. Bernal with the knockout blow brings Elevate another triple.
And there Elevate stands up by a star going into the final set of attacks. Ninja must 3-star here to give hope against Elevate. Because they have a 1-star, but both sides have a 1-star. But Elevate is the one that's sitting at 2 triples at the moment. Only Bads needs to get the revenge from what happened in the last month's monthly finals, where it was Elevate that knocked him out of the grand finals to get the golden ticket. So Ninja, you must triple, then hope to get a solid below, what is that? I think 82% is what it was basically last time for Seleno to try to win. But here we go with the Root Riders. We do have the Queen going in with the Angry Jelly behind it, Ice Golem and Grand Warden.
Ninja knows that his team needs him more than ever right now to score a triple and then find an amazing clutch defense on the last line of attack. Oh no.
Warden ability has been popped, and you saw it from Ninja's reaction. He did not like that. He needed that Warden ability for later for the Root Riders, and he knows if he does not have the Warden ability, things are completely different.
The Riders do go down, and the top side's going to get a redeploy with that recall spell going back out. Overgrowth has shut down the town hall, but our only Bads' hopes all withering away as this first stage of the attack has not gone in their favor at all. Ninja finding a big blockade of defenses, just pounding away at his troops, and with no way to shut it down, he would need perfect deployment at this point on to get the triple. And finding such difficulty in hard mode, it is difficult to imagine that is going to be possible. RC does get the lock in the town hall though, and the first star is claimed. Second will come at the 50% mark, but so much work yet to be done on this base, and all he's got is one more overgrowth spell left to deploy and a freeze. Holding on to a few hero abilities, he still has a chance here, and will bounce that spiky ball early on in this base, trying to get a little bit more chip damage done against those clutch defenses. Is he going to freeze a monolith maybe?
Oh no, he
goes
frees up
for
the
core
Ricochet
instead.
Cannon and the multi, but he did overgrowth the multi that's in the core of this base, trying to continue through into the monolith now, but no more king. RC's ability has been forced, as he does have queen ability, but there is so much still left on the backside of this base, and he knows it. Unfortunately, he definitely won't have the firepower as the Root Riders are all gone. Royal Champ's about to go down as he enters this final section here.
A little more awkward pathing now as the Giants and Yetis go to the top side when they needed to stay concentrated on this counterclockwise push. And at that point, it looks like we are all but done with this attack. Archer Queen will get a few more pop shots off, and she is doing her best to push this percentage higher. But it would be a miraculous defense for only Bads to keep Elevate at bay with another 1-star shutdown. Seems all hope is lost for Bads, except for a miracle. Elevate had the opportunity now to march onward with just a 2-star in the final round of this war.
Yeah, Elevate. All they need is a simple 50% 2-star to get 11, and they advance. They will stay in the upper bracket. They will win this match. But technically, all they'll need is a 1-star in percentage. We'll have to see once this attack wraps up. What are they sitting at right now? So 10 stars, 85.8 for only Bads. So according to the math, what we will have to see is a 62% 1-star from Seleno, and that is enough for a victory. Granted, just go for the 2 stars, that's enough. Or if you do only get the 1, a 62 is the percentage side. So even if it's a 1, they still have an easier route to get that victory.
Well, We have seen a couple of 1-stars already today, but
Yep.
I don't even think that any of those 1-stars came as low as 61%. So let's take a look now at the final attack now as Selino seeks to deliver the last blow to this Only Bads team, kicking them down to the lower bracket where they'll have to continue fighting tomorrow to try to earn that golden ticket. Elevate, already holding on to a golden ticket, are seeking to push their winnings even further and deny easy entry to what they know is a terrifyingly difficult team that has just managed to give them enough of a break to come back through on the final attack and clinch the win with a 1-star 62% or any 2-star hit.
Does have the Anger Jelly on that King, so he's targeting defenses. Rockland's getting lured out, while Champion continuing to go invisible as the King does trigger that Giga Bomb. RC staying on the edge of the space now as she does come back into the core towards the multi-arch tower, the Ricochet Cannon, and then the Spitter. And there is the Invis for the... Oh, wait. Okay, I don't know where she got to go up to the air defense. Oh, no, she goes backwards. All right, he's not going exactly to plan here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an awkward follow-up now for Selino. 1 minute in, and the RC has gone off in an unexpected direction. Still a lot of damage early on here, and several key compartments have been torn down. But I'm noticing still have a monolith up on defense. Town Hall over on the right side corner is going to require some careful pathing to get to. It's going to send in a few dragons up on the top side to ensure that the rest of the dragons, the main force of this army, at that 4 o'clock position is going to be able to path directly inward. Pops an early Eternal Tome too, because he is not going to take any chances here on missing this 2-star. He's at 1 star and 62%. That clenches the win for Elevate, and they will advance in the upper bracket undefeated with a victory over Only Bads.
Yeah, all you need is just to win against your opponent. You don't need to be putting up a crazy amount of stars. They don't add on top of each other and continue for a tiebreaker scenario later. No, it's just win your war and you advance. That's all you got to focus on, and Selino gets it done. Gets at least that 2-star. And Elevate, yeah, it's not the performance that they want, but hey, 11 stars, as long as it's above the 10 from your opponent, you're going to be advancing.
And it's important to keep in mind that you fight these wars one at a time. You know, we come back and we look at the bracket and we say, what happened with Elevate only scoring 11 stars against Only Bads? But right you are. If your opponent only has 10 because you managed to get a 1-star defense of your own, the 11 stars is looking better and your name moves to the right, ever closer to that money. And as you see Selino's trophy right behind him, ever closer to claiming another one of those big trophies at year's end.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want to grab those trophies. He's got one of them already. Can he add a second one? And actually, fun fact, not a single person out of all these years has ever won 2 times. They've been multiple times. There's been players that's been every single time, but never have we had a winner that's won 2 world championships. Could this be the year that it happens? Very well could be. But as we're going to see now, Elevate getting the victory, 11-10, 91.2 to an 85.8. They are advancing in the upper bracket and sending Only Bads down to the lower bracket, where they will be playing tomorrow and fighting for their life down there.
Possibility of the first ever 2-time world championship title to be claimed this year, and these players are not going to let it go away without a fight. Only Bads are going to be down in the lower bracket, so let's take a look at that bracket now and get a sense for the 6 teams that still remain in competition. Elevate in the upper bracket, undefeated with victories over Dizzy X Stamina and Only Bads, but with score lines of just 12 and 11 stars respectively. That leaves a lot of room for foes to move back up and march against them. The last war of the day will be Tribe Gaming versus Millicene MG. The winner of that war will face off against Elevate tomorrow, while the loser will have to face off against the former world champions waiting in the lower bracket, Navi. And that last and 4th final match will be Only Bads versus Dizzy X Stamina tomorrow.
Oh, so Only Bads indeed will be taking on Dizzy X Stamina there. I thought it was going to be, I guess, Dizzy coming from there, unless it was against Navi. Usually it flips, but I see Elevate. They're waiting there in the 1 match away from a grand finals. as Navi, Only Bats, Dizzy in the lower bracket still. Tribe Gaming versus Milliceme MG is the next match up that we're going to be seeing. And oh wait, is there an adjustment? Oh yeah,
you're right.
I was right. I was like, I don't think that's right. I felt Only Bats was gonna take on Navi. Hey, yeah, I made it. It was me. I was right. Okay, so that means the loser of Tribe and Milliceme MG will be taking on Dizzy and Stanima. But of course, you want to win so you can take on Elevate and be one match away from that grand finals.
Well, Carbon, you wanted your 1 stars. You got what you asked for. You wanted an Only Bads versus Navi match. And you get what you asked for.
Move that match.
Can you ask for anything else out of this next match?
Let's see. What else could I ask? More 3 stars. That's what I'm asking for. And attacks that we haven't seen, but we are seeing the MVP of Bernal, 34% here from the community voting.
I think what I just heard from you is that you want to see a perfect war in this next round. Is that what you want to see?
I didn't say it. I was thinking about saying it. It was in my mind, but I was not going to say it there. Of course, you said it, but that would be that'd be crazy.
No, it has to happen. Yeah, you know the team that won the Chinese regional got a perfect war in the Chinese regional qualifier, so they're holding on to a golden ticket now, and that's where the bar is set for the rest of these squads. If you want to show up and beat down C-Bai, better be able to get a golden ticket of your own with a perfect hit. But we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for our next match. Stick with us and you'll see the final war of the day between Tribe Gaming and Milliceme MG. Welcome back to the kickoff announcement for the final war of the day. My name's Woody, and I'm back again with my good buddy Itsu, here to tell us about Tribe Gaming's match versus Milliceme MG. Itsu, what are you looking forward to the most?
Well, to me, the big question is if Milliceme can upset another really big team out there. I feel like for many, it was a surprise, especially if we're looking at the fan voting before the match between Navi and Milliceme MG. Now we're having Tribe Gaming versus Milliceme as well. Stats-wise, those two teams are not that far from each other. But let's take a look at the rosters again. Tribe Gaming first on your screen with Nibrax, Picastro, Rikiris, Kronos, and Temper. All of them coming in with a really solid hit rate. And I mean, they're part of this esports journey already for a really, really long time. The question is this now the month for them to claim the golden ticket? I think we should listen in from what they are having to say about this tournament.
In 2019, I started with Clash of Clans again, and in 2020, I would say I played like semi-professional. We played the German Championship with friends and had decent results. But in 2021, Tribe asked me whether I want to play in the team, and since then I play professionally, and it's my main job.
Nibrax competing professionally since 2020 with the German teams and finding lots of success now on Tribe. This is your former team too, Itsu, and as a competitive player in your own right, I wonder if you've got any words of wisdom about what the viewers out there might expect from Tribe in this war against Milliceme, because this is This is a storied matchup. These teams know each other for years gone by, and I know you have a little bit of personal insight.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe, so far at least, they have some players who really like to stick to specific strategies. So for example, Nibrox obviously with the Dragon. Rikiros now have actually switched from air to ground. So those are some of the strategies and some of the things we can expect for sure, while the rest of the team then might things a bit more up. But let's take a look at the second team, which is going to be Millicene MG, to see what their lineup looks like.
Millicene MG are represented today undefeated by Anat, Nizax, Mr. C, Just Drums, and Adi. Millicene are rising back from a missed month and have done very well so far today. We saw their victory over Navi, giving them another shot in the arm and hope they can tear down another superstar squad in Tribe Gaming.
But let's hear quickly what they have to say as well for this match.
Yes, so as far as I'm concerned, I think it was last year during Town Hall 16, because I played like at a decent level, but not at the top scene. And somehow we made it during the May qualifier to the very last war before reaching stage 3. And it made us realize, like, guys, if we put more commitment and try to optimize our offensive and defensive plans, maybe we can do something. And the thing is, when you realize you actually have the opportunity, maybe the level, if you make the right commitment to achieve great things, then you start thinking that everything is possible, and like you actually get involved to reach your objectives. And that's what happened. Like from May qualifier last year, we just started to improve and improve. And this year, I feel like we have reached a really decent level here.
They have indeed reached a very high level, but can they keep going higher? Tribe Gaming stand in their way now, and as a team already with a golden ticket, we've got another big question mark whether they'll be able to secure it. Tribe at the top spot right now on the leaderboard, but not yet guaranteed to advance. They really want to solidify their position with a pickup here and now. The caster predictions are straight across the board for Tribe on this one. Itsu, tell us a little bit of your reasoning why you picked Tribe.
I mean, I feel like for them, they're just the veterans. And I feel like that's as well why they're here in the community voting with the 62%. While on the other side with Millicene, they're newcomers. We have just heard it in the interview that, well, they pretty much just realized last year that they have the chance of competing at the highest level. And this is one of their first appearances at this stage of the competition. So this is the big thing. And for me, having the experience in this part of the competition is a really big advantage.
Well, we are about to see the battle unfold. As the first attacker will come in from Millicene MG, it's Anat. And we will know very soon whether or not this is going to be going in their favor. If things are going to unfold the same way as their war against Navi, where Millicene were able to topple a former world championship team, or if that was just a flash in the pan and they'll be kicked down to the lower bracket. Royal champion charge in the left corner to start things off, Itsu.
Yep, trying to set up the pathing, starting with that Royal Champion early on, getting that compartment out there to make sure that his Root Riders are pathing into the direction you would like to have. Remember, Root Riders going from defense to defense, and this means having the Royal Champion charging into the base and taking down a big part out is such a crucial part. The Fox, though, going down due to the splash damage and in general traps in that compartment, which means that Royal Champion does not have the safety in the later stages, as we're seeing now. A giant arrow with earthquakes to snipe those heavy-hitting defenses in the core early on.
Root Riders are powering through majestically and forcing their way into this big top compartment. Scattershot firing away at it, and so is the Town Hall now, but Log launcher is going to be able to roll straight through it and ought to be able to take it down, even if we need those CC troops to come on out and finish off that building. The 1-star is not too far away, and Anat can sense blood in the water. Pops that Grand Warden ability to protect the Root Riders moving even deeper into the base. Will counterfeit this fire spitter on the backside, which doesn't even get a single shot off, and as these balloons floating overhead are going to continue supporting, that's going to be a lot of tanking and a lot of damage to dish out. Doing a great job with those overgrowth spells at denying the defensive stature that he needs. Oh, he did leave one multi-inferno up though.
Yeah, one Inferno is up in the core, another one on the back end, Fire Spitter as well. And that Crushing Mortar is going to wake up eventually, and if that timing is not good, this is going to be a really tough time for Anat on the offensive side. The Warden going down, the King's Tail with this ability, which means plenty of more defenses can go down. But without any options of opening those back-end compartments, this is going to be a rough call for him, because there is quite a few walls he has to push through, and there's not much power in his army.
Pressure Mortar has done its duty, and although it goes down at the very end of this raid, it got a lot of great damage in against those Root Riders, and just proves to be one of the favorites of the new defense types available to these pro players. Damage percentage creeping a little bit higher than 80 as some Super Barbs going for some additional cleanup along the outer edge, but it looks like we are just going to be waiting out the time and seeing how close we can get.
Yep, but it's going to be a 58, maybe if the Archer is quick enough, a 68%, which means I think Tribe Gaming is going to be quite happy about that defense, getting their first attack already then to start this match. And typically with Tribe, we have seen a certain pattern with their attackers, for example, Temper being the finisher for them, typically always attacking their last position. We have seen then some of the other attackers going first, and we see already Picasso at the bottom right, so he is going to be their first attacker for Tribe. 85% total in the end, a 2-star. I feel like we have to say this after the last match, always in addition, and hopefully we're not going to see more of those 1-stars in this match.
Well, Carbon's hope for a perfect war now rests solely in the hands of Tribe Gaming. Is Pete Castro going to be able to lead off with a triple or at least surpass the level set by Anat in his previous attack? Millicene MG are now going to be on the defensive as Pete Castro, the Grim Reaper, is ready to march into battle and deliver a killing blow. Going to be starting off in the top left corner with a Royal Champion charge. Lots of invises invested early on here to try to get her on task, but he's only holding on to 3 more with a recall spell. What are the crucial targets for an early hit like this where he's not using very many invisibilities?
Well, the really good synergy why the pros are always using the Royal Champion charge with the Root Riders is both of those are targeting defenses. That's pretty much it. And when you're attacking with Root Riders, you mostly have to kind of like, I don't know, take on like a certain vision where you're only and mostly looking at those defenses, because that is the pathing the Root Riders are going to follow. So if you now take a look at the far left side, you have the Ricochet Cannon, we have the Mortar then, the Bitter Hut, the Wizard Tower. And if you take down the bottom Wizard Tower, you're going to path directly into the Monolith and then further into the core. And with that, you have set up the pathing and you can control your Root Riders. And this is why the synergy of the Royal Champion charge and the Root Riders are just dominating so much, because you can create this pathing, set up the control. The control at the end of the day is the most crucial part for those pros, because this is then how they can impact the attack the most in the way that they would like to do it.
Overgrowth giving quite a bit of control as well, but Picasso does have a enemy fire spitter firing away at these Root Riders now, right in that line of fire and taking plenty of shots. Still not a whole lot else in terms of splash damage to try to frustrate him, but this is definitely a 3-star attempt the way he is shutting down that town hall. He'll need to be very careful about positioning and make sure that he doesn't get into the awkward position that we saw last war where 2 different players got 1-stars. We see Giants and Root Riders going into the core now, and that should be enough to be able to finish off the 1st and 2nd star. But can he wrap around counterclockwise to deliver that last shot at the top of the base and finish off for the triple?
He's freezing that tunnel just to make sure that he's going to get that first, like second star, because Giants are not the best DPS troop in the game, but eventually the tunnel is going to fall. Now he has to somehow overpower this backend with 2 ricochet cannons, as well the crushing mortar, the fire spitter is pointing his direction as well. He still has that king ability, and that spiky ball, if it's going to the right direction, can have a lot of impact.
It can, but so many defenses up, and he's not spiking onto the fire spitter or the multi-inferno. The king is just about to go down, and the giant doesn't have much left in him either. They are just running out of oomph on the last line of this base, and yet he is going to be able to surpass the standard set by Milliceme. Milliceme coming in with an 85%. We see Picastro now at the 2-star 93% mark, an 8% improvement by Tribe Gaming, but this is still a wide open war with either team able to put the first triple up.
Yes, I feel like this is one of our closer matches when it comes down to the first attack, because I feel like we have seen a lot of wide open matches after the first attacks, and well, that's obviously never the most entertaining thing for the viewers if one of the teams have already such a big lead. But this match is really neck and neck, both teams starting off pretty similar with their first attack, and now it is back to Milliceme MG with just Drums getting his next attack in. It is going to be the ground attack again. Remember, both of the attacks which tripled for Milliceme in their match versus Na'Vi were air attacks, which means dragons. But so far it seems like they keep going with their ground.
An invisibility spell there to redirect that Royal Champion over to the right side of the space, and Just Drums will keep the pressure up with Electro Boots as well to keep even more damage going into the core here. Does find that Giga Bomb and does manage to trigger it with a little bit of a CC pull as well, but the recall spell is down and the Earthquakes are out now. Giant arrow through the core of the base, but he didn't finish anything off that I could tell.
Yeah, this is now where the log launcher is coming in. And those logs did actually a lot of damage, not just for walls, but as well on top of that for those buildings. He wants to create even better pathing because he would like to have his Root Riders go into that Fire Spirit compartment and then follow the outside defenses. But for that to happen, he needs to create this pathing quickly on the far left side with those Yetis, which is exactly happening right now. So a solid start for him if he can keep his troops alive. He's using a heal spell, which means he really wants to keep those healers alive and expecting some traps there, the same as the Root Riders. And there goes the first Red Mine, so he anticipated correctly. But was the heal spell still nicely timed, because those healers are dropping lower and lower.
Yeah, they are getting way down, and finally we see the heal spell dropped. A new addition to this month's Clash competitive scene to top healers back off whenever those red bombs are causing them a little bit too much in terms of damage. Just Drums is back on top now and feeling very confident about the bottom section of this base, but can he wrap around and get that 3-star for the first time? We have got that Crusher Mortar now activated and have to rely on the Royal Champion to charge on through to try to finish it off, but no, it is standing tall! And that's gonna be a lot more damage onto the ground for him to have to deal with, Hitsu.
Yeah, there's just too much base left, and again, his troops just went down too quick. He hits by not giving the same power as, for example, Rage Spell or something, and this really gives him not enough somehow energy to push through the last couple of compartments, and this is a quite low percentage, even lower than the first attack, which we have seen from Milliceme MG. So they are really struggling versus the bases from Tribe, giving them some rough time when it comes down to the openings, which they don't see. But still, we're waiting for those air attacks. This is where those attackers really came in clutch for Milliceme MG in the match versus Na'Vi, and I'm kind of expecting that they have somewhat set strategies based on what we have seen so far from them. So this is something I'm waiting for. But now on the other side for Tribe, we're seeing Kronos, the person who is, I want to say, struggled the most so far, just based on the stats, because he has only a 20% hit rate within his team. So the question is if he can show up and really deliver a nice attack versus Milliceme MG to really pull ahead.
We know those hit rates do vary from month to month. Kronos, as a multi-year experienced pro player, has got it in him to be able to pull back and find those 3 stars. But will he be able to do so in crunch time now when Tribe needs a triple to get in the leading position decisively? No 3 stars yet so far this war. And with the Warden Walk coming in from this right side corner, it is going to be some more long bomb shots, as the left side is also going to have some more long range damage coming in from the Flame Flinger. Third angle of this approach should be set up either along the top or the bottom side. Valk to finish off that little skeleton trap over on the left, while the Grand Warden is taking a lot of shots from this. Oh my goodness. It's the Penta Invis, and he drops the fireball right into the middle, Itsu.
A lot of spells invested to get that fireball right, as well as the Archer Queen taking down on the far left side the Expo early on and getting a recall right after. So really a creative approach with a mass super barbarian follow-up, something which we have not seen in quite some time, because typically we just see this combination with the rocket loons. Right now the Archer Queen can actually reach. Wait, is that a base building mistake? Can the Archer Queen? No, there's a wall compartment opened. This is why the Queen was able to reach that Inferno Tower. But now with that Warden together, it seems like to be just a really big Queen charge going on from that top side.
Scatter shot blinking away at the King on the bottom, but this ability will trigger. Doesn't have the bouncy ball this time around, and when it still be just stabbing away at that compartment instead. Maybe recognize that there was still a big opening there. They didn't need the spiky ball to get through. Meanwhile, the major force of this army is having a little bit of difficulty on that monolith. The Town Hall activated and firing away has taken out this army. And what is Kronos going to use to get this 2-star secured, Itsu?
The rockets, there's no rocket loons actually. The rocket spear of that Royal Champion though has to clutch the 2nd star, which should happen maybe. There we go. Okay, 2nd star is secured, and now it's all about the back end. But I feel like those Super Barbarians, they can't really do much, and this is going to be another 2-star for Kronos. Really not his tournament, and I mean, it was an amazing creative plan, but I just feel like the fireball seemed to be a little bit too expensive to really make it worth it.
Well, you still see a relatively appreciable lead on the percentage match here now for Tribe Gaming. Just ever so tightly climbing ahead of Milliceme in the early war with a total of 14% damage from any one individual attack that can set the difference between these two. With average destructions north of 90%, you gotta wonder, is it the nerves that are starting to get to some of these teams, Itsu? Because these players have so much experience, they've been fighting tooth and nail for weeks on end to reach this monthly finals, and yet we're seeing star count totals coming up in the 10, 11, 12 range. Are the base builders just off the charts this month, or are the nerves finally starting to get to these players?
That is the big question. But on the other side, we have now Mr. C coming in, and that was the player who turned things around for Milliceme in their last match. The air defense, though, not going down. He tried to snipe the air defense to make sure that the pathing of that Royal Champion is going directly into the core. He's deciding to not reinvest more of those rocket loons to take it out. Instead, he's just relying on that Royal Champion to eventually go into the core, because this is where that Royal Champion is supposed to go. I feel like he's going to use some invis at the top side. Exactly. There we go. Royal Champion eventually making it in there and getting great value.
And pops that Earthquake early. It's a little bit more of a commitment, because you now have to make sure that you take down that core compartment, but you get the work done a little bit earlier on, and you don't have to worry so much about the Royal Champion encountering that damage. However, she does not go deep into the core, instead kind of pathing toward the outside. What does this mean for his attack, Itsu?
Well, having the core out always means that the troops don't have to go there, which is a huge advantage, because possible black mines or traps in general won't get triggered with it, which is a really big deal. As well, we see the Archer Queen at the top side in combination with that Siege Barracks, which you have to split from those dragons, because otherwise, with the long opening of a Royal Champion charge, you will run into time issues, So instead, you're having that Archqueen on the other side. The dragons then work on the other side of the base as well, and they're working towards each other. That is the overall concept of this strategy. And the Town Hall is the next target for those dragons, while the Monolith and the Core has to go down because this is such a really big, powerful defense for those dragons.
2-star secured, and still with plenty of support from the Grand Warden. Those dragons are breathing fire left and right, but a little bit of an awkward spread here, and oh, big black bombs blowing up in the dragon's face. There's not a whole lot of army left for this assault. Still looking at his Archer Queen's ability, holding on to that magic mirror and that giant. They get popped on out, and here they go on the left side of this base, doing as much damage as they can, trying to climb higher on percentage. Even if the 3-star is out of range, he wants to do everything he can to get him closer to tying up with Tribe Gaming on percentage. At gold storage in the top right corner is going to be very difficult to reach for the Archer Queen or any other troops, but looks like the Furnace troops are still going to be able to get up there. All right, looks like 91% is going to be where we're left at.
That is indeed the last percentage. Actually, it's 91% because of... 92 maybe? It is even another building going down. Okay, so 92%, which can be a big difference later on because we have seen a lot of close matches. But this means still, even 5 attacks into this match, we have not seen a single 3-star so far. Based on our preview on the bottom right, it seems to be Rikiris attacking next for Tribe Gaming. He had an incredible run this month with a really solid hit rate. So the question is if he can continue that to really push Tribe into a lead. Because so far we have seen smaller percentage leads for both teams, which are not the worst. Don't get me wrong, but as soon as you have the star leads, you really can put up and build up pressure on the other team. And now we have to find out if Rikiris is the man to do so.
Well, Siddharth Nahar in YouTube chat has the answer for us. He says, yes, the base builders are cooking hard this month. Keep an eye out for these innovative changes. And hey, if you're an attacker, you had better be spending some extra time at the drawing board figuring out what you can do to try to tear these bases down for tomorrow. That is, if you're still in the tournament. 2 teams have been eliminated, and it's up to Tribes Rikiris now to try to get this back in a convincing win situation. A 2-star 79% would leave them ahead by just 1% over Milliseem MG, and yet Rikiris, as the highest hit rate player on this squad, must be expected to find a triple here now.
Yes, and this is actually a base which we have seen earlier today already. This was actually the base which defended Klaus and gave them the victory against Navi. We're seeing a similar approach when it overall comes down to the attack. Well, okay, actually not anymore because I was expecting the Root Riders to go in from the bottom compartment because this is where Klaus entered. But we have seen from Klaus then a clone blimp into the core compartment. All we have seen from Rikiris now, this a little bit more expensive Royal Champion charge. The question now though is this approach going to work better than the one from Klaus? Because, well, we have seen it earlier, Klaus did struggle versus this base quite a lot. So, can Rikiris turn things around, and did he crack the code?
Might just have done so. At the 1-star 40% mark, he's taken out a lot of terrifying defenses of this base and still looks very powerful in the core. Drops that Grand Warden ability right before that Giga Bomb goes off, and we'll be able to tear up this Crusher Mortar. Even fewer things to worry about now, but a multi-target in the core, ricochet cannon, scatter shots, still has to make some big headway on the backside of this base. I'm still noticing also the Monolith at the very end of this base. Not too much of a problem if you still have a big clump of Root Riders and Giants moving on in, but if the cleanup does come from any one particular hero, that is going to be a very difficult building to have to tear up. Lots more splash from the scatter shot, and can these Root Riders survive just a little bit longer to power through these walls, Itsu?
That is the big question. Well, right now, though, everything seems to be perfect timing-wise. It's always Royal Champion protecting the Warden. The Root Riders are opening up for the King, for the heroes in general. There's another wall break, and with the action figure getting spawned as well, this should be the first 3-star in this matchup. This should be the first 3-star against this base, which we see right here. and Tribe Gaming is pulling ahead if there's not any more skeleton traps popping up. But I feel like even then, with the splash of the action figure, it should be enough. And there we go. First 3-star in, 7 stars total now for Tribe Gaming, a 1-star and a percentage lead, which now Milliceme have to answer, and Eddie seems to be the man for the job.
Congratulations to Rikirez tearing up that base, and with a 3-star, Tribe Gaming not only have the star advantage, but also an impressive percentage lead as well, and will be able to make their way into this late war with a strong upper hand over Milliceme MG. Tribe Gaming know that they have to hold on against just a couple more attacks, and with the MVP for Milliceme already out of commission, we have yet to see a triple from their lineup. Will it be Addy who gives us the first 3-star for Milliceme in this second upper bracket match?
We will find out right now, because he is that next attacker versus the base of Kronos. So, are we going to see Root Riders again? I think he attacked Root Riders as well the first, and then we have seen their last attack being dragons again. So it seems to be maybe the exact same approach, but on this one we're seeing the Warden Walk funnel. So no Royal Champion charge, instead more spells left because he does not need the recall. On the other side though, this can be sometimes a little bit more well, problematic when it comes down to the Warden being in a weird angle and weird place, because remember, he is doing that funneling right now, so that is super important. But at the same time, he's investing a Flame Finger, which is not that usual either.
Root Riders powering through on the bottom side, supporting that Grand Warden following this walk. Angry Jelly's out of the picture, but a lot more hero damage pushing through with the Archer Queen supporting the rest of this assault on the bottom side. Still, might have to drop that super wall break if he wants to keep the Archer Queen with those Root Riders. They're having a little bit of difficulty sticking together. Finds her way onto the interior, and with the Royal Champion as well, that is going to be a lot of damage output with those Root Riders still looking pretty healthy out front. Triggers a lot of giant bombs over into that right side compartment, but it looks like the Root Riders were able to dodge it. They hadn't made it quite that far yet, and Addy is now sitting on the 1-star, staring down that Town Hall in the core with the Overgrowth now wearing away. Is he going to drop another one in the core?
Oh, that would be risky, but it might give him the highest chance of 3-star. He's questioning it right now, but he is actually going for the Overgrowth on the far right side instead, which means those heroes can easily take down the core. But now we're seeing quite a big split. The Archer Queen going to the far right, the Royal Champion going to the top left compartment. And this might backfire. Still 2 more Invis spells. Those might be the saving grace.
Yeah, that's a really good opportunity for the Royal Champion now, popping her ability with the Rocket Spear to be able to toss off against so many crucial defenses and holding on to those invisibilities to retarget your own troops exactly where you need them. Might be exactly what you need to finish things off. It is a very high skill cap maneuver to try to shut down enemy defenses with the invisibility spell rather than protecting your own troops. And with the Royal Champion's invisibility about to go away, there's not anything left that he can drop to attack this base. Addy has dropped an Overgrowth on the far side, allowing his troops easy access to the Town Hall. The 2-star was secured, and he's about to pass that 90% mark. But it looks like it is going to be too much remaining and too little time to finish off this base.
That's right. Some more beatings again going down, but at this point, getting always, or trying to always increase the percentage is not going to win them the match, especially if they are behind overall quite a few beatings, because if you take a look at the percentage game right now, you can clearly see that they are far behind compared to Tribe, and Tribe are up next. They could possibly add another 3-star to their side, which would really push them ahead of MMG. So, well, Tribe up next. They have kind of the outcome of this match right now in their hands. And if they want to leave the door open, Nibrax is the attacker for that. We're most likely going to see some dragon attack from him, as he is so good with those. The Royal Champion charge to start things off. And then get some dragons into that base. That's exactly what we're witnessing right here. Let's see if he's going with the Dark Crown as well on that Minion Prince, or if he's going with something different as he's starting that Royal Champion charge off. And it is the Henchman Puppet. Okay. Personally, I like it as well better, but let's see if it's a good or bad choice as the attack is going to go.
Triggers a giant bomb, but still looking very healthy as she will tear down that fire spitter, moving in next to an air sweeper. Invises up a scatter shot, a really important defense, but finds more important value in the core of this base. Triggers another giant bomb. Poison tower goes down. Crusher mortar is about to be obliterated. Even with the RC getting knocked back a little bit, she's being tossed around to the core of the base, has lost her Spirit Fox and needs to go awfully quickly to finish off that monolith, but no! Caught by the tornado trap that's going to force another invis down from Nebrax, and he is really bleeding, hurting, hoping, feeling the pain now as the RC is lost and not getting all the value that he had hoped for in the middle of that base.
Yeah, really not that much value, which he was hoping for. It's not bad, but it's going to be a rough time to push through that core, depending on where he's going to find that angle, because based on how it looks like, he wants to enter with the dragons from the far left side, which would be strange, because this is exactly the side which is still getting covered by the sweeper and by the fire spitter. So those outside troops, the queen and as well the siege barracks, need to be quick to push around. Otherwise, they are going to be a really big problem on the backbone with the fire spitter and sweeper. But dragons are pushing in quite spread right now, but with the Eternal Tome, might be protected.
They gotta be within the Grand Warden's aura to be protected, and this is just too much base. This is why we need more funneling done early on to keep these troops on target. At this point, dragons on the bottom side wandered off into the middle of nowhere and have died, and the top side dragons are messing around on the outer edge, not concentrating fire on the town hall like they need to be. Few little sneezy snot bubbles are on the town hall, and the rocket loons to support are going to be able to get the second star secured. Nebrax from Tribe will find his footing, but I don't think a 3-star is going to be likely. From the end of this attack, Tribe will stay in the lead, but Millicene MG have just a very narrow path to victory if they can triple and then get a defense.
Yeah, the Royal Champion charge in the beginning just did not really get the value he was looking for, and then he was forced into an opening which still had the sweeper and as well the fire spitter covering that side, but he did not want to risk pretty much to go in from the entire opposite side from the far right side with those dragons. That would have been a too far distance, and in the end it is actually quite close. Time being the biggest factor here, with still one dragon in the core, but two boogers trying their best as well to support.
That's not a booger, that's a dragon!
I mean, there were boogers as well, both of them.
You're right. And one final little dragon, but 92% and 2 stars for Tribe Gaming, bringing them up to a total of 11. Strong showing in the mid-war, not quite decisive, but as we saw in the previous round of attacks, Elevate getting the win with just 11 stars because they were 1 star ahead of whatever their opponents were able to do. That is exactly where Tribe Gaming stand right now, with Millicene nipping at their heels and seeking for one final time an opportunity to tear down a Titan. Nezax will be the last attacker for the Millicene lineup and needs to triple or else hope for a miraculous 1-star defense. He has been going to be bringing in a Royal Champion charge as well as maybe a Grand Warden walk to start things off actually over here. He's got the giant fireball equipment ready to go. And so where is the deploy going to be? Oh, just right on the outside. Doesn't even need to drop any invisibilities.
Yeah, those are always the nicest fireballs because you get them in so quick and you still have so many spells left. But the most interesting thing to me really is that seasonal defense, because typically it is Crusher Mortar after Crusher Mortar and so on. Well, this time around we have the Hook Tower in that core, which can easily mess things up if those key troops are getting hooked in there. Remember, there's only 4 Root Riders in this army, and if they get hooked into the core after each other one by one, things can go downhill really quick. First Root Rider, yoink, out of the army.
But with the overgrowth, at least he's able to shut that down and ensure that the rest of them can stay safe on the outer edge. Wish that we had seen that overgrowth a little bit sooner. Still, Nisax knows that he has to get to the middle if he wants to even get that Town Hall down. And with these Root Riders pathing around clockwise on the outer edge of the base, what is going to be the backup strategy for dealing with that interior core? A lot of spells left to commit still, and he needs to get that overgrowth out. He's getting hooked into the middle. This is a danger spot for him.
I mean, right now, next one. Okay, now the Warden is up. Like, this hook tower is like non-stop yoinking his army out of existence. Now the Royal Champion getting hooked out of the Invis spell. And this is actually in 1 star.
Yoink.
And by the way, guys, get ready, because this base is going to be everywhere in Legends. I mean, it's...
Yoink.
This is just going to be everywhere, because not just... Or is it a 2-star?
Hold on, he might get the 2.
He actually got the 2-star, but still, that was close.
Yeah, I guess the downside of the yoink is that you're yoinking troops right next to your Town Hall, so... Peak Astro almost getting a 1-star defense with that layout. Miraculous that Nisax was able to pull off the 2-star, but stands. Milsim MG have set a very low bar for Tribe Gaming to finish off a victory with 84.2 average destruction. They don't have a whole lot further left to go in this last attack. Just a middling 2-star strike will finish things off in Tribe's favor.
Yeah, and Temper is going to be the person to finish things off for Tribe. Question is if he's going to mix things up, which means like going for the safest possible like 2-star option, which is the win condition for them, or if they're going to like stick to a somewhat risky plan. We will find out, because he is getting ready for his attack. He has sometimes some crazy plans, but this time around it seems to be a somewhat normal smash Root Rider attack. We have the Royal Champion charge to start things off. There's an Earthquake in the mix as well. Is there a giant arrow or something maybe to mix things together? No. Okay, so it's just the Royal Champion charge, and he's going to blimp the Town Hall as the smash is going, like the Root Riders are going, with the Earthquake most likely combined, just to have the safest possible 2-star and just play it safe.
Well, a 54% 1-star is all that Tribe Gaming needs now to move on victorious. With 9 stars in their pocket, they just need a percentage win, but as you said, 2 stars will also be good, and with an early assault about to hold against this Town Hall, I think Milsim MG recognize that their loss is very near.
Is he really putting everything in one? Okay, at least the king in like a difference, but otherwise he would have placed everything in one position. Getting that Town Hall out of the way means the first star is secured at this stage. He's set at 51%, which would be a guaranteed 2-star. And it is getting closer and closer, because that king is going to walk around the outside, is going to collect the percentage, and this means Tribe Gaming is going to move on in this upper bracket. Question though, did he invest too much into securing the 2-star, or does he still have a chance of 3-starring?
Well, it's always fun to go on a little victory lap and claim an extra star for your team, but at the 2 stars already, Tribe Gaming have 11. And Milsim MG held at bay with just 10 means that Tribe will be moving on undefeated in the upper bracket to face off against Elevate tomorrow. An opportunity for Tribe to score a golden ticket, and even more tantalizing, if Tribe win that next match and send Elevate down to the lower bracket, they've actually all but guaranteed getting the golden ticket already, because they'll be in the top 2. As long as either Elevate or Dizzy make it to the grand finals, Tribe will be guaranteed a golden ticket.
I mean, that is for sure an option. I mean, there's a lot of other teams still left in the competition, but this is one of the possible outcomes, which is just so exciting, because you have so many different options of like how the golden ticket win is working in the end. With having 2 golden ticket teams already within the competition, you could finish, right? You can just make it to the finals, and you might have guaranteed already a golden ticket. You might just finish 3rd if the other teams are up there. You still might get the golden ticket. So a lot of different possibilities which we have with the day tomorrow. But I mean, that is going to be a really crazy one then. But this one, Tribe Gaming claiming the victory. It was not beautiful to say. I think that's fair because it is just an 11-10 victory, a low-scoring match. But still, Tribe clutching it out. And in the end, it's all the most important thing that you're having more stars than your opponent. And that's what they did.
90.8% and 11 stars. Tribe will advance to the upper bracket final tomorrow with Elevate, and that ensures that they will be in the top 3 of this tournament along with Elevate. And as long as things go their way in the upper bracket final or in the lower bracket final, they will get a golden ticket. They could win either of their matches tomorrow, either one, and a golden ticket is in their hands.
This sounds somewhat easy in theory, but let's see what the other teams have to say against that. Let's just take a look at the bracket to find out exactly what Woody and me are talking about nonstop, because I think it's easier to follow with this graphic right here. So what we're saying here is that Elevate and as well Dizzy X Stamina both have their golden ticket. And Tribe Gaming is in the upper bracket finals and is not having a golden ticket. So if they make it to the grand finals, like Tribe Gaming going to win their next match, then, well, depending on how the lower bracket is going, they might get the golden ticket just for being in the grand finals. If Tribe loses tomorrow and goes to the lower bracket and Elevate is already in the finals, and then maybe Dizzy is going to make it all the way through the lower bracket, then the third seed is actually going to get the golden ticket. So there is many things which could possibly happen. And remember, on top of that, I know it's getting confusing, but on top of that, there's just as well the leaderboard points as well, which all of those teams are collecting. And especially for Tribe and for Na'Vi, those points are really, really important. So I think you have learned that there's many different options, but I think, Woody, we have the MVP ready.
You're right, Itsu, and I did misspeak. If Tribe win the upper bracket final, but then lose into the grand finals to a team that hasn't earned a golden ticket yet, then they actually wouldn't get a golden ticket. But anyways, this last match is now on the books, and it is a clear and decisive vote for Rikirez to take the MVP position with 62% of the vote. The 3-star specialist has come through for Tribe once again and ensure that his squad will be moving on in the upper bracket final to face off against Elevate tomorrow, kicking Mildesteam MG to the lower bracket where they will have to face off against Dizzy in the lower bracket quarterfinals on the next day of this event. Itsu, we have had an amazing round of combat so far today with 8 matches. We're going to have a quick interview next with one of the star players from today. His name is Kronos, fighting for the Tribe lineup. And I know that you must have a question for him. Let's bring him on in and you kick things off, Itsu.
Well, hey Kronos, how are you doing after that win?
Good, thank you. I'm doing good. It was a little bit stressful. The first war against Alexid, I think they're, in my opinion, one of the most improved teams over the year. Very impressive team. MMG on the other side was much more defensive. 10 stars, 11 stars. That's kind of what we expected from this weekend, but obviously the first war didn't go that way, the second one did. Both were kind of stressful, but in the end we managed to come through.
Kronos, Tribe is such an experienced team and almost always makes it very deep in these tournaments. But something that I've noticed in the past is that when you get to the very end, the nerves start to build up. What are you going to do tonight to keep things cool and to stay level-headed for tomorrow so that you can get those last 2 wins and secure your golden ticket?
It's a good question. I think for us, it's not about the way we finish, it's about the way we start. You guys will probably know that we've played 4 events this year, Worlds related, including warm-up, obviously the 3 qualifiers plus warm-up, and we've lost every single time in the first round. So it's a very welcome change for us that doesn't happen again this time around. To be honest, I don't think we will change anything. I think we're going to get a good night's sleep. We're going to eat the triple cereals for breakfast tomorrow again and hopefully keep doing what we've been doing so far. And hopefully win the golden ticket. I think looking at the way Elevate are playing, you might even just need 1 more win, to be honest with you, but let's see what happens tomorrow.
So we have noticed that in the beginning, a lot of the matches were really explosive with like some 13-13 matches. But after that, most of the matches scored somewhat on the lower side. You already said you were expecting certain results from some of those teams. So are you surprised by those results overall, or would you say this is somewhat what you expected overall?
I think that's a very good question, and I think we could talk about that for quite a while. In my opinion, the brief answer would be that when teams prepare their defensive layouts for a certain opponent in round one, you'd be looking at the stage 2 results and maybe other community wars and use that as reference point, whereas now you'd have at least one war in stage 3, which you can then use to see, okay, XYZ was done, we need to change it in our defense and hence adapt to what the opponents have done. And I think that is reflected especially in our war against Milasim, and it worked quite well for us.
Something I really enjoyed watching in that last round, and just for a last question for you, is the seasonal defense, and Tribe showing a little bit of versatility there, bringing in the hook tower. Can you tell us, how do you feel about this new seasonal defense, and what are your thoughts about how to best utilize it for defensive victories?
I mean, you guys probably know us historically, our believing. We have to believe in our defenses, and something that I always say is whenever we have that hook tower and it starts pulling in those troops, the believing energy gets to an all-time high, and we just start completely, I don't want to say yelling because that's a little bit far-fetched, but we start feeling the energy of getting into the, come on, this has to be a defense kind of mindset. So I think obviously the Crusher Mortar has to be the best one. Also statistically everyone uses it, but I think the hook tower definitely is the underrated sleeper pick that can put in the shift and get you the results, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing the troops one by one getting, I don't know, I just like to call it yoinked into the base. I mean, it's always really stressful as the attack, and it feels like the defense, you have to build your attack around the most. The Crushing Mortar is, like you said, like the average solid all-arounder, but the hook tower, you have to be the most careful about. At least that's how I felt about it, like watching as well that defense, which was really stressful to the end. But so, like a really big thank you to you for taking that time, and again, big congrats making it through the upper bracket. Let's see if the road can continue tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good night, guys.
Sleep well, Kronos, and get some good rest. You've got a tough war tomorrow against Elevate in the upper bracket, where only a couple more wins stand between y'all and that golden ticket. We want to say thanks very much for watching, and bring back the rest of the casters to give their final thoughts on the day as well. We've got Carbon Finn and Clash Bashing back again with us. I'll go first to you, Carbon Finn. What were your final thoughts on that last war?
Well, that last war proved just like what Chrono said. They got it done, and they've been breaking their streak of losing in the first round. And technically, if Tribe could even get a golden ticket, not even winning, because if Dizzy wins twice, they would make it. Elevate would already be in the grand finals, and then Tribe would be technically guaranteed third, as those two teams have a golden ticket. So like you mentioned, Itsu, so many scenarios can unfold, and making it this far gives you a huge advantage of getting the golden ticket. It's been an incredible day, and it's going to get even better tomorrow. What about you, Bash? What's been your thoughts so far here today?
I mean, just the clash action was incredible today. I mean, we had so many close wars decided on that last attack, or just really one mistake or one just little difference. I mean, you finally got your 1 stars that you were hoping for, Carbon, so I know you got to be happy there. But tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to seeing all these different scenarios play out with Dizzy still in and Elevate still in. So many different things can still happen here, Woody.
Former world champions still in the competition. Golden ticket holders ready to earn even more prize money. Tomorrow is going to be a stellar day of Clash in action, and we hope that you'll subscribe here and set your alarms for tomorrow at 1600 UTC. That's 4 p.m. UTC, or you can join us here in the States, where in Central Time we've got our action cooking at 11 a.m. Either way, hope that you'll be here and watch these beautiful bases, these big burly armies, and these amazing casters right beside me, sharing their wisdom and talking more Clash in action. It's been a pleasure casting for all of you today. We want to say thanks to the teams, everyone who tuned in, to Supercell for putting on the show, and to everyone in production who've done an amazing job at running the show in the background. Itsu, take us down the line and give last closing thoughts before we end the show.
I mean, I feel like you guys summarized this already really, really well, because so many more things can happen tomorrow, and I cannot wait for this to happen. So I'm super excited about that. And you said it already beautifully. Make sure that you're tuning in tomorrow again, same time, and we're going to give away another golden ticket. We see you then. Clash on.